Bloomsbury presents Sign Here for Sacrifice, the untold story of the 3rd Battalion, 506th Airborne, Vietnam, 1968. By Ian Gardner. Read by Ian Porter. Dedication. Dedicated to every grunt, regardless of rank or social standing, who ever sweated and suffered for a distant cause. Introduction. I never imagined for 1 minute that my previous works on 3rd Battalion, 506 Parachute Infantry Regiment during World War II would lead to something quite like Sign Here for Sacrifice. However, the synergy between the battalion's wartime commander, Bob Wolverton, and the Vietnam-era John Geraci is uncanny, as is the strength of character regarding both the officers and men. The men of 67 accepted that they were being groomed to actively participate in a faraway war. To be a paratrooper is to be part of a special brotherhood. These young troopers stood every inch as tall as their forebears in World War II. 22 years later, it was their turn to carry the Currahee flag into battle, and they did not intend to disappoint their leadership or country. Whether or not the Vietnam War was worth fighting is a discussion that we do not enter into in this book. Although politics is occasionally touched upon, it is first and foremost a story of service and duty. For those of you who may be unaware of America's journey to war, this is just a brief overview of what ultimately led these young men to board a slow boat to Southeast Asia for this first tour in 1967. The clock began ticking during the last weeks of World War II, when the battle-hardened troopers from 3rd Battalion, 506 Parachute Infantry Regiment, 101st Airborne Division, were moving into Adolf Hitler's mountain home. Virtually at the same time, on the other side of the world in southern China, a meeting was taking place between Nguyen Ai Quoc and the American Office of Strategic Services, OSS. The 54-year-old exile had been, and still was, a major player in the Communist revolutionary program, dating back to the 1920s. Now reborn as Ho Chi Minh, which meant bringer of light, Ai Quoc appeared disheveled and fragile as he sought U.S. support for the independence of his country. The 3 regions that make up Ho's country, Cochin China, Annam, and Tonkin, had been under French colonial control for the last 100 years, and at that time were still occupied by the Japanese. Although transparent about his political ambition, the future president of North Vietnam was determined to rid his country of both powers. As a scholar and teacher, Ho was well educated, and between the wars traveled to America, Great Britain, France, the Soviet Union, and China, where he married. In the early 1930s, at the request of the French, who had previously sentenced Ho to death, he was arrested in Hong Kong and put on trial by the British, who soon came under pressure from France for extradition. But on appeal, the matter was settled out of court, and Ho escaped incognito to Moscow, where he continued to study and teach. 6 years later, Ho relocated to China and served as advisor to the Chinese Communist Armed Forces. In 1941, he returned to Annam to lead the newly formed Viet Minh independence movement. The term Viet Minh was short for Viet Nam Doc Lap Dong Minh Hoi. Created as a guerrilla force, the Viet Minh fought to overthrow their Japanese and French Vichy occupiers. Ho engineered many successful insurgent actions, all under the watchful and clandestine support of the United States. At the end of World War II, the Viet Minh were powerless to stop either the Chinese, who accepted Japan's surrender in the north, or the British, who took surrender in the south. When General de Gaulle, leader of the Free French forces, demanded that China and the UK hand back control of French Indochina, his allies could do nothing but comply. In September 1945, Ho Chi Minh declared independence from France and announced the creation of his Democratic Republic. The term Viet and Nam came from a conjunction of two old ethnic words meaning beyond or outsider and Southern Territory. In 1949, in an attempt to undermine Ho, France encouraged exiled Emperor Bao Dai to return, and he became a figurehead for the revitalized colonial plan. The new regime was quickly recognized by the U.S., Britain, and other Western countries primarily to thwart Ho's growing communist expansion. But then Ho cleverly persuaded Bao Dai to abdicate and take on the honorary title of Supreme Advisor. Feeling out of his depth, the self-indulgent playboy fled, and over the next 3 years divided his time between Hong Kong and the French Riviera. Bao Dai's sudden departure encouraged the Soviet Union and China to recognize and support Ho's fledgling Democratic Republic. This action set Vietnam on course for the First Indochina War that culminated in the unexpected northern defeat of French armed forces at Dien Bien Phu. This action set Vietnam on course for the First Indochina War that culminated in the unexpected northern defeat of French armed forces at Dien Bien Phu in 1954. Out of 11,000 French paratroopers taken prisoner at Dien Bien Phu, 60% never came back from the camps. However, Western powers paid no heed to the incredible human effort shown by Ho's ill-equipped revolutionary force. Later, this turned out to be an inexcusable oversight for America, who, after the Korean War, 1950-53, dared to believe that it was possible to broker a successful balance between two regions. Today, few will understand that from the 1940s through to the Cuban Missile Crisis, America's greatest concern was the spread of communism. When the French withdrew after Dien Bien Phu, Bao Dai returned and attempted to form a working government for Vietnam. On July 21, 1954, the Geneva Accords ended the First Indochina War along with French rule, effectively dividing the nascent country into two zones, North and South. However, Washington thwarted the emperor's plans by urging him to appoint the exiled politician Ngo Dinh Diem as prime minister for the South. As a devout Catholic, Diem had gathered much popularity within the Vatican, along with many U.S. political and religious leaders. As the Geneva settlement was never officially ratified, conflict quickly resumed, albeit without French intervention. Diem was now political and military leader, with Bao Dai as his figurehead and ceremonial chief. The following year, by way of a rigged referendum, Diem removed Bao Dai and his Nguyen dynasty from power, declared the South a republic, and himself president. Bao Dai wanted no part in Diem's southern plan and fled back to France, never to return. The last emperor spent the remainder of his life in Paris, and even found time to write a book called Les Dragons d'Annam. Ho's OSS meeting in 1945 could never have foreseen these shattering events that 2 decades later would spawn a war that cost another 2 million Vietnamese and over 58,000 American lives. For the men in this book, the story really begins in December 1967, when the professional volunteers of the 3rd Battalion of the 506 Airborne, 3506, were sent west from their southern coastal base at Song Mao into the Central Highlands and province of Lam Dong. The new mission coincided with a build-up from the Chinese-supported North Vietnamese Army, NVA, and proved a gritty introduction to the reality of a dirty, sweaty, insect-ridden war. Moreover, the Viet Cong, who would fight alongside the NVA, were not just a military force. They were a society equipped with total faith and the resolve to win. They would prove to be a determined, resourceful, and experienced enemy to the men of 3506. After New Year 1968, the battalion moved south by road back to the coast and Phan Thiet. The NVA had spent 6 months preparing and were now ready to unleash their forces across southern Vietnam. The Tet Offensive began on January 31st with a coordinated series of deadly attacks. Now a specialized and self-sufficient task force, 3506, along with South Vietnamese government and local forces, were at the very heart of this month-long battle. Fighting in and around Phan Thiet was brutal, but the Currahee tenacity eventually prevailed. There was no other period like it, and these young paratroopers made their mark in the dusty rice paddies and corpse-strewn streets. Chronology of Significant Events. 1945. September 2nd. Ho Chi Minh proclaims his Independent Democratic Republic of Vietnam in Hanoi. 1954. May 7th. Ho's army defeats French forces in the north at Dien Bien Phu, causing France to relinquish colonial control. July 1st. Chief of the U.S. Military Advisory and Assistance Group, MAG, Colonel Edward Lansdale, arrives in Saigon with 300 American advisors to begin working with senior civil servant Ngo Dinh Diem. July 7th. Bao Dai, the Emperor of South Vietnam, appoints Ngo Dinh Diem as his Prime Minister. July 21st. The Geneva Peace Conference divides Vietnam into North and South at the 17th parallel, where a demilitarized zone is established. 1955. October 26th. South Vietnam officially becomes a separate sovereign state known as the Republic of Vietnam, and Ngo Dinh Diem becomes its president. Emperor Bao Dai flees in exile to France. October. Supported by North Vietnam, the Viet Cong begin a campaign of attacks against the South. 1960. America doubles its military training team to 685 advisors. 1961. January 20th. John F. Kennedy takes over as president from Dwight D. Eisenhower, and U.S. confidence begins to decrease in Diem's dictatorship. December 11th. Direct U.S. military aid to South Vietnam begins as 2 U.S. Army helicopter companies arrive in Saigon. 1963. May to August. Buddhist demonstrations occur against Diem's government. November 2nd. President Ngo Dinh Diem is deposed and executed in a U.S.-backed military coup. November 22nd. President John F. Kennedy is assassinated, and Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson steps into the White House. 1964. June. General William Westmoreland takes over as head of Military Assistance Command Vietnam. August 2nd. North Vietnamese torpedo boats attack 2 American warships in international waters off the Gulf of Tonkin. August 7th. Congress passes a resolution, the Tonkin Gulf Resolution, granting President Lyndon B. Johnson extensive military powers and permission to retaliate. December 31st. U.S. armed forces in South Vietnam total 23,000 men. 1965. February 7th. After the Viet Cong attack American bases, the U.S. Air Force begins a strategic bombing campaign in the north. March 8th. U.S. Marine Battalion dispatched to Vietnam, followed by a further steady buildup of troops. June 19th. Air Vice Marshal Nguyen Cao Kai becomes Premier of South Vietnam. 1966. April 12th. B-52s bomb targets in North Vietnam. June 2nd. Operation Hawthorne. Elements of 1st Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, participate in the relief of a Special Forces camp near Tak To in the Central Highlands. September 14th. Operation Attleboro. Large-scale air mobile search and destroy mission by the 196th Light Infantry Brigade, northeast of Saigon. 1967. January 8th. Operation Cedar Falls launched north of Saigon as the 101st Airborne Division receives a warning order to activate 3rd Battalion 506 Airborne Infantry, 3506. February 22nd. Operation Junction City begins with mass parachute insertion by 173 Airborne Brigade, north of Saigon. April 1st. 3506 officially activated at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. September 3rd. General Nguyen Van Tu comes to power in South Vietnam. October 3rd. 3506 leave Oakland Naval Base aboard the USNS General William Weigel en route to Vietnam. November 11th. Operation Rose, 3506. December 1st. Operation Klamath Falls, 3506. December 13th. Operation Eagle Thrust. 2nd and 3rd Brigades, 101st Airborne Division, arrive in Vietnam. 1968. January 2nd. The Battle of the Knoll, C Company. January 17th. Operation San Angelo, launched by 1st and 3rd Brigades, 101st Airborne Division, northeast of Saigon. January 19th. Operation McLean, LZ Betty, 3506. January 21st. The Siege of Khe Sanh. January 23rd. North Korean torpedo boats seize the American surveillance vessel USS Pueblo. January 30th. Beginning of the Tet Offensive across South Vietnam. January 31st. Start of the month-long siege of Phan Thiet, 3506. February 2nd. The Battle of the Van Ta House, A Company. February 6th. The Battle of Phu Ban, A and C Companies. February 14th. Lieutenant Colonel John Geraci hands over command of 3506 to Lieutenant Colonel Robert Elton. February 18th. Second Battle of Phan Thiet, B and C Companies. February 19th. Battle at Ka Tai River, A Company. April 4th. Martin Luther King Jr. murdered in Memphis, Tennessee. April 25th. Operation MR6. May 3rd. Peace overtures made by North Vietnam in Paris caused President Johnson to suspend aerial bombing campaign and announce that he will not be standing for a second term. May 4th, 5th. New communist offensive begins against towns and bases across the South. May 11th. The Battle of Song Mao. May 19th. Operation Rockney Gold. June 6th. Senator Robert F. Kennedy assassinated in Los Angeles, California. June 8th. Operation Banjo Royce. June 18th. Operation Harmon Green begins in Da Lat, and Lieutenant Colonel Elton transfers command of Task Force 3506 to Lieutenant Colonel Walter Price. July 17th. The Battle of Whiskey Mountain. November 5th. Republican Senator Richard Nixon wins election to become U.S. President. 1969. January 31st. U.S. forces in Vietnam reach peak strength of 542,000 men. July 8th. Planned withdrawal of U.S. troops begins. November. Massive anti-war demonstrations in the United States. 1970. March 18th. General Lon Nol deposes Prince Sihanouk as ruler of Cambodia, and later declares a republic and receives direct military support from the U.S. and South Vietnam. May. Violent anti-war demonstrations in America at U.S. involvement in Cambodia. June, July. U.S. forces withdrawn from Cambodia. December 31st. Congress repeals Tonkin Resolution. 1971. February 8th to March 25th. Operation Lam Son 719. 3506 relieve Army of the Republic of Vietnam, ARVN units, near the DMZ, as they prepare to move into Laos. 1972. March 30th. North Vietnam launches conventional invasion of the South. May. North Vietnamese ports mined by U.S. planes as bombing offensive is stepped up. May 15th. 3506 disbanded and stood down. June. ARVN troops hold back the North Vietnamese invasion. August 12th. Last U.S. ground troops depart from Vietnam, leaving 43,000 Air Force and support personnel. 1973. January 15th. U.S. military operations against North Vietnam cease. January 27th. Peace agreement between U.S. and North Vietnam signed. March 29th. Last U.S. troops leave Vietnam. 1974. April. Cambodian Lon Nol regime under increasing pressure from communist forces. August 9th. Richard Nixon resigns over the Watergate scandal, and Vice President Gerald Ford is sworn into the White House. 1975. March 5th. North Vietnamese Army launch final offensive against South Vietnam. April 17th. Phnom Penh falls to communist insurgents. April 30th. North Vietnamese troops enter Saigon. South Vietnam surrenders unconditionally as the last American helicopter takes off from the U.S. Embassy. Chapter 1. Salute the New Dawn. Reactivation. Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Over muffled engines and breaking waves, a troop ship sailed into the late glow of sunset. Cooled by a gentle breeze, Lieutenant Joe Alexander and his platoon sergeant, John Gefeller, stood on deck, silently contemplating. John turned to Joe and proffered, "Sir, you do know this is my first combat tour, don't you?" John was always stoic, but his soft tone took the young platoon leader by surprise. This was the beginning of a disclaimer that had been long weighing on the sergeant's mind. Of course, Joe had always known, but it was never an issue. Over the last few months, John had become Joe's trusted and dependable mentor, whose guidance and opinion were second to none. Being airborne was Gefeller's life, and this war would either complete or end the circle for him. For the first time, Alexander realized they would be facing an uncertain future. Since the outset of this adventure, Joe had felt fearless, 10 feet tall, bulletproof, infallible, and even invincible. The young lieutenant shivered as a sense of foreboding began flowing through his body. As they leaned against the railing, discussing options, family, and home, both accepted their jobs knowing that together they were strong. Through commitment and 5 months of solid preparation, perhaps somewhat naively, both believed they were ready for whatever Vietnam could throw at them. Silence followed as the two stared into the Pacific's growing twilight. At that moment, Joe fully accepted the burden of leadership and belief in his commander, Lieutenant Colonel John Geraci, to make the right decisions. The decisions that would ultimately shape this story. Originally from Brooklyn, John Philip Geraci was born in 1925 into a tight, close-knit Italian family. Now, at 42 years of age, Geraci was destined for legend, and a new command reincarnated with the same ethos and esprit de corps shown during World War II by his then much younger counterpart, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Lee Wolverton. A fluent French speaker, Geraci had previously worked in Saigon as an advisor to the High Command of the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, known as ARVN. The U.S. government's initial role was merely to advise and train the ARVN, with absolutely no intention of ever becoming involved in combat. In January 1967, the Army had issued a warning order advising that 2 new independent battalions were about to be created. 3rd Battalion Airborne, 506 Infantry, was to be attached to the 101st Airborne Division at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, while 3rd Battalion, 503 Infantry, was scheduled to join the 82nd Airborne at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. Although the iconic Screaming Eagle patch was still being worn, the division itself was a different and more complex animal compared to its World War II ancestor. By now, it had been structured into 3 brigades, designated 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. 3 battalions made up each brigade, and each battalion numbered around 750 men. The volunteers for 3506 were mostly well-motivated regular Army, and drawn predominantly from 2nd and 3rd Brigades at Campbell. This additional maneuver battalion was to have a full and current parachute capability. The plan was to take over business in Vietnam's south-central region, inside the tactical zone operated by 2 Corps, around Phan Rang. 3 other battalions, who collectively made up 1st Brigade, had been in the country since the end of July 1965. Owing to their own nomadic nature, many areas surrounding base camp at Phan Rang had been neglected for some time. It was vitally important to fill this gap and allow 1st Brigade to concentrate further north, where enemy activity appeared to be increasing. Luckily for Lieutenant Colonel Geraci, the man in charge of 1st Brigade was none other than Salve H. Matheson. Now a brigadier general, Matheson had been a highly valued member of Colonel Robert F. Sink's staff during World War II. Salve had jumped into Normandy and Holland with many of the men who now served in his current airborne army. Matheson was over the moon about this new directive, and took it upon himself to remotely mentor from his northern headquarters at Chu Lai. Unlike most other 101st units, who were now wearing a subdued olive-drab eagle field patch, as a statement of intent, 3506 was going to war wearing the traditional, full-colored, embroidered version. Wrapped inside a different flag. Reactivated on May 1, 1967, the 3rd Battalion, Airborne, 506 Infantry, was now on course for its own rendezvous with destiny. Officially written as 3506, 1st Brigade, Separate, 101st Airborne Infantry Division, perhaps as a nod to lineage, many seniors still preferred 3506. Whatever the preference, John Geraci set out to inspire his new brotherhood. Aptly nicknamed the Currahee Battalion, with a spirit and belief not seen since those trailblazing days of 1942. In itself, the word Currahee was significant, and referenced Bob Sink's original Native American regimental motto, meaning stands alone. Mount Currahee was also the Appalachian Mountain in Georgia that dominated Camp Toccoa, birthplace of the 506. John Geraci joined the Marine Corps on his 18th birthday in early '43 and shipped out to the Pacific as a wireman. After the war, he went back to college and studied English and philosophy, earning extra money as a door-to-door salesman. On New Year's Day, 1949, then an Army reservist, John was called up to attend Officer Candidate School, OCS. 3 months later, he was posted to 35th Infantry Regiment and sent to Korea. The next 12 months earned the young officer 2 Silver Stars and a solid reputation as an inspirational and natural rifle platoon leader. However, Vietnam would become John's third and perhaps most significant experience of conflict. During his first tour in 1960, with the Military Assistance Advisory Group, known as MAG, Geraci's ability to speak several languages, especially French, proved invaluable. Promotion to lieutenant colonel soon followed, along with a staff appointment to the Joint Unconventional Warfare Task Force, led by Major General William Yarborough, who opened John's eyes to the extreme world of airborne soldiering. A second tour, in '63, brought John into contact with Major General Duong Van Minh, who was open to the possibilities of regime change. At that point, President of the Republic of South Vietnam, Ngo Dinh Diem, and his sectarian government were attracting negative attention due to their regular breaches of human rights. Diem had grasped power in '56 after a rigged referendum deposed Playboy puppet Emperor Bao Dai from his opulent mountain palace in Da Lat. Assisted by American military and economic aid, the new president was able to counter a growing communist insurgency from Ho Chi Minh's Democratic Republic of the North. Diem was from a prominent Catholic family, and the nepotism he displayed toward Catholics in the military and civil service proved to be his undoing. This preference was blatantly obvious to many downtrodden religious groups, especially Buddhists, who then made up around 80% of the population. Diem was an autocratic and vicious dictator who crushed all free-thinking opposition members in his path. As a direct consequence, communist interest and influence began to flourish across southern Vietnam. 1 week prior to Buddha's annual birthday celebration, Diem's government decided to ban displays of all religious paraphernalia. However, on May 8, 1963, flags were flown close to the northern border in Hue. The ancient city was a symbolic cultural and religious center, and many went out onto the streets to demonstrate. 9 people were killed, and the protest rallies that inevitably followed resulted in hundreds more deaths. Buddhist leader and longtime anti-war activist Trick Tri Quang sent a manifesto to Saigon demanding equality, which Diem arrogantly ignored. With rising instability, the somewhat ideological American government became ever more concerned. Further persecution followed, and as a direct result, a nun and 3 monks burned themselves to death in protest, One self-immolation in particular made TV news all over the globe and pushed President John F. Kennedy to actively pursue the regime change that John Geraci had previously been sent to negotiate. Somewhat reluctantly, Kennedy gave approval for the ARVN to go ahead and depose President Diem. Subsequently, Diem and his brother were arrested and unexpectedly executed. In the 3 months following this coup d'etat, the man America chose to lead South Vietnam, General Dong Van Minh, was unable to establish a secure government. As a consequence, the northern insurgency began to gain more traction. With around 16,000 U.S. training advisors now in country, on November 22, 1963, 3 weeks after the ARVN took control, JFK was assassinated, along with the American dream. New Horizons. During the summer of '66, Geraci returned to Fort Campbell and moved into 1030 Drennan Park with his wife, Rita, and their 5 kids, Vicky, Christine, John Jr., Jeff, and toddler Jane. Back in Vietnam, General Dong Van Minh had long since been deposed, leaving the country in turmoil and at war with the North. In early '67, after his stint as commander of 2502, John gladly accepted the task of forming and leading 3rd Battalion. Truly blessed to have Matheson as his guiding star, together they would go on to create an accelerated 5-month program for deployment. From his headquarters close to the border with North Vietnam, Brigadier Matheson accepted co-responsibility for training and was already pushing for a series of vitally important exercises over the swamps of Georgia and hills of eastern Tennessee. Although 1st Brigade was still drawing parachute pay, they had not jumped since '65. Back then, Matheson put on a demonstration drop for General William Westmoreland and outgoing U.S. Ambassador Maxwell D. Taylor. In Korea, Westmoreland had commanded 187th Airborne Regimental Combat Team and was well versed in the advantages of military parachuting. The general was no fool, and during his long career had worked alongside some of America's greatest military leaders, including Max Taylor, who had led the 101st into France on D-Day. In '67, as head of Military Assistance Command Vietnam, or MACV, Westmoreland was subordinate only to current U.S. Ambassador Ellsworth F. Bunker, the State Department, and Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, Admiral Ulysses S. Grant Sharp, Jr., based over 6,000 miles away in Honolulu. Officially, it was Westmoreland's job to control and coordinate operations in southern Vietnam. However, the Navy, Marine Corps, and Air Force ultimately answered to Admiral Sharp, who, along with new President Lyndon B. Johnson, also determined America's aerial bombing policy against the North. Pre-war, West Point man Westmoreland had been working on a tactical timetable for victory and hoped to be out of Vietnam by 1970. This could only be successful on assumption that he would have unrestricted access to American troops and logistical bases large enough to support them. In the zone specifically operated by 2 Corps, it had taken far longer than expected to roll out the main supply hubs at Quy Nhon and Cam Ranh Bay. Ironically, these crucial delays only served to provide North Vietnam with more time to plan and execute its next big move. Ultimately, the MACV commander wanted American forces to search out the enemy while government troops took on counterinsurgency duties in the villages. This combination of U.S. military might and ARVN pacification had been designed to force the North Vietnamese army out into the open, or perhaps even withdrawal. But so far, neither seemed to be working. As per his request, Westmoreland was given more troops, and 1967 would see the largest commitment so far, 449,000 men. However, out of this number, only around 15% were destined to physically engage with the enemy, with 3,506 among their number. The year 1968 would be a bloody one, with 3rd Battalion crucially involved in some of the fiercest fighting down south, inside 2-Corps zone. Second-generation heroes. Captain Freeman D. Dallas and Sergeant First Class John Bowes were the first to learn about the new outfit. At the time, Dallas was working at 3rd Brigade as Assistant Logistics Officer and had just returned from compassionate leave after the death of his eldest son. D's brigade commander, Colonel John Hayes, called him to his office, where one of the outfit's most senior supply sergeants, John Bowes, was also waiting. Bowes had already served one tour in Vietnam and, of course, knew just about every trick in the logistical supply book. Hayes leaned across his desk and explained they were being temporarily assigned to a special project under stewardship of Brigadier Matheson. Their job, which was not negotiable, meant finding a suitable area on base capable of accommodating up to 800 people. Dee and John were slightly dumbfounded, but before they could regroup, Hayes fired off another bombshell and explained that Dallas was also responsible for procuring every single item of equipment and only had a few weeks to complete the job. When a new unit is stood up, usually orders are issued authorizing a small cadre of a dozen or so people to make all necessary preparations before the troops arrive. But this was just Dee and John, and still trying to figure out what had just happened, they drove over to an empty barracks on the western side of base. Although it had not been in use for a long time, the site was close to 3rd Brigade headquarters, and ideally situated next to the base railway between Kentucky, Missouri, and Colorado Avenues. Thankfully, when hundreds of new beds, furniture, and lockers arrived, a detail was sent by Colonel Hayes to assist with humping and shifting. The next few weeks turned into a blur as the guys worked long and hard to get everything up and running. It was only when completion drew near that Dee heard that they were not going to be kept on. This was a punch in the guts for the duo, now so heavily invested that any prospect of walking away seemed unthinkable. Hayes was sympathetic and introduced Dee directly to Colonel Geraci, who, after realizing what a fantastic job they had done, hired them on the spot. Thus, Dallas and Bowes became the first to be officially assigned to 3rd Battalion and formed the nucleus of a fledgling logistics department. Even though Hayes knew he had lost 2 of his top guys, it did not stop him from throwing a fabulous leaving party at the Officers' Club. With everything now official, Dallas and Bowes set out to create a bespoke, first-class equipment list designed to cover every eventuality. From previous experience, Bowes knew that all official allowances would be nowhere near enough to support their needs in Vietnam. Dallas purposely over-ordered on everything, including military shipping containers known as Connex boxes. Subsequently, any excess that could be pilfered was hidden away from the inflexible and petty divisional inspection teams. Table of organization was the same for Geraci as it was for any other home-based battalion commander, starting from the top, with headquarters and headquarters company. Abbreviated to HHC, the company also encompassed a specialist heavy mortar and reconnaissance platoon. For his command sergeant major, or top kick, Geraci chose William McCorkle, who had fought alongside him in Korea. Known to all as Snake, McCorkle was from Denver, and although a little wild and crazy, Snake was to be a perfect fit for the role, With things now neatly falling into place, recruiting for HHC could begin, starting with Captain J. Cope and First Sergeant John MacDonald. Although capable of taking temporary command of a rifle company, most of the senior rear echelon housekeepers were selected on their specific administrative skills, such as the new Civil and Military Operations Officer Captain Douglas Aleitz, and George Fisher, who arrived a month or so later to take over as Battalion Executive Officer. Major Fisher was a calm, neat, proper Princeton type, and not the gung-ho death-from-above paratrooper one might expect. During the early seniors meetings, Geraci made it crystal clear that his company commanders answered directly to him and not the lawyer-like departmental heads. The new Planning and Operations Officer, or S3, Major Robert Mears III, callsign Fat Cat, was, in the words of his brother officers, one cool dude, and quite different from his colleagues now filling the upper echelons of HHC. Although born in New York City, Bob was really a surrogate New Englander, having moved to Rhode Island at the tender age of 2. Despite being 6'2" and weighing 190 pounds, Bob had always been airborne, except for one or two malfunctions earlier in his career. At the end of March 1967, Mears, who was then executive officer for 2506, took on a new role as S3 to 3rd Brigade. During an earlier field exercise, Bob had staged a mock World War II-style parachute drop using dummy troopers. Bob's subterfuge influenced the opposing force, led by Geraci, to fail, quite spectacularly. Geraci never forgot what Mears had done, and when it came to picking his new S3, he knew exactly who he wanted beside him in the chopper. Bob was divorced at the time and living a single man's existence between brigade officers' quarters and an apartment in Hopkinsville. Geraci gave off an air of approachability, and Mears, unlike many other senior team members, was never afraid to speak his mind. It was a special bond, and happy to let Bob get on with the job, John rarely questioned his ideas or decisions. Vietnam was a platoon leader's war, and all Geraci had to ensure was that his troops were fed and given access to plenty of ammunition and positive guidance. Surprisingly, Geraci was never one for heaping praise on anybody, especially the young lieutenants. However, if anyone ever screwed up, including Fat Cat, then they would feel the full weight of John's fiery Italian temper. Not long after Mears signed on, Captain Teddy J. Booth was appointed as his aerial planning officer, or S3 Air. It was Teddy's job, among others, to coordinate all future airlifts, and he was damned good at it. With Teddy on board, the Air Force then assigned Major Prats and Sexton, call signs Jack Sprat and Razorback, along with their Cessna Bird Dog spotter aircraft. Prats was to be 3rd Battalion's dedicated forward air control pilot, and Sexton his air intelligence officer. The two men were close friends, and even shared a place in Clarksville with their respective families. This is your captain speaking. The battalion's rifle companies were designated Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, and subdivided into 4 platoons. Each company usually consisted of around 160 soldiers, under overall command of a captain, executive officer, and first sergeant. Individually, the platoons were numbered and led by a second lieutenant and a cadre platoon sergeant. Broken into 4 squads, each platoon usually operated 6 fire teams, all supported by 2 M60 machine gun crews. Often referred to as weapons, the 4th platoon was by nature much smaller in size, and designed specifically to provide heavy firepower for the company via its 81mm mortar and 90mm and Jeep-mounted 106mm recoilless rifles. Things were not working out at Alpha for Captain Fred McCoy, and after a couple of months plans were made to replace him with 37-year-old Thomas Gaffney. Tom had always been John's first choice, but back in January, when first approached, he had been unavailable. Originally born in Hawaii and brought up in California, Gaffney was probably one of the best line commanders at that time. Tom could think on his feet and was always an inspiration to everyone around him. This time, Geraci was not about to let bureaucracy get in the way, especially as Gaffney was about to ship out to MACV in Saigon. John pulled a few last-minute strings and had Tom's movement orders changed. In disbelief, Gaffney phoned Washington, who confirmed it was all above board. As Tom lived on base at Werner Park with his wife Corinne and their 3 children, he headed home to discuss options. A couple of hours later, Gaffney walked into the orderly room where McCoy was clearing his desk. On June 21, 1967, ownership of A Company officially transferred to Gaffney, who, next to the colonel, was now the most combat-experienced officer in the battalion. Tom would go on to imbue his men with a sense of belonging to something that was special and quite unique. The new Alpha boss was committed to the oath, a warrior who wanted to lead his kids every step of the way. Tom Gaffney had trained as a radio operator shortly after the end of World War II, before signing up for airborne and being posted to Japan. Returning to the States, he volunteered to serve in Korea and worked as a high-speed radio cryptologist until 1950. When the North decided to invade, Gaffney saw action and finished his tour as a senior NCO. Back in the U.S., he was assigned to a new signal company preparing for the re-invasion of Korea. During this period, Tom transferred to the 82nd at Bragg and was sent back to Japan and the newly reorganized 187th Airborne Regimental Combat Team, then under the command of Westmoreland. Within a few days, Gaffney was made an assistant platoon sergeant and sent back to Korea to take his place on the main line of resistance. During one action, Tom found himself in charge and rallied against stiff resistance. It was for this reason that Westmoreland personally recommended him for a battlefield commission. After his father died in early '54, Tom took a new posting at Campbell. 3 years later, reformed into the 1st Airborne Battle Group, 187th Infantry, the outfit was sent to Germany. Several tours followed, including in the Lebanon, and a stint with Special Forces in Laos. Over 2 further tours, Gaffney provided training against communist Pathet Lao insurgents for the Laotian Airborne and an indigenous mountain guerrilla force. Coming up through the ranks, Tom did not have much time for the young West Pointers who were being brought in to run Bravo and Charlie companies. But eventually his attitude toward them changed, and he became more of a father figure, always on hand with advice and criticism. By the time Gaffney took over Alpha, Jim Schlacks had 1st Platoon, followed by John Harrison, who was also acting XO, Len Liebler, and Joe Alexander. Dashing, energetic, intelligent, and athletic, 25-year-old William Landgraf was given command of B Company. From Sarasota, in Florida, at 6'3", Landgraf had been an All-American captain of the swimming team at West Point. Landgraf liked things done his way, and this turned out to be a definite advantage overseas when the companies began to operate more independently. One of the tallest officers in battalion and a stickler for regulation, the captain always insisted that web gear and uniform be worn in correct textbook fashion. Final alignment for Bravo was First Sergeant Arthur Roberts, XO Milton Menjivar, and platoon leaders Herbert Hole III, Stephen Cook, Donald Love, and James Mushat. Landgraf was a great guy, and militarily speaking, at least in the beginning, appeared to be a more decisive character than his younger friend and colleague, Nick Nahas. Lebanese by descent, Captain Nicholas Nahas hailed from Beaumont in Texas and was appointed to head up Charlie. Nick came in from Germany, where his boss, Lieutenant Colonel Ted Crozier, had previously served with Geraci. When Nick received orders to return to Campbell in March, Crozier was kind enough to put in a good word. Much to Nick's surprise, West Point classmates Bill Landgraf and Doug Alitz, who hailed from New Jersey, also came in from Germany at the same time. Nahas had spent a year at Texas A&M before entering West Point, age 17, in the summer of 1960, when William Westmoreland was superintendent. After Nick's junior year, the cadets were sent on Advanced Officer Training, AOT, to various military posts in Europe and elsewhere. Typically, on AOT, a cadet would be a platoon leader, but since the students were not yet commissioned, the post carried the tongue-in-cheek title of Third Lieutenant. Nick was sent to Worms, in Germany, with the 48th Mechanized Infantry, where he briefly crossed paths with D. Dallas. When the class of '64 graduated, it was decided that they would not attend Officers' Basic. Instead, the rookies were fast-tracked, straight to Ranger, and then to Airborne School. During training, Nick picked up a painful leg injury and was forced to go on sick call by one of the instructors. However, the following week, because he was set to marry his sweetheart Rosalie and did not want to jeopardize the wedding or his pending parachute course, he convinced a doctor to sign his return-to-duty slip. A few weeks later, Nick and Rosalie were on a ship to Germany, where he spent the next 2.5 years back at Worms, working first as a platoon, then recon leader, before finishing up as a company commander under Colonel Crozier. Dr. Andy Lovey had been assigned to the 501st and was determined to see out his tour quietly at Campbell. After graduating optometry school, Lovey was preparing for a new career as an osteopath when his draft papers arrived. Having just left a country practice in West Virginia for a partnership in Milwaukee, Andy was not thrilled to be joining the military, especially when being an Army optometrist required 3 years' service as a second lieutenant. However, luckily for Andy, the rules changed at that time to allow osteopathic doctors like him to be directly commissioned into the medical corps. Specializing in medicine also meant a shorter enlistment, and came with the rank of captain. So it seemed like a win-win situation for this young doctor, who quickly realized an opportunity to improve his skills. However, during a party on base, D. Dallas introduced him to Geraci, and everything changed. John enthusiastically explained about the unit and asked if Andy would be interested in taking on the role of his battalion surgeon. Andy's wife, Madeline, convinced him to accept. And 2 weeks later, doubts crept in when Geraci invited him over to play bridge, and then golf the following Sunday. Lovey hated both with equal passion, and when he plucked up the courage to confess, John's answer was priceless. "Christ almighty! Every doctor that I've ever known plays bridge and golf. Just what the hell is wrong with you, Captain?" Sons of the New Beginning. By now, word of the new unit had spread to such an extent that Geraci was fielding an avalanche of requests. He had a free hand, especially when it came to cadre NCOs who, for the most part, had already served at least one tour in Vietnam. Virgil Kraft was a typically tough type in his early 30s, who became Nick Nahas's first sergeant. Virgil had not been particularly popular in his previous role with the 187th Airborne, who were part of 3rd Brigade. However, Captain Nahas tagged him as a good listener, who seemed to understand and care about what his junior officers had to say. A select few cadre members had been to Ranger School, and it was a major plus for Nick to have 2 as platoon sergeants in his company, Henry Hardcore Chavone and Henry R.J. Johnson. Most of the recently commissioned young lieutenants, known as butter bars, came from the same 2 OCS classes, graduating 1 week apart. During those early days, due to incompatibility between some cadre and their platoon leaders, Charlie Company eventually settled into Roy Summers as executive officer, followed by platoon leaders James Kessinger, Ronald Newton, Wiley Bucky Cox, and James Moore. These young officers from C Company were historically close-knit. Born in Arkansas and raised in New Mexico, Bucky Cox had known Jim Kessinger well before they were roommates at OCS. Not yet 20 years old, Cox was already married and living off base in Clarksville. Philosopher Jim was 4 years Bucky's senior and felt strongly about the growing loss of life and U.S. policy in Vietnam. Believing Cuba to be the biggest threat, Jim felt that America should leave Asia to the communists and let China become a buffer zone similar to Russia with Europe. Over the coming months, Kessinger would have many heated barroom discussions with colleagues, including Doc Lovey, who believed that America had a responsibility to contain the spread and turn back all threats to Western existence and way of life. As a freshman, Joe Alexander was not particularly fond of class, taking exams, or for that matter the Reserve Officer Training Corps, ROTC. However, when he attended a local land-grant college, it was compulsory for all male students to be in the cadet program. In September 1965, with war escalating, President Johnson increased the draft. Ironically, as a college student, Joe was exempt. But by early '66, the appeal of a college education no longer seemed attractive, and he began to look around for a new challenge. A few days later, at the post office in Johnson City, Tennessee, Alexander struck up a conversation with an Army recruiter. His options were simple: volunteer as RA and serve 3 years, or be drafted and serve 2. For the enlisted man, RA, or Regular Army, was a prefix in front of his service number that meant he had signed up voluntarily. Typically, regular enlistment was followed by a further 3 years in the reserves, whereas a draftee only served 2 years active, but 4 years as a reservist. As Joe was from the volunteer state, his first question to the recruiting sergeant was how could he volunteer to be drafted? The recruiter was still laughing as he handed Alexander his pen. Joe was assigned to the 39th Infantry Regiment at Fort Riley, Kansas. Being part of 9th Infantry Division, the regiment was on alert for future deployment, although, like so many other units, nobody really knew when. Due to Joe's experience with ROTC, he was quickly earmarked for promotion, and as a big, fit guy, assigned to the 90mm recoilless rifle team. The 39th was a good introduction, and taught Joe respect for his senior NCOs and the value of teamwork. Midway through basic training, his name appeared on a bulletin board as being eligible for OCS. Graduating in March of '67 and commissioned into the infantry, Joe was still looking to widen his horizons. Several classmates had long-term prior service, and because of their enthusiasm for all things airborne, Joe decided to apply for the paratroops. On April 17, 1967, Lieutenant Alexander reported into 3506. Initially placed with Master Sergeant Bill Wright and Sergeant First Class Billy Kirk, Joe helped to get the planning and training department up and running. The best teachers were always guys like Kirk and Wright and Jim Goree from Intelligence, all of whom played their parts in Alexander's professional education. Eventually, Joe was given 3rd Platoon, A Company, after his predecessor moved across to HHC. Toward the end of summer, just prior to a major field exercise in eastern Tennessee, Joe, because of his previous work with recoilless rifles, swapped with Lenny Liebler and took over weapons. Initially, Liebler did not make a good first impression with 3rd Platoon. Unlike Joe, Len came across as somewhat aloof and superior. But in fact, this was merely a front to hide his concerns and fears for what lay ahead. Up until the reshuffle, Alexander had little to do with Weapons Platoon Sergeant John Gefeller, who originated from Kansas but lived locally in Clarksville. John already had a reputation for being professional and exceptionally knowledgeable of all things mortar and anti-tank. Sharp and smartly dressed, even at 35 years of age, John was fitter than most of his younger colleagues. Proud and unflappable, Gefeller had been to Korea in '53. Believing in firm, strong leadership, John set the bar particularly high, and despite his own close relationship with the men, actively discouraged Joe from doing the same. Can any of you type? As 2nd and 3rd Brigades were still not on alert status, it made 3506 a far more attractive proposition for the young paratroopers. The opportunity to serve with a bespoke unit like this really appealed to those now seemingly stuck in limbo. Many had been inspired by the 173 Airborne Brigade, who had recently jumped into battle north of Saigon at the beginning of Operation Junction City. Almost every soldier now serving in the division had previously been through 8 weeks of basic training at places like Fort Gordon, Dix, and Hood, followed by a further 2 months of advanced infantry training, AIT, before signing up for jump school at Fort Benning in Georgia. 28-year-old platoon sergeant Joe Jervis from Hawaii came from the 509 Airborne Mechanized Infantry in Germany and was posted back to Fort Campbell in February '66, where he ended up in a dead-end training job. Married to his childhood sweetheart Josephine, Joe, nicknamed Pineapple, was a family man with 5 kids. Bill Wright was aware of Joe's dissatisfaction, and at the 789 Club for senior NCOs, introduced his friend to Snake McCorkle. Snake was happy to talk, and before Joe knew what had happened, he was sent over to fledgling B Company. Joe was one of the first to join Bravo's ranks on April 26th, and 1 week later, as he walked into the battalion office, he had a feeling of déjà vu. The misshapen officer's cap sitting on the table looked almost identical to that of his last platoon leader, Bill Landgraf. Back then, in Germany, Joe had been responsible for giving Landgraf his first cigarette. Conversely, Joe's first-ever Article 15, designed for internal use by a commanding officer as punishment for all minor acts of misconduct, came from Bill, as punishment for being intoxicated and urinating on his wife Nancy's car, while she was still in it. When Landgraf walked in, Joe's first thought was, "No way." But he needn't have worried, as the captain seemed genuinely glad to see him. Shortly afterward, Jervis was introduced to Jim Michette and Herbert Hold III. Struck by Herb's statuesque presence, he signed on for 1st Platoon. Joe promised to enable and mold his new charge into the best platoon leader he had ever worked with, and all Herb had to do in return was listen and be receptive to Pineapple's ideas and experience. It turned out to be a brilliant pairing, with Herb leading from the front and Joe sweeping up the rear. Bravo's 1st Sergeant Arthur Roberts was a Korean War veteran and arrived in August, after original top kick John Garcia was transferred to the 502, owing to his uncontrollable heavy drinking. Roberts was a solid beans and bullets garrison leader who never raised his voice when enforcing discipline or distributing orders. Growing up dirt poor in Illinois did not stop J. Eckhart and his 7 brothers and sisters from finishing high school or going on to further education. But the moment Jay turned 18 in October '66, he signed on for airborne training. Basic was at Fort Campbell, and afterward there were 8 weeks of AIT at Fort Gordon in Georgia. The supervisors back in garrison were all staff NCOs, but the instructors at Gordon were combat veterans, quick to impress on the candidates the serious nature of war. Finally, at jump school, the intake was divided down into several groups, each holding around 60 students. Every morning at 0330 hours, the candidates were up for PT and a 7-mile perimeter run. Anyone unable to keep pace with their instructors, who were traditionally known by the term black hat, was thrown in the jackwagon and posted out as regular infantry, who were always derogatively referred to as legs. Just like the parachutes, training at Benning had not really changed since 1942. The physical aspects of a 2-week ground school were tough enough, but made harder during the summer by exceptionally hot and humid weather. Mounted 40 feet in the air, stairs loaded with jumpers, the outdoor exit trainer was a big apparatus to conquer. Jay looked across at his black hat, shouted his name and course number before being dispatched down a 300-foot-long zip wire. From one bottle test to another, he progressed to the 250-foot-high jump towers. Everyone was excited, but when it was time to release the safety line and descend under canopy, the pucker factor suddenly became very real. Packed full of adrenaline and exhilaration, but equally scary, Week 3 was all about parachuting. The syndicates were marched out to draw and fit chutes before forming up on the airfield flight line. Jumps 1 and 2 were clean fatigue and usually carried out from a C-119 flying boxcar. Being stick leader on 3 of the 5 lobs meant Eckhart would be the first man out. The reality of being number 1 finally hit when both port and starboard C-130 doors were opened and the order came to stand, hook up, and fit equipment. After the jumpmaster was satisfied, he called for equipment check, then action stations. Then everyone shuffled toward their respective exits. With one foot on the starboard step, hands braced, Jay stared down at the undulating ground and waited. Half a second later, the green light flicked on, and he was out into a warm, embryonic slipstream and under the tail. 20 seconds later, through a PA system at about 300 feet, battling against ground rush, Jay could hear the instructor below giving corrections on drift and landing position. Feet together, knees bent, elbows in, chin on chest. And he was down. Then it was harness release drills and a long walk back to the truck. After his final qualifying equipment jump, along with the other successful candidates, Eckhart was presented with his wings blood style. Blood style refers to the fact that the metal wings are punched into the recipient with pin extended. From the parade ground, a small fleet of buses took everyone back to Campbell. And as he was about to disperse on 2 weeks' leave, Jay and a dozen other enlisted men learned that they were destined for 3506. Originally, Ronnie Ford was born in Chicago, but by the age of 5 his parents had divorced and he ended up living in California with his mother and younger sister. Ron was only 17 when graduating jump school on December 23, 1965. It had been a huge class, and like Ron, most were straight out of AIT. A vast majority of his intake went to fill slots with the 173 Airborne in Vietnam. But as Ford's 18th birthday was not until January 9th, he was held back and sent to Fort Campbell. Arriving on Christmas Eve, Ron went into a holding company before being assigned to 2nd Brigade. Back then, 30-year-old Tom Gentry, who also lived locally, was his platoon sergeant. Being in the 101st meant a huge amount, but Ronnie was always in trouble. Ford was a tough kid in need of discipline, and Gentry certainly gave it to him. After staying with 2501 for about a year, and afraid he was going to miss the big show, Ron volunteered, along with Gentry, for the new battalion with a ready-to-rock-and-roll attitude. Mike Stewart had been serving as a technical corporal with 3rd Battalion, 187th Airborne Infantry Regiment, that, along with 1506 and 2506, made up 3rd Brigade. Mike thought it was both his patriotic and family duty to go to war, save South Vietnam, and halt communist expansion across Asia. Like so many others, he had grown up during the Cold War, where containing communism was a byword for romantic notions of military sacrifice. Edward Basista lived in Perth Amboy, New Jersey, and wanted to join the 173rd, specifically to go to Vietnam, but instead ended up serving with Mike Stewart under Virgil Kraft. After 8 weeks basic, Mike and Ed were allowed to wear the Eagle patch minus its airborne rocker tab. Stewart and Basista were part of a pre-AIT jump school scheme that had not been used since the Korean War. 3 weeks later, despite the unusual winter temperatures and 3 inches of snow, Ed and Mike limped away as qualified paratroopers for a well-earned 2 weeks' leave. The boys returned to Campbell for their AIT before being shipped out to Norway on Operation Bar Cross. It was around this time that Ed heard that Colonel Hayes was looking to train 3 5-man long-range recon patrol teams at Fort Campbell. And by mid-January 67, Basista was in Recondo School. The Reconnaissance, Commando, and Doughboy School was a countrywide combat leadership course modeled on the pre-existing 8-week Ranger program. Condensed down into 3 weeks, the in-house course at Campbell was run by New Englander First Lieutenant David Mike Pearson and covered advanced navigation, demolition, hand-to-hand combat, patrolling, and medical training. The climax of Week 1 was a grueling confidence course culminating in a 60-foot rope drop followed by a zip wire known as the Slide for Life. Suspended 110 feet above a lake, every student had to launch himself down the cable until instructed to let go and plummet into the chilly water below. Both exercises were a test of guts and drive, and not for the faint-hearted. The remaining 2 weeks were split down into 5 different patrol missions that included dialing in a live, real-time airstrike. Firstly, a request was made for a strafing run with 20mm cannon. This was followed by a 7-second delay bomb that would penetrate through trees and explode on the ground. With the canopy gone, the next thing on the menu was a concoction of 200-pound ordnance, followed by napalm. Out of 60 who started, Basista was among those that made the final cut and qualified to wear the coveted tab before being assigned to LRRP Team 3. At the age of 21, Basista was even more desperate to get into the war. But like everyone else at Campbell, despite his latest assignment, he was going nowhere fast. However, when the government lowered the eyesight restrictions for helicopter crew, Ed decided to re-up, slang for re-enlisting, and take a shot at becoming a Huey pilot. At that time, First Sergeant of 3rd Brigade's HQ company was Theron Gergen, who also happened to be a good friend of Tom Gaffney's. Larger than life, Bull, as he was known, had been at the legendary Battle of Ladrang Valley with Colonel Hal Moore back in '65. Bull had also previously worked with John Geraci at the Ranger School, and like Basista, was immensely proud of the Recondo rocker on his right shoulder. Gergen was as tough as he was terrifying. Short in stature and broad of chest, many walked softly around him, and depending on mood, he either liked or loathed you. Luckily, on this particular morning, he was feeling nothing but love for Basista. And when Ed happened to mention about his impending re-up to Army aviation, naturally Gergen asked why. Bull's solution to Ed's problem came as a revelation. The first sergeant had recently been headhunted by Geraci as cadre, and when he told Ed that 3506 would be going to Vietnam, well, that was it. After promising to make all the necessary arrangements, Bull had Ed go back to the re-up sergeant and tell him where to stick the paperwork. Consequently, when the time came, Ed, now joined by Mike Stewart, gathered on base with the other NCOs at the Joe Mann Theater for a welcoming speech. After completing initial documentation, everyone received a promotion by 1 grade in rank. However, rather disappointingly, the two friends learned they were being posted to different companies. Ed to Alpha with Gergen, and Mike to Charlie Company and Virgil Craft. In February '67, 2 months after he had qualified for Recondo, Ray Mayfield applied to 3506 and was posted into A Company. Ray grew up in Texas, joined the regular Army to avoid being drafted, and then volunteered for Airborne. Until Geraci could figure out what to do with him, Ray was initially sent to weapons, due to his previous experience with the 106mm recoilless rifle. Jay Eckhart reported in along with his buddy Darrell Anderson to Building 6923, where the main offices of Alpha were also situated. Housed in separate buildings, each company block-bordered onto Mainville Field and Parade Ground. Running from each landing, long corridors connected into numerous squad bays. Passing by the 4-man NCO accommodation on the top floor, Jay and Darrell stopped outside Bull Gergen's office and knocked politely. After several minutes, the first sergeant looked up from his desk and growled for them to enter. Shoulder to shoulder, they presented their joining instructions. Bull's first question was, "Can any of you broke-dick privates type?" Unanimously, the answer came back, "No, sir." In that moment, Jay and Darrell were not about to admit to being good at anything, let alone typing. Bull shook his head with disappointment and sent them to Staff Sergeant Manfred Fellman and 3rd Platoon. Obnoxious and in his mid-30s, Fellman had been a German boy soldier during the last days of World War II. Walking into the bay, Jay and Darrell were allocated to different squads. After finding his bunk, Eckhart was directed to an office across the street to sign out his individual set of furniture from Supply Sergeant Bill Norris. Norris shoved a form in Jay's direction and told him to indicate on metal wall locker and wooden foot locker with tray. That done, he gestured toward a stack of heavy boxes. 10 minutes later, as Jay came back sweating and red-faced, the corporal, lying on the opposite bunk, inquired sarcastically, "You idiot! Why on earth didn't you ask for some help?" Easygoing and with an appreciation for irony, Thomas Vaughn from Oklahoma would go on to become a great friend. Vaughn also knew Ed Basista, and they had been close since their time together in 3 187 LRRPs. Although drafted from Chicago in January '66, Mike Trant's transition was slightly different. Firstly, Mike's joining date had to be postponed until April due to a minor brush with the law, and after induction, he was sent to Fort Polk, Louisiana. Here, the troops were billeted together in single-story buildings that had once housed German prisoners of war. Due to the exceptionally humid climate, basic was hard going, especially with only running allowed between tasks. Airborne recruiters were never far away, and mentioned to Mike about the extra $55 a month for enlisted and $110 a month for officers. Attracted by this additional pay, Trant decided to put his name down for jump school before qualifying for OCS with another recruit, John Harrison. Everything seemed to be going to plan until, by complete accident, he sent a letter intended for a friend to his mother. While on the phone to her cousin, Mike's mom playfully talked about his bad language and future plans for becoming a lieutenant. Completely misunderstanding what she had said, the cousin called Mike's commander, whom by chance he had known from his own time in the military. Things quickly escalated when the base chaplain then accused Mike of being depraved. After an argument, Mike's company commander withdrew his recommendation to attend OCS, dashing Mike's future hopes for a decent career in the Army. Later, while at Fort Ord, Trant's name was called for jump school. In truth, his original enthusiasm had dipped, but by going to Benning he believed it would purchase more training time and keep him out of Vietnam. With less than 12 months remaining until his expiration date, known to all as ETS, Mike took what he naively thought was another opportunity to delay, and successfully applied for 3506. As Mike stood in the chow line on his first day in battalion, a lieutenant walked up and wished him good morning. Trant's jaw dropped. It was John Harrison, who had Alpha's 2nd Platoon and was also doubling as executive officer to Tom Gaffney. After a quick catch-up, John explained that Alpha was looking for an assistant in the supply room and encouraged Mike to apply. Ever the opportunist, Mike figured that by conning his way into the logistical department, it would be a nice little rear echelon gig, where he could quietly serve out the remainder of his time. Half-jokingly, during the interview with Bill Norris, Michael heaped it on thick and boasted he could type at least 100 words a minute. Knowing Bull was still searching for competent clerks, Norris was more than happy to oblige. Mike Krawcheck's father, Leonard, was a career soldier who had served in Korea and stoked his son's lifelong interest in World War II history. The moment Krawcheck turned 18 in early '66, he volunteered for the Army and Airborne Forces. Out of 800 students on his jumps course, only around 50% made it through the miserably hot weather. One of the clerks at Campbell's replacement depot convinced Mike and several others to try for 2nd Brigade's 501st Signal Company, which turned out to be a total disappointment. Eventually, through word of mouth, Mike got hold of a recruiting number for 3506. When his orders finally came through, Mike and his chum Cleo DeLong were posted to Charlie and subsequently assigned to Captain Nahas as his top-tier signalers. One of C Company's most popular squad leaders turned out to be a 20-year-old kid from West Palm Beach in Florida called Paul Klein. Sergeant Klein had been specially selected out of basic to be fast-tracked up the ranks via a program known colloquially as Shake and Bake. Paul had played football at Florida State and had been inspired to volunteer for Airborne by his father, who fought as a paratrooper in World War II. Staff Sergeant Max Cadena was the polar opposite to Klein. Max had prior service in Vietnam with 1st Cavalry Division and was as good a field sergeant as any platoon leader could wish for. However, in garrison, Max was a disheveled, raging alcoholic with a hangdog expression who often drank himself into oblivion. From the moment he was aware, Captain Nahas struggled to tolerate Max's behavior, and over the coming months was forced to have him confined on numerous occasions to dry out. By now, a few single seniors were sharing rented accommodation off-post, such as Alpha's Stacy Rayner and Biven Patterson. Biven Bextel Patterson had gone to the University of Mississippi on a baseball scholarship and was an incredible pitcher. It was customary for company commanders and their first sergeants to oversee monthly pay parades. A private E1 in 67 made $90.50 a month, plus jump pay, and after tax and other incidentals, there was nothing really left for luxuries. Ever the maverick, during one particular gathering, because 2 of his soldiers were temporarily unavailable, Gaffney made a point of personally taking their wages across to the stockade. When Nick and Bill inquired as why he would be doing such a thing, he explained that from experience it was only right and proper. After asking what he meant by experience, the 2 captains were taken aback to learn that Tom had served time in Japan at the infamous Big 8 military prison. After payday, everyone would gather on Friday night at the Bastogne Bar. The only beer available was a weak canned variety, but nobody really cared. The functional bar had its own jukebox, easy-wash linoleum floor, unbreakable windows, and an outside seating area for those warm Kentucky nights. It was here that the guys got to know their bunk buddies and began to develop bonds that would become so important in Vietnam. Everyone thought Ralph Burdett from Jim Schlax's platoon was merely drunk when he said he was actually English and had joined the Army on a green card. But it was in fact true. Sergeant Burdett had originated from Luton in Bedfordshire and came to Montreal as a child with his parents. 2 years later, the family qualified as permanent residents and were able to move across the border, where Ralph's dad had an older brother living in New Jersey. Jay Eckhart was sharing his cubicle with a short, rotund Texan named Thomas Dees. Tom had worked on a huge farm in East Texas called King Ranch. The drunken tales he spouted about life before the Army seemed totally impossible, but in absence of any war stories, there was nothing else to BS about. Jay was one of only 2 below the rank of corporal in his platoon to finish high school, and many like Dees actually resented him for it. The arrival every evening of a mobile pizza wagon could be frustrating for those with empty wallets. Occasionally, someone would announce, "I'll buy if someone flies." With that, the entire room would scramble, and whoever reached the cash first and made it downstairs to the roach coach won entitlement to an equal share in whatever was on offer. An informal officers' club at the base hospital, known as the Annex, was frequented by most of the young lieutenants, especially during Friday night's happy hour. On the odd occasion, when Geraci dropped by, he would announce, "Okay, guys, who is the JOP?" At that point, the most junior officer present had to come forward and begrudgingly pay for the evening's drinks. Despite this random threat to finances, the Annex proved a great place for John's juniors to kick back, relax, and chat up the women, who, to be fair, were mostly married to senior officers, and as such, way beyond their pay grade. From another place. Within any medical detachment, there was usually an administrative assistant, known as a Medical Service Corps Officer, or MSC, and that man was Lieutenant Curtis Washington. Graduating university with a degree in psychology, Kurt, an African American, completed his officer training as a member of the Armored Branch. However, because of his degree, when Kurt originally came to Fort Campbell, he was reassigned to the Medical Service Corps and sent to study in Texas. Andy Lovey quickly set about cross-training Washington as his medical assistant, and soon the two became inseparable, both on and off base. Andy was totally committed to the actions and competency of his team. To that end, he placed a senior medic with each rifle company to oversee the line guys who were embedded within each platoon. These 5 seniors had all served previously in Vietnam. However, it was clear from the outset that the line medics did not have anywhere near the level of knowledge Andy was expecting. Out of the 40 lessons that he had planned and projected, only 5 were ever fully delivered. Because of this, permission was given for a series of 3-week hospital attachments specifically designed to give selected individuals hands-on experience in emergency, surgical, orthopedic, and internal medicine. Lovey took guys like Mark Jones under his wing. Mark had already done his medical training at Fort Sam Houston in Texas, although his first military occupational specialty, or MOS, was artillery. While at Fort Benning, Jones achieved a high enough rating for medical school, and with the guarantee of a 30-day leave, he signed up. However, despite the perks, he found Sam Houston inadequate. Half of the module was related to a hospital setting, while the other covered basic first aid. It was only when Mark found himself with Doc Lovey that he really began to learn what battlefield medicine was all about. Unfortunately, there was not enough time available for Andy to put everyone through this bespoke course. However, those who showed exceptional ability were sent across to Lieutenant David Mike Pearson and the Currahee Shock Force, CSF. Pearson's colorful nature and his .357 Smith & Wesson manifested the call sign Paladin, reflecting Richard Boone's character from the popular TV show Have Gun, Will Travel. Former Ranger Pearson was brought in to train and lead the CSF in jungle warfare. This Quick Reaction Force, QRF, was made up of just 2 small sections, anti-tank and recon. Pearson's second-in-command was 34-year-old Sergeant First Class Philip Chassian. A highly respected career soldier, Chass lived locally in Clarksville with his wife Joyce and their 3 children, James, Phyllis, and Patricia. Originally from New England, Phil joined the military when he was 18 and had previously served in Korea, Europe, and Vietnam. Coming from a huge family of 13 kids, Chass could never keep up with his mail, but always tried to make time for his twin brother, David. Just like his best buddy, Chass, 32-year-old Sergeant First Class James Bunn had already spent some time in C Company by the time he joined Alpha at the end of September. Originally from Alabama, Jim had enlisted when he was 17 and already had one tour under his belt with 2 502. Jim lived on base with his wife Rachel and their 3 daughters Desiree, Cindy, and Carol, and could have remained in the States, but that was not the way he was wired. Bunn was eventually assigned as a platoon sergeant to John Harrison, where his mission, as he saw it, was to pass everything he had ever learned onto his new charges. Chapter 2. To the Limit and Beyond. Training for Vietnam. Even though most of the platoons were still not fully up to strength, squad-level snap shooting sessions using BB pellet guns began to enhance instinctive skills until new rifles could be delivered. The M16 was prone to jamming, partly owing to poor quality ammunition. However, several refinements had now been introduced, such as replacing its magnesium bolts and using heavier buffer springs to slow down rate of fire. In Vietnam, all rifles needed to be cleaned and oiled at least twice a day with alternative lubricants other than the ineffective standard issue LSA. Newly armed, the battalion threw itself into a series of scenarios, beginning with exercise Goblin Hunt 1. The first field problem began on May 22nd, when Geraci and his men became a guerrilla-style aggressor against Division at the land between the lakes. Situated about 30 miles west of Campbell, this vast wild forest spanned 170,000 acres between the big lakes of Kentucky and Barkley. By simulating an insurgent force, it was hoped that the battalion would gain some practical understanding of the VC. As bandit leader, Geraci adopted the guise of Juan Mal Hombre, meaning John the Bad Guy, a name he had taken from recent wanted posters pinned up by his previous outfit. The sudden proliferation of flyers offered 3 cases of beer or a 3-day leave pass as potential reward for Juan's capture. The name stuck, and from then on the colonel's call sign became Mal Hombre, and was even used by his family in preference to Papa or Dad. The battalion was able to familiarize itself and comfortably implement Mal Hombre's plans for rebellion. John's experience, and that of his cadre, made for a formidable opponent. Hundreds of yards of communications cable were cut by 3506, rendering inter-brigade dialogue virtually non-existent. The colonel also had a small number of special forces teams parachuted in to work alongside him. As per standard operational procedures, the SF guys were there to tutor hit-and-run attacks alongside escape and evasion techniques. Goblin Hunt gave Geraci the opportunity to determine what he had and where he needed to improve. Using helicopters, trucks, and all other available vehicles, 2nd and 3rd Brigades mobilized everything they had to put John and his men out of business. Joe Alexander was attached to a Special Forces sergeant and directed specifically against 2nd Brigade. During the first week, he cached supplies and planned options before Division deployed its hunter force. Joe was captured and spent 3 days in a makeshift prisoner of war compound. He never forgot the experience of tactical questioning, especially its interrogation phase. At the end of TQ, Joe was dumped in the middle of nowhere and ordered to find his way back to friendly forces. While living off the land with Ronnie Ford, Mike Trant got permission from a local farmer for them to sleep in his barn. That night, as they tried to get comfortable, Ron noticed Michael had a few little tidbits squirreled away. Mike only agreed to share his expensive chocolate on condition that Ron rolled on top of him, like a human comforter. Nose to nose, they quietly passed the time discussing their dysfunctional families, including mothers who never wrote, and their connections to Chicago. Mike's family lived in Oak Park, then a crime-free suburb of the city. Oak Park was free of crime for good reason. Most of the successful mobsters lived there, including his friends, the Battaglias. Patriarch Sam Battaglia had links back to the legendary Al Capone and the early days of organized crime. It transpired that Mike's mother had remarried after his father was killed in a hit-and-run accident. By the time a new sister and two brothers came along, Trent was in his early teens and hanging out regularly at the Battaglias. Mom Angela was a lifesaver, and despite her husband Sam being incarcerated, always found time to send her surrogate son luxurious weekly welfare packages. When Ron eagerly agreed to join Mike for a big party at the Battaglias, he could never have known that it would be the birth of a lifelong do-or-die friendship between him and Mike. Bob Baldwin and his buddy Wayne Warren from C Company were paired up and inserted by helicopter for the escape and evasion phase. Bob was 23 and came from Claiborne in Texas. Strangely enough, it was his girlfriend who had actually talked him into volunteering for NAM. Wayne was captured and waiting to be interrogated when a Jeep pulled over. As he was being driven to a nearby country store, the driver told him that his grandmother had just died, and he needed to phone home. A few days later, Virgil Kraft callously denied Wayne's request for compassionate leave, and in doing so, turned most of the company against him. Undercover in one of the local hospitals, Andy Lovey and three of his medics were working as orderlies. The doc decided to make a covert trip back to Campbell and steal a drug known as methylene, which crucially turned blue when introduced to water. Commonly used to treat urinary tract infections, the dark green powder was vital to Andy's upcoming audacious plan. Lovey successfully posed at Campbell's dispensary as an inspector from the Surgeon General's office. Once inside, he gathered up a dozen or so vials before heading back to the land between the lakes. The small bottles were then distributed among the team, that then included Ron Ford, whose collective job was to try to infiltrate both brigades and to introduce the powder into their mobile, potable water systems. Armed with some of the vials and a can of bright yellow spray paint, Ronnie set off alone in a Jeep. It was not long before he was stopped, but he managed to convince security that he was from 2501 C Company and lost. Clearing the checkpoint, Ron headed toward his target before parking up and walking the last few hundred yards. Suddenly, a challenge uttered out from the darkness, and Ford immediately went on a verbal offensive. The sentry apologized, and Ron continued until he arrived in a tented encampment where, quite unbelievably, everyone seemed to be asleep. Looking around, Ford could just make out a few vehicles, and then bingo, a water trailer. Carefully opening the hatch, he poured in the agent. Before leaving, there was one more job that needed doing. Taking the can of yellow paint, he mischievously sprayed Thrush, as in the evil bad guys from TV's The Man from U.N.C.L.E., on a parked vehicle. Further temptation led him into a tent, where he again stenciled Thrush in big letters across the canvas. It was time to bug out and lay up nearby. People were running around everywhere when Ron's eyes opened. Calmly, the sergeant stood up, and in half-light casually began walking toward his emergency rendezvous, or ERV. It was not long before the abandoned jeep was located and search parties dispatched. Similar to what the VC did with local farmers in Vietnam, Malombre had designated local civilians to secretly work alongside his force. Traveling through the forest, Ronnie finally reached his ERV, where a clandestine fifth columnist was waiting with an old truck. When Lovey declared the game's over and 3rd Battalion had won, Division immediately disagreed. That was until Andy asked a senior commander at 2nd Brigade to visit the latrine. But with his urine and everyone else's at brigade now turning blue, Divisional HQ realized they had fallen victim to Lovey's underhand germ warfare and half-heartedly acquiesced. Although the 101st Commander, Ben Sternberg, refused to admit any form of a defeat. On Saturday, June 3rd, as jets swooped low overhead, the divisional band marched triumphantly into Lando de Lagos, a.k.a. Dover, Tennessee. Hamming it up with a bandit-style false mustache, Malombre, along with machine-gun-toting Snake McCorkle, begrudgingly capitulated on the courthouse steps to Sternberg and Mayor Herman Tippit. In front of a large, enthusiastic crowd, General Sternberg joked to Tippit that it had been a privilege to rescue his country from the evil clutches of Juan Malombre. Before a closing display from the 101st Freefall Team, Geraci joined 4 local women who had acted as fifth column to dedicate and sing a couple of old Civil War folk songs to the general. Of course, Vietnam would never and could never be this simple, but nevertheless, some positive lessons were learned. Back at base, regular timed physical tests were introduced, including a hefty assault course, followed by a 1-mile full-on sprint. Those who passed were issued new 1942-style purple shorts, emblazoned with the traditional World War II-era 506 Paradise patch. Each company would also do calisthenics in its own area before forming up for regular long-distance runs. Wearing their heritage pants and freshly printed Currahee t-shirts, the super-fit troopers jogged in formation around base, chanting cadence ditties such as, "Captain's face was turning green, somebody's pissed in his canteen," followed by a more serious, "Blood, guts, kill, kill, blood, guts, kill, kill." By August, many NCOs were being sent on courses, and for the first time were able to mix with colleagues far away from the confines of Campbell. Ed Basista connected with Ronnie Ford while on a 2-week jungle expert survival course at the Army School of the Americas in Panama. For some reason, the two had never seemed to get on, but that all changed at Fort Gulick. On a rare day off, they indulged in local nightlife, and still had enough change left over for a slap-up 4-course meal. During the course, students learned how to kill, pluck, and cook poultry. Rather than wring each bird's neck, several people bit off the heads. Impressed when Ed followed suit, Ron's admiration rapidly changed as his buddy poured warm blood directly into his mouth. After a long, hot, sweaty jungle march, Ed, Ron, and 2 other troopers finally reached their designated spot and began negotiating for a raft. The Panamanian soldier manning their stand seemed unusually difficult, and quickly lowered his attention toward a dagger strapped to Ed's leg. Basista was not about to give up the expensive Mark I Gerber combat knife for a shitty boat. Things quickly escalated, and Basista, without warning, dragged his argumentative opponent to the ground. Placing the razor-sharp edge firmly against the man's throat, Ed screamed, "Okay, you fucker. If you want it, here it is." Ron was speechless as Ed, unable to contain his rage, spat and drooled over the terrified Panamanian. Needless to say, they got what they wanted. Spirits of the Storm. Major General Olinto Mark Barsanti replaced Ben Sternberg on July 1st. Although a veteran of World War II and Korea, and well-liked in Washington, the new leg commander drew early criticism from his troops, including Geraci, who referred to him as Top Wop. However, the previous director of U.S. Material Command had been hand-picked to specifically oversee the newly agreed Divisional Movement Order to Vietnam. When Westmoreland requested that the date be brought forward, 3506 became his first choice for spearhead. To gauge Geraci's readiness, Barsanti levied a 2-day command maintenance inspection. Luckily, like with so many other things, Tom Gaffney was well-versed and understood exactly what needed to be done. Impressed by Alpha's efforts, Malhombre asked Tom to take his supply crew and assist Bill and Nick with their own preparations. This cross-leadership spirit resulted in a preparation for overseas movement score unequaled by any other unit on base for 2 years. Most of the execs dreaded weekends, when the boys were off base on pass. Those who could afford it took the Greyhound from Campbell's main PX and headed for Nashville along Route 41A. Everyone else stayed on camp and gathered at air-conditioned night spots, such as the bowling alley or cinema. As planned, Ron Ford went home to Chicago with Mike Trant, who, despite being unhappy about going to Vietnam, still dragged them into a boozy fight on Rush Street with a group of disrespectful hippies. That night, before going to the Battaglias, Mike's mother got a little drunk and said something to Ron that he never forgot. "We love Michael. We just don't like him." And it was true. Along with further platoon training came helicopter drills, authentic village clearance, and landing zone or LZ techniques. Integrated within the program was a short Recondo-style course teaching lower ranks how to deal with fast-flowing rivers and mountainous terrain. Rappelling, aerial resupply, patrolling, and familiarization with explosives were also included in the package. Things began to get serious when 3506 arrived at Fort Stewart in Georgia for Operation Crocagator. The 2-week program was to begin with a full operational parachute insertion. Early on the morning of July 10th, one of Bucky Cox's squad leaders approached him as he made final preparations. Even though his friend Max Cadena was now on Ron Newton's team, Bucky was gutted to learn that Max was drunk and behaving badly. Cox could not understand what had gone wrong, especially since Cadena was still under booze watch back at base. Cox knew if Nick Nahas got so much as a whiff, then Max's butt would be toast. Newton and Cox closed ranks to help Cadena service his heavy equipment container and get ready for the bus. Once at the airfield, they helped him shoot up and poured him onto the plane. The low-level jump into the Okefenokee swamps turned out to be horrendous for everybody, as the drop zone was inundated with trees and knee-deep, foul-smelling water. The marshland was also home to alligators, bears, and several varieties of deadly snake. The only thing missing to complete the scenario were wild elephants and tigers. Due to resupply problems, people were forced to live off the land and drink brackish water just to stay hydrated. Switching roles, 3506 was now part of the main aggressor force, with simulated access to artillery and air power. However, due to the advanced timetable, extra time needed to fully practice these disciplines was no longer available. This small oversight would turn out to be a big problem during the battalion's first 2 months in Vietnam. Burning Sky. The Divisional Planning and Training Section ran regular 5-day Jumpmaster courses for officers and senior NCOs at Campbell. 2 days of intense ground training at the Advanced Airborne School were followed by 3 days dispatching. Shortly before the end of Joe Alexander's course, he was called back to base. Although Geraci was still cleaning up after Crocagator, he had been tasked to support a state of emergency declared to quench growing civil unrest in Detroit. On January 23rd, the city had erupted into mass rioting that during a 5-day period claimed the lives of over 40 people. Joe and several others were sent across to help Malombre organize loading schedules at the airfield. While Joe had been away, the battalion underwent instructions on various methods of riot control. Sitting on bleachers, the troopers listened to outdoor lectures concerning the worsening situation in Detroit. But what they were not being told was why the riots had started. The Detroit Police Department had previously raided an event and arrested around 90 people. The event had, in fact, been a welcome home party for 2 African-American soldiers. The media did all it could to portray the situation as a confrontation between black residents and a system that suppressed and exploited them. The adverse effect this had on the black guys within the battalion proved worrying. Guys like Sergeant Charles Pete Dozier personally intervened and calmed things down. Pete was Joe Alexander's section chief from Charlestown, West Virginia. The battalion was fully multiracial, and those of color depended on African-American seniors like Pete to give them fair representation. Everyone was relieved when the top brass decided not to send 3506 into Detroit. Transported by truck to the Tennessee-Georgia border in August, Malombre and Fat Cat prepared for their final exercise, Operation Night Eagle. Alongside 2nd and 3rd Brigades, a 7-day jungle-style program was set up in the Cherokee National Forest. Here, a narrow strip of the Appalachian mountain chain resembled Vietnam's Central Highlands. Divisional elements were once again playing hunter force, but no matter how tough conditions seemed to be, this was nothing compared to the real thing. Early deployment had put Malombre on a collision course with the rainy season, where warmer temperatures bred 100% humidity and squalid conditions. Unlike the North, which had 4 discernible seasons, the provinces of Ninh and Binh Thuan were heavily inundated with humid rain from May to November. During Night Eagle, the medics removed thousands of ticks called chiggers. Mutual discomfort built cohesion, but at times it was hard to stay focused in the subtropical Appalachian humidity. But it was imperative, as vital ambush and counter-ambush drills gave way to long-distance patrolling. 3rd Battalion struck at every opportunity and covered over 80 miles on foot. Squad leaders were tasked to plan their own ambushes and prepare patrol routes, as well as to work with their eye-in-the-sky, Jim Pratts, who was constantly circling overhead in the Bird Dog. To make things even harder, the only maps made available were ultra-basic and nearly 30 years old. Consequently, with no grids or coordinates, ground navigation was pushed to its very limits. One of the sergeants from Charlie, Jeff Cunningham, sprang a perfectly prepared ambush on Captain Nahas. unable to detect any sign or presence, Nick was greatly impressed by just how far his men had come during the last couple of months. D. Dallas and John Bowes began to drill down into actions on WIA, KIA, medevac, ammo, unworkable radios, chopper loading and unloading, etc. D's other concern was to ensure everyone on radio watch wrote down their resupply, known as arrows, and medevac requests correctly. Although there were not that many helicopters available for Night Eagle, it was still important for all radio operators to understand correct procedure when dealing with aviation assets. While the battalion was away in Tennessee, Weapons Platoon remained at Fort Campbell to conduct live-fire training. John Gefeller put Joe Alexander through his own advanced support weapons course, including the complexities of erecting an RC-292 antenna system. Time to say your goodbyes. With deployment looming, those married and living on base had the added pressure of having to relocate their families. September was divided by 2 periods of leave. Andy Lovey and Kurt Washington opted to take the second cycle, giving them time to double-check their medical equipment before it was sent to USNS General William Weigel at Oakland Naval Base in San Francisco. As designated loading officer, Kurt was in charge of the troop ship manifest and went out of his way to make sure all medical containers were given priority, last on, first off listing. Well, that was the theory. Rosalie Nahas handed back the keys to 1206B Werner Avenue and moved 700 miles with her 1-year-old son to be close to Nick's folks in Texas. Luckily, his father, a retired colonel with over 30 years' service, fully understood the support Rosalie now needed. Those who had to fly home used the airport at Nashville, while everyone else took the Greyhound. Michael Shepard, from 1st Platoon B Company, was Canadian, and Joe Jervis made a bet with a doubting Herb Hole that Mike would come back. It was ironic that many young men went to Canada to avoid the draft, and here was Shepard, a full-blooded Canadian citizen, enthusiastically filling his boots in the U.S. paratroops. A long road trip lay ahead of Jervis, who was about to drive Josephine and the kids across to California so they could catch the military flight home to Honolulu. Jim Bunn was planning to drive Rachel and their kids home to his mom's in Oklahoma. As it was en route, he suggested they should drive together at least as far as Magnum, where Joe said his goodbyes and continued north to Travis Air Force Base. After spending their first week in Chicago, it was Mike Trant's turn to meet Ron Ford's family in California. The 2 chums arrived in St. Louis a day early to catch the military hop and ended up looking for seats in a busy bar just outside base. Everyone was pretty loose, especially one of the Air Force guys, who came over and asked if they wanted to join him. How could they refuse? The table was full of lovely ladies who seemed interested in the 2 sharp-looking paratroopers. One girl, after learning he would soon be in Vietnam, immediately snuggled up close to Ron and began stroking his thigh. Her friend quickly followed suit with Mike. The boys could not believe what was happening, and later thanked the Air Force man profusely when he got up and left. The next morning, after saying goodbye to the 2 girls, Ron and Mike were on a flight to the West Coast. 5 hours later, Michael was standing in front of Ron's mom. At the time, she was living in a small hotel room with his 16-year-old sister, her boyfriend, and their newborn baby. The following Saturday, after a brilliant week letting off steam, it was time to return to Fort Campbell. But before leaving, they stopped by the hotel for a last farewell to Ron's family. It was clear that money was tight, and against Mike's wishes, Ron gave his sister every collective dollar they had remaining in their float. After a hard and difficult goodbye, she dropped them off at Travis. But with just 24 hours to get back, there were no flights available. As the guys pleaded at check-in, one suddenly came up for Delaware. When they arrived at Dover Air Force Base, they discovered their next flight did not leave until the early hours of Sunday morning. To pass the time, they begged, borrowed, and stole enough money to cover beer and snacks. Mike was still drunk when Ron dragged him into the departure lounge. The news was not good, and the flight they were hoping for had been canceled. Being more sober, Ron turned and announced he was going off to find breakfast. It was still dark outside as Mike sank onto a couch, curled up, and went to sleep. 15 minutes later, Trent was awoken and told there was a plane leaving shortly for Oklahoma. After stumbling in and out of several buildings, he eventually found his pal patiently waiting in a chow line. Back at the terminal, they ran into the pilot, who handed them 2 packed lunches and pointed to a twin-propped C-47. However, check-in then refused permission to board. The SkyTrain was full of field-grade types, and it was clear they did not wish to share their flight with what they perceived were a pair of disheveled, drunken bums. Mike found a telephone and rang Alpha's orderly room, whereupon John Friday picked up. Mike was desperately trying to explain when Captain Gaffney came on. "There's no being late, Private. Go to the Air Force Police and turn yourselves in as AWOL. Trust me, son. The APs will take you to the nearest civilian airport and purchase any necessary tickets. Go get it done." Naturally, they followed Gaffney's instructions. But as the APs checked through their travel warrants, they realized the 2 friends were not officially AWOL until the next morning. Eyes to the sky in frustration, they headed back to the departure lounge, where thankfully their pilot had been looking for them. "Where have you 2 been? I told you to get on my aircraft." After telling the pilot what had happened, he blurted, "Fuck that. It's my plane, and I decide who flies." A few minutes later, Mike and Ronnie were on board and sitting well out of everyone's way. Once airborne, Mike munched through his packed lunch and just moments later threw it all back up. After acquiring 2 more flights, they finally made it to Nashville and ran into a couple of buddies from Alpha working a shuttle run. Totally shattered, the duo hitched a ride back to Campbell and made morning parade with just minutes to spare. Gaffney did a double-take when he saw them swaying to attention, and with a smile whispered, "I will talk to the pair of you later. Welcome home." New clothing, boots, and rucksacks were issued, along with a bunch of other useless stuff that would later end up buried in foxholes around Fan Rang. With new name tags and patches, everyone gathered for final platoon and company photographs. After processing at Johnson Field, several hundred cases of beer were dumped into ice-filled portable rubber reservoirs. Fluttering in the breeze, flags from every state hung neatly from a line of trees. After an intercompany games competition, everyone decanted to nearby woods for a last supper of celebration. Chapter 3. The Things We Cannot Change. Shipping Out. Colonel Geraci and his advance party were flying to Vietnam and had planned to leave on October 4th, but their medevac Hercules became delayed due to engine problems. Accompanying Geraci were Bob Mayers, Dee Dallas, and Mike Pearson, along with company executives Carl Perry, Milton Menevar, and Roy Summers, plus around 20 personnel from various S departments. The officers had a collection to purchase beer and gathered in Dee's office to watch a big football game. Later that evening, still in party mood, Dallas and Pearson headed to the Officers' Club with John Bowes for another session with Majors Mayers, Pratts, and Sexton, and Master Sergeant Jim Goree. 2 days later, Mal Hombre and his intrepid team finally got off the tarmac and made it to Travis, where their aircraft suffered further mechanical issues. This second breakdown caused another 10-hour delay and opportunity to visit the nearest watering hole. After 72 hours, the C-130 hopped between islands, stopping briefly in Hawaii to refuel and change crew, before flying on to Wake Island, Guam, and the Philippines. Finally, on October 8th, deprived of sleep, the advance party touched down at Phan Rang. Prior to Geraci's departure, a fleet of trucks brought the battalion to Campbell's Army Airfield, where several charter planes belonging to modern airlines were waiting. Piled into baggage trailers, the brand-new duffels and equipment were loaded into each respective hold. Before boarding, Medic Larry Briggs questioned Max Cadena's uncontrollable shaking and was immediately silenced by Virgil Kraft. The main cabin of Alpha's aircraft quickly filled with cigarette smoke as the 707 taxied out and took off. Arriving safely at Alameda Naval Air Station, the troops were bussed a short distance to San Francisco Harbor, where they spent that night in the aptly titled Camp Hell. From Hell, their twin-funneled, gray-painted vintage troop ship was clearly visible in the distance. Top speed 20 knots, 622 feet long, and 75 feet wide. USNS Weigel would be home for the next 3 weeks. Boarding began after dockside assembly and roll call. Joining 3506 on Weigel's penultimate voyage were 3503, 324th Signal, and 201st Aviation Companies, plus a small contingent destined for 3rd Marine Amphibious Force. Ray Mayfield was now working at Alpha HQ and had already been on board for several days with a small team led by Major Fisher. Guides were on hand to direct each company to its pre-designated berths. Each compartment was stacked with rows of foldable bunks. Men billeted centrally were luckier than those who found themselves in the vomit-inducing stern or bow sections. If that was not bad enough, S&T were bunked in the bowels directly above a noisy propeller shaft. Due to an absence of bedding, everyone was told to use poncho liners, but with conditions below deck being so warm, it was not necessary. The enlisted guys had access to communal saltwater showers and unpartitioned toilets. Rank most definitely had its privilege, as the officers, warrant officers, and top 3-tier NCOs settled into shared private cabins. Kurt Washington and Andy Lovey were assigned a room with Bill Landgraf and Junior Communications Officer Jack Jordan. After introducing himself to onboard doctors Rosenberg and Takahashi, Andy began to set out his tentative plan for joint medical coverage. At approximately 14:30 hours on October 3rd, Weigel left port, and the clock began ticking. There were no heartbroken girlfriends or wives to wave goodbye, just a military band on a dank, cargo-littered dock, blasting out their own version of a musical epitaph. Many were already feeling unwell before Weigel even reached the magnificent Golden Gate Bridge. Jerry Gomez, headed topside just as they passed underneath. For Gomez, this was a profound moment, because he had driven across the city of fog countless times on his old commute to work. During first sick call, Larry Briggs diagnosed Max Cadena with severe anemia. Captain Nahas was fuming when he had to explain to Major Fisher that his sergeant was now in need of an urgent blood transfusion. Being O-negative, Max's blood type was rare and compatible with only a handful of people on board, one of whom was Fisher. The 4 pints of blood subsequently donated were just about enough to raise Cadena's red cell count back to normal. Not just a top-flight medic, Larry was also a gifted piano player with a great voice, who made it his mission to entertain while on board. Now based with his men in the air-conditioned infirmary, it was Lovey's job to check inoculation records and bring everyone up to date with their shots. Minor surgeries were also carried out, such as the removal of John Harrison's ingrowing toenails. John had been suffering for a while and took the opportunity to get both big toes treated while he had the chance. Dozens of lectures were provided by all departments during the voyage. But Philip Chassian's How to Survive and Fight was always popular, and often concluded by him saying, "If you have faith, then keep hold, for you will be sure to need it over the coming months." An impromptu stop was made at Midway Island to offload members of the 503rd who had tested positive for hepatitis E. It transpired that they had all ingested contaminated water during their final exercise. As a precautionary measure, Lovey and his counterpart in 3503, Dr. Golden, inoculated everyone who had been in close contact and imposed stricter hygiene rules and mess schedules. Consequently, most galley staff and mess stewards were quarantined. After a negative test result, Chris Adams was ordered to take over from one of the stewards. Despite his initial objections, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as Adams now had a cabin with its own shower and bathroom. He was sharing with a guy called Harold from the 503rd, and it did not take long for them to discover a lucrative opportunity. Once Sam the baker joined their team, Chris and Harold's bakery business soon grew exponentially. In order to keep up with demand, Sam produced dozens of extra pastries and pies for customers who waited patiently every evening behind the officers' mess. As Weigel crossed the international date line on October 10th, all crew and guests officially entered into a traditional ceremony known as Royal Domain of the Golden Dragon. Shortly afterward, a severe typhoon battered Weigel for several hours. Below decks, it was utterly miserable, as raw sewage combined with vomit to swamp every compartment. Enough damage was caused to force the ship's captain to change course and put in for emergency repairs at Luzon. Subic Bay, the Philippines, October 19, 1967. "Welcome to Subic Bay," read a sign as the guys gawped in awe at a gigantic aircraft carrier moored nearby. With the unexpected bonus of shore leave, Joe Alexander was appointed duty officer responsible for timely and orderly return to ship. Nick Nahas's first reaction was to laugh when told that his company had to be back on board by 0100 hours. Off limits to anyone below staff sergeant, Sam the baker and his buddies were getting ready to party in nearby Olongapo. Harold and Chris were desperate to go along with Sam and spend their ill-gotten gains. Luckily, he came up with some spare civilian clothing and relevant passes. Decked out in Hawaiian shirts, Bermuda shorts, and flip-flops, Chris and Harold fell in with the crew and disappeared off base. Back then, Olongapo town was one long shithole of a street, full of pickpockets, a thriving sex industry, and shack-style bars. Naively, Andy Lovey, Bill Landgraf, and Jim Kessinger had the same idea. Hailing a garishly painted vintage taxi jeep, they headed for one club in particular that had been well recommended. But Olongapo's trash-filled streets seemed oppressive and ugly. The club was just too bawdy for Andy and Jim, who soon made their excuses and left. As designated provost marshal, John Harrison sensed things were not about to go well when a white Shore Patrol pickup truck drove onto the dock. Until that moment, there had been no hint of trouble. But as its inebriated cargo spewed onto the ground, John's upbeat holiday mood slumped. Called down from the ship by an angry lieutenant commander, Harrison was ordered to quell a riot at the enlisted men's club. It seemed that some troopers had taken over, and now had several bartenders and a couple of men from the Naval Shore Patrol all held captive. John immediately triggered his rapid response group, led by Bull Gergen. When they arrived, Harrison found the Navy police outside, slapping black-painted truncheons into their palms. The main entrance was littered with unopened beer cans, thrown by those now holed up inside. John saluted as a Shore Patrol officer impatiently announced he was about to break skulls. Stepping back, Harrison urged him to think again. The officer smiled, smugly looked around at his men, and replied, "You go right ahead, Lieutenant. Be my guest." With that, Bull bellowed, "Port arms!" and the response team advanced with their pickaxe handles into a protective line. As they reached the entrance, Gergen glanced down at John's feet and burst into laughter. Wearing flip-flops, with both toes still heavily bandaged, Harrison looked ridiculous as he pushed open the front door. Luckily, most of those inside came from A Company, and upon seeing Bull, quickly backed down. In reality, after being locked into a large, semi-refrigerated storeroom, the SPs had sheepishly accepted an invite to join Alpha's little party. Things were not as bad as they first seemed, and all official charges were quickly dropped. After agreeing damages, Harrison made his way back to ship with the sullen culprits. Back on board, just when John thought things could not get any worse, another white pickup came weaving into view and crashed into a concrete bollard. A dozen men jumped out and made for the stern. From his position at the bow, hindered by flip-flops, John was outrun as the last soldier disappeared inside Weigel. It was only then he noticed 4 semi-naked SPs inside the abandoned vehicle's rear cage and trudged back to help. Among personal items scattered across the front passenger seat were equipment belts, a Master-at-Arms badge, and 2 walkie-talkies. Apprehensively, John released the captives, who were absolutely livid. An approaching siren indicated the truck jacking had not gone unnoticed. Followed by a gray sedan, a jeep came tearing along the pier and screeched to a halt. Inside was the same officer John had squared away earlier, but this time he had come looking for Major Fisher. As Weigel was sealed off, Fisher came down and got into the sedan. 30 minutes later, he returned, ashen-faced, and without a word went straight to his cabin. Lieutenant Harrison never found out what Fisher had said, but the SPs were immediately stood down and sent back to their respective duties. Meanwhile, a live band at the Officers' Club had been fabulous, and as Doc Lovey merrily made his way back to ship, he bumped into Bill Landgraf. The captain had been completely cleaned out by a thief in a Langapo. Drunken troopers from B Company were arguing on the dock. Roger Shannon did not want to board, and it took Andy and Bill over half an hour to convince him otherwise. The Doc should have quit while he was ahead, but he went to calm another guy shouting his mouth off further along the quay. After 10 abusive minutes, Andy escorted the man, who was a helicopter pilot, to where Phil Chassian and a few naval heavies were quietly waiting to put him to bed. On Sunday morning, about 30 guys headed out to a nearby golf course, where its clubhouse served a great cooked breakfast. When the bar opened, at 1100 hours, copious amounts of San Miguel flowed until around mid-afternoon, when Subic's shore patrol arrived. The revelers soon found themselves facing a line of ubiquitous white Navy pickups. Ray Mayfield, Phil Vernon, and several friends compliantly clambered into the rear cage of one flatbed. While Rich McDaniel rode up front, Ray and the others sat down opposite a group of 503rd troopers. Within seconds, a fight erupted, and then suddenly stopped to let Phil Vernon locate a missing tooth. Once Phil's crown had been returned, the brawl recommenced with renewed vigor, before Mac was ordered to step in and regain control. Chapter 4. Only the Strong Survive. Orientation and Deployment, October 28th to November 30th, 1967. Covering a distance of almost 7,000 nautical miles, the Weigel continued on across the South China Sea before docking at Queen Anne to offload the 503rd. After the other units disembarked at various locations along the coast, 3506 finally reached Cam Bay on October 26th. Malombre and the advance party were waiting dockside with Brigadier General Matheson and Deputy Commander of 1st Field Force, 1 FFV, Brigadier George Blanchard. From its headquarters at Nha Trang, the mission of 1 FFV was to provide combat assistance to 2 Corps in the Central Highlands. Over the next 2 years, several aggressive formations had been attached and rotated through Blanchard's organization, including the 173rd Airborne, 1st Brigade, and now 3506. As the troops formed up for a big welcome parade, Bob Mayers stood proudly next to Geraci, cradling his Thompson submachine gun, recently acquired from the VC. Post-ceremony, the American Red Cross ladies served up donuts before the boys were trucked 60 miles south to Phan Rang. The proficiency school at Phan Rang was said to be one of the finest in Vietnam, being home to 1st Brigade's rear detachment. Salve Matheson was closely tied to 3rd Battalion's inaugural schedule, along with his legendary command sergeant, Major Paul Huff. Situated against a backdrop of rugged hill country and outgoing South Korean artillery, the sprawling bomber base had its own air-conditioned luxury barracks, flushing toilets, showers, and swimming pool. However, home for the troopers was a collection of ramshackle huts and dusty tents, oil drum trash cans, and basic open latrines. The battalion was set to acclimatize for the next few weeks, but even here on the coast it was still wet, warm, and unbearably humid. For inexperienced soldiers with an eagerness to perform, keeping everyone hydrated proved to be a real concern for the directing staff. Completely self-contained, the purpose of P training was to realistically refresh everything learned previously in the States, with emphasis on enemy tactics, booby traps, culture, and tropical diseases. Malaria-infected mosquitoes were a constant threat, and combined weekly doses of chloroquine and primaquine, known as Monday pills, were essential, as was a mosquito net. Other hazards could be found in food and water, where dysentery, cholera, hepatitis, and typhoid were rife. 5 days of range work followed, during which time Alpha Platoon Sergeant Tom Gentry was hospitalized by a random ricochet. From here, the men moved on to orientation by the U.S. and Royal Australian Air Forces, covering aircraft familiarization and ordnance. Malhombre's troopers came to love the Australians, especially their enlisted men's club, and although a fair walk from camp, it always had an endless supply of scrumptious, ice-cold rum and coke. At the time, William Westmoreland was touring divisional bases with ARVN General Cao Van Veen. The two visited 3506 at Phan Rang on the 8th to welcome and emphasize their five-nation free world military allied force that also included New Zealand and Taiwan. Over lunch with Colonel Geraci, Westmoreland went on to explain his plans and thoughts for the future. With almost half of the interior being uninhabitable jungle, swamp, and scrub, he fervently maintained that the enemy had to be found and engaged in these more remote areas. Rapid helicopter deployment was now key, and had been well tested up north by 1st Cavalry. The original idea of helicopter combat assault had been Westmoreland's, and aptly demonstrated his mantra: mobility plus firepower equaled attrition. After praising Geraci's troopers for epitomizing the American fighting spirit, Westmoreland spoke about their recent parachute exercise and how crucial it had been to fulfilling his vision. Westmoreland's visit left everybody with a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that they were now the only solid divisional choice for its future airborne combat operations. Yet many departments had still not received their vehicles or containers. Consequently, people were forced to bum rides to visit nearby towns, such as Tap Cham, with its popular steam baths and ancient dynastic ruins. Finally, when the Connex boxes did arrive, dedicated shower blocks and accommodation tents were erected. Frustratingly, Andy Lovey and his men had to move their main aid tent at least 6 times before they finally got it into a position that Snake McCorkle approved. Before long, Lovey was receiving his first patients who had predominantly fallen victim to snakebite. When Andy came back from a meeting, he was surprised to see a large Confederate flag pinned to the aid tent, and politely asked for it to be removed. The 2 medics responsible argued it represented Alabama, and therefore was not connected in any way to prejudice. The medical detachment was a multiracial team serving multiracial patients, and Andy felt that it did not seem right to be driving a wedge between the two. He could not order the flag to be taken down, but instead asked everyone to be considerate. A few minutes later, the stars and bars disappeared, never to return. Bull told Ray Mayfield to get some tent lighting installed so the boys could write home to their mothers. Ray had only just finished when Gergen ordered him to burn away the excrement. Mayfield explained that being raised in the country, he was more adept at putting lime on the poop rather than fuel. Bull showed no interest in Ray's reticence, and instead went into great detail, explaining correct use of gasoline. Mayfield was right to be nervous, because only a few days earlier, medic Mark Jones had been rushed to hospital after having both arms scorched by a fireball. Despite Ray's overly careful efforts to torch the waste, most still remained unburned. Afterward, Bull, completely stone-faced and much to everyone's stifled amusement, scolded, "God damn it, Mayfield! What did I friggin' well tell you? You gotta stir that friggin' shit before you goddamn burn it!" The saying went on to become a euphemism for the ongoing mission, and saw much comical use over the coming months. On-the-job training. Chu Lai. From Phan Rang, the coastal flats of southern Vietnam curved 350 miles north, toward Quang Tin Province and the U.S. Marine enclave of Chu Lai. On October 29th, most of the officers and first sergeants were flown here for 7 days operational experience with Tu 327. Known as On-the-Job Training, OJT, Tu 327 were part of 1st Brigade, and aptly nicknamed the No Slack Battalion. Recently promoted to captain, Mike Pearson spent his first few days in the 1 Corps Zone, with No Slack's logistical team, and evenings frequenting their May 13 Club, where he met Lieutenant John McKnight, Jr. John was in charge of the Hawk Recon Platoon, and, of course, shared much in common with Pearson. McKnight's father had been a company commander in 3506 during World War II, and was captured shortly after dawn on D-Day. While Geraci and Mears renewed old friendships, the juniors were partnered up with their opposite numbers to get a feel for how northern operations were being conducted. Andy Lovey hooked up with the exec from the 101st Medical Company, Don Johnson, and Greg Cole, battalion surgeon for 320th Artillery. That night, everyone joined Salve Matheson and his staff for dinner and drinks at the club. Matheson's mess was a large, rustic, no-frills tent, and when he and his deputy brigade commander, Colonel Oscar Davis, were holding court, they could be a formidable pain in the ass. Always in the name of fun, Matt and Davis took great pleasure in teasing their guests before toasting with flaming shots of cognac, known to all as afterburners. 1st Brigade had been based at Chu Lai since the beginning of September as part of Operation Wheeler. The NVA were building up in the nearby Song Tu Bon and Song Tran valleys, confiscating local food and other supplies, while staging for big city targets along the coast. Wheeler had seen the largest single sweep to date conducted by the Screaming Eagles. In the early October, Typhoon Carla triggered an epic monsoon that raked Chu Lai with torrential rain and winds of up to 90 miles per hour. Despite this unusually extreme weather, Tu 327 still managed to maintain pressure on the enemy's fragmented 2nd Division. But after 7 weeks of vicious combat and over 800 North Vietnamese soldiers killed, the fight still remained largely unresolved. Among those sent into the mountains was John Harrison, who, while patrolling, came under direct enemy fire for the very first time. It was a totally different experience than he imagined. When the bullet cracked overhead, despite everything he had been told or thought he knew, John just sat down in the open. Afterward, the platoon leader to whom Harrison was attached explained that new officers often moved with a different rhythm and were always singled out by snipers. When they found the body, John's shooter was old-school Viet Cong, using a poorly maintained vintage Russian bolt-action rifle. Even after what had just happened, John still found it hard to conceive that a dirty 65-year-old weapon, such as this man's Mosin Nagant, could be something lethal. But make no mistake, it was. Useful tips on how to improve and re-rig equipment were also taken on board. For instance, all rucksacks were metal-framed, with bag section at base and straps for bedroll uppermost. It was better to turn the sack around to spread any load, leaving the lower frame free to secure a poncho roll and sandbags. Another good piece of advice was, when cut in half, a C-ration box, placed between the frame and sack, could provide effective cushioning for your lower back. The guys were also encouraged to remove a useless narrow waist strap from their rucks and run it through the M16 carry handle. This way, when hanging from the shoulder, a rifle was always ready and available for use. MAC-V devised a countrywide system of remote hilltop artillery fortifications, known as fire bases, and Chu Lai was no exception. From here, long-range patrols could seek out contacts before calling in search-and-destroy battalions such as 3506. These fire bases were designed to channel insurgents into corridors, where artillery and air power could then be more accurately directed against them. Andy Lovey and Kurt Washington were out on a morning flight to the command post, CP, with No Slack Quack, Dr. Richard Porter. The CP was situated within a heavily protected fire base overlooking the Song Tran Valley. After an unusually quiet night up on the hill, leaving Mike Pearson behind at the Tactical Operations Center, TOC, Andy and Kurt accepted a lift from Lieutenant Colonel Edmund Aboud, callsign Black Panther. The No Slack CO was conducting a reconnaissance flight in his command and control chopper and thought it would be a good opportunity for Andy and Kurt to see where some of his recent battles had taken place. Later that same day, Malombre and Fat Cat were making a low-level pass in Black Panther's helicopter when someone below stepped on a mine. Much to Fat Cat's surprise, Malombre turned his head away and refused to look. Nobody enjoyed seeing anyone get hurt, but the casualty had lost a leg and needed urgent extraction. As there was no place to land, Bob volunteered to rappel down and oversee the lift. When the major returned with the wounded trooper, John still refused to acknowledge the injured kid's presence. Afterward, when the guy was offloaded to a medevac, John admitted to Bob that despite having been a soldier for over 20 years, he still struggled to cope with any form of high-level suffering. That afternoon, Dr. Porter took Lovey and Washington out on one of his medical civic action missions known as MedCap. The program was designed to assist civilians with their medical needs and show that America was actively supporting them. After obtaining the necessary access permissions from a local village chief, the doctors began to set up shop. The philosophy was to treat and train villagers in basic first aid, and by doing so, hopefully dilute future enemy influence. The Vietnamese National Police usually escorted all civil affairs teams to politely coerce any reluctant villagers from their homes. Mothers soon appeared with babies along with the elderly. Soon, a line grew to more than 50 people, the majority of whom were treated for malaria and various simple skin infections caused by poor hygiene. Before departing, as a gesture of goodwill, Porter distributed soap, candy, and cigarettes, all of which seemed to be well appreciated. Exhausted and disheveled, Andy returned to Phan Rang, only to find that D. Dallas had borrowed his camp bed for a VIP guest. Lovey was fuming, and the fact that the visitor was Brigadier General Matheson made no difference. Matt had come for a special meeting with Dee and John Bowes. Upon entering, Dee was surprised to see Major Robert Elton, the brigade's head of logistics, sitting in the corner. Matheson cut to the chase and asked Dee for urgent help with procuring a number of highly specific spare parts for his vehicles. With that, Elton nodded, leaned forward, and handed Dallas 2 sheets of paper full of stock numbers. John and Dee looked through the list for a couple of minutes before nonchalantly confirming that none of it would be a problem. All thanks to John's brilliant, albeit unconventional, forward planning, Matheson and Elton were rendered speechless and preferred no further questions on the whys and wherefores of their pending delivery. Kurt Washington went back to Chu Lai for a second time on the understanding that he was going to learn more about the no-slack CP. A helicopter dropped him off at an isolated outpost, and within minutes the platoon leader there had gathered his men and began to march. When Kurt ventured to ask where they were going, the lieutenant pointed to a range of mountains a few miles away. Kurt then inquired about the whereabouts of Lieutenant Colonel Laboud's command post. "Hell no, that's way up over there," came back the reply. It was then that the penny dropped, but it was too damn late. Kurt had to endure a grueling 8-hour march, 2 ambushes, and 1 serious casualty. On-the-job training lesson 2. Never get off a chopper without first confirming your exact location. Back in Phan Rang, in an attempt to gain more perspective, the company commanders took turns to ride shotgun on bombing missions against enemy base camps north of Saigon. After spending a horrendous couple of hours strapped into the back seat of an F-100F Super Sabre, Nick Nahas was still naive enough to believe that being Army was a much better option than Air Force. During his time at Alpha Headquarters, Mike Trant had formed a solid bond with armorer Carl "Skip" Ratty. Both were draftees who loved to party, and both had fallen victim to the bullying nature of Bill Norris. Norris may have been a brilliant supply sergeant, but he treated them like they were his personal valets, and even tried to have Skip busted for complaining. Company training NCO Sergeant Bob Bell knew they were unhappy, and invited Mike and Carl to join him for a few days out in the field. But things did not quite work out as expected when Joe Alexander and John Gefeller selected them for their new outfit. At that time, most of the battalion's 81mm mortars and recoilless rifles were being withdrawn into storage, and the 3 weapons platoons restructured to provide an additional rifle arm for each company. Although these new configurations were designated as a 4th Infantry platoon, they temporarily lacked the manpower and equipment necessary to function as such. Consequently, Lieutenants Alexander, Machette, and Moore now found themselves acting as reserve or backup for the respective companies. Over the following few weeks, additional fire team leaders, radio men, and grunts filtered in to bring numbers up to a more acceptable level. Ratty and Trant joined Lieutenant Alexander's new platoon, along with several others, including radio operator Tom Vaughn and medic Jose Joe Ramos. Alexander's original corps platoon was very close-knit, and Mike found it almost impossible to fit in. However, this was not the case for New Englander Skip, who was ecstatic about his new role as fire team leader under Sergeant Marcel "Frenchie" Coulon. It had been just over a month since leaving San Francisco, and with the nights growing cooler, the final monsoon rains turned everything into a sea of thick red mud. For several days, the only way in or out of base was by air, especially after the main bridge outside Cam Ranh Bay was sabotaged. At the same time, Captain Doug Alitz was organizing the battalion's first medcap with Doc Lovey and local district chief Captain Viet Tan. On that first trip, and he was proud to have inoculated more than 300 people for cholera and distributed various medications, along with over 80 pounds of soap. Chapter 5. The Dragon's Graveyard. Operation Rose, November 1967. After 8 months fighting in the Northern Zone, Matheson and his men handed over responsibility to the 198th Infantry Brigade and departed Chu Lai to join Operation Klamath Falls. The entire brigade would now be based at Phan Rang, but working out of Bao Loc, 60 miles due west in the Central Highlands. Primarily, the new mission was to locate and neutralize the enemy across Lam Dong and Binh Tuan provinces, and bring security to a section of road between Phan Rang, Phan Thiet, and Xuan Loc, known as QL1, or Highway 1. Poorly surfaced, and in places barely wide enough for the big transporters, Highway 1 was in a terrible state. The U.S. government had recently increased road funding and sent huge amounts of equipment and heavy plant. But sadly, most of this cash found its way into the pockets of corrupt Vietnamese entrepreneurs, who rather than roads built ostentatious bars, restaurants, and nightclubs in Saigon. While the brigade headed out to Bao Loc, 3506, along with several local provincial recon units, or PRUs, was assigned to an area due south of Phan Rang. As the battalion's first air-mobile combat helicopter assault, Operation Rose was brainchild to Geraci and Mares. The Viet Cong at that time were made up of a mixture of main force battalions and local force companies, and complex in organization. 7 years earlier, anti-American forces had combined to become the National Liberation Front. Shortly afterward, with assistance from Ho Chi Minh, the NLF established its Liberation Army of South Vietnam, LASV, that went on to become the current main force Viet Cong. 3rd Battalion's mission was designed to encompass a series of planned search and destroy patrols in the Padaran Hills to locate and eliminate a troublesome base operated by a local force company from the 270th VC Battalion. However, most of the information available regarding this unit was already 1 month out of date. The Cape's western hills were, and still are, among the most amazing maritime massifs in Vietnam. Bordering Ca Na Bay, the beautiful Cape of Padaran gave way to a wall of rocky cliffs proliferated by dragon trees, venomous snakes, and insanely aggressive fire ants. The operation gave Malombre and Fat Cat a chance to test and confirm the procedures they had been developing back in America. It would also prove to be a superb beat-up for future missions such as Song Mao and Bao Loc. While the southern and eastern lowlands were home to a large fishing community, Padaran's western hills belonged to the elusive Cham and Raglai tribes. These ancient indigenous people worshipped a variety of red monolithic features that overlooked many steep valleys in the patrol area. Tallest of these were Da Bak and Dio Ka, whose sacred stony peaks rose to a height of nearly 650 meters. The terrain was unforgiving and tough. Thick brush and dense forest covered undulating high ground cut by fast-flowing streams that drained eastward into vast coastal salt fields. Neatly bound by a single road known as Route 407, the eastern lowlands reached out into the bustling fishing community of Sun Hai, where Doc Lovey had recently carried out his first medcap. The village and its surrounds were perfect cover for the nearby secret VC base and storage area. an important hub for coastal infiltration, Base 35 was purportedly being used by the insurgents for rest and training. Despite numbering over 100 soldiers and armed with World War II-era rifles, the female-led, locally recruited company were not to be underestimated. Normally semi-arid, the late monsoon climate would prove a hefty baptism for the young paratroopers as they entered into their first game of cat and mouse. Wet and humid, the search grids east and west of Highway 1 encompassed the two aforementioned rugged elevated ranges. Gaffney and Landgraf were allocated to the eastern massif encompassing Da Bach, while Nick Nahas and Mike Pearson headed west. This included both Highway 1 and a railway that coursed south down the valley before doglegging sharply along the coast toward the city of Phan Thiet. Geraci was also to provide security for the myriad of engineering works being carried out along Route 1 and assist the Vietnamese National Police with their ongoing checkpoints and roadblocks. Across in the Alpha lines at Phan Rang, Jim Bunn and Corporal Wally Couch were making sure that all vital kit was packed and ready. Operational equipment loads right across the battalion were now almost double compared to that of training. The average troop was now carrying 400 rounds of 5.56, while the M60 boys humped 600 rounds of 7.62 Link. Each soldier would also be carrying an extra 100-round box of M60 ammo plus 2 or 3 Claymore mines. It was even worse for the M79 Grenadiers, known as Thumpermen, whose load was always dictated by up to 80 rounds of 40mm explosive projectiles, each weighing a little over half a pound. Radio operators carried a full pack, just like any rifleman, but the added burden of a PRC-25, or 25, and spare batteries also made for a hefty combination. The weight of war, plus rations and up to 8 canteens of water, left little space for personal essentials or home comforts. The commander of the 117th Helicopter Assault Company, Major David Jane, was patiently waiting for Mal Hombre and Fat Cat out on the helipad, with his command and control chopper. David's face and hands had been badly burned back in '59, when the helicopter he was flying for the Inter-American Geodetic Survey crashed during takeoff in Guatemala. Extraordinarily, after 3 years in hospital and 28 operations, David had only just requalified and volunteered for Vietnam. John and Bob would soon come to adore Major Jane for his maturity and cohesive understanding of their bespoke needs. Even after 1 month in country, when the time came to board the choppers on Veterans Day, nobody was really ready for the unusual climate. Drenched in sweat, at 1200 hours the troopers flew out under the watchful eyes of Mal Hombre and Fat Cat, who were hovering on point overhead. A few hours earlier, D Company 2320 Artillery, known as the Red Legs, were airlifted by Chinook along with their guns, and A Company from 2nd Squadron 17th Cavalry to establish a firebase along the highway 2 miles north of Lac Niep Harbor. Aptly codenamed Team Custer, the cavalry guys, whose motto was "Have gun, will travel," had been attached to 1st Brigade for some time. Not only tasked with night security for artillery, Custer was also to act as an important screening force for Highway 1. The main assault was staggered into 3 consecutive lifts, flown by a total of 13 Huey UH-1Ds. Bill Landgraf and B Company were first to touch down on LZ Tampa, situated in rice scrub flatland leading to the vast sand dunes of Mui Din. As the door gunners hosed their M60s, 4 accompanying gunships broke away to clear the site with rockets. Bravo seemed to have drawn the short straw, and were forced to call in fast air within minutes of landing. The next couple of hours saw them busy clearing punji pits, while their attached engineers disarmed several IEDs. Not long afterward, the company engaged 10 khaki-clad insurgents, and the game was on. Being diverted by smoke and small pockets of bushfire, Tom Gaffney eventually set down onto a saddle 3 miles due south of Landgraf. Because of the deceptively long grass on LZ Atlanta, some of Gaffney's men dropped almost 10 feet before their jungle boots reached terra firma. Chris Adams pitched forward and smashed his face into the hard ground. At the time, Chris thought he was luckier than Tom Vaughn, who was immediately flown back to base with 2 broken toes. Shortly before Alpha moved out, Lieutenant Alexander noticed his Gerber Mark I lying on the ground, and blood dripping from one hand. Attached to Joe's pistol belt, the razor-sharp throat slasher, purchased from Brick's military surplus in Clarksville, had broken loose, puncturing his palm. Joe quietly doctored himself up, said nothing, and stored the blade out of harm's way in his rucksack, where it remained for the rest of his tour. By mid-afternoon, 150 Alpha troopers were slowly climbing toward their first target feature, marked on Gaffney's map as Spot Height 614. 7 miles away, Nick Nahas and his men dropped into the valley close to Highway 1. Nick was already minus 1 platoon, which had been taken to guard Malhombre's CP over on the summit of Da Bak. A couple of miles south, Mike Pearson and the CSF dismounted below the Western Massif near an ancient settlement known as Ka Ran. When the time came for Alpha to set up for the night, the hideously sloping loose stone and shale made it almost impossible to dig in. Under such heavy loads and steep terrain, the first day had taken a toll both physically and mentally. But despite feeling utterly exhausted, there was a job to be done, and listening and night ambush patrols still had to be deployed. Like everyone else, C Company had been humping all day when Nahas reached the summit of one particular hill. It was getting dark as Nick began to form his perimeter and dig in. Suddenly, the sound of rotor blades grew louder, and Malhombre's voice came on the radio. Nick's signaller, Mike Krawcheck, handed over the receiver as Geraci pointed out that they were on the wrong fucking feature. No amount of pleading was going to make the boss change his mind, and Nick was forced to pick up sticks and relocate. Halfway through his diatribe, Malhombre was totally unaware that Fat Cat had cut off his microphone to interject with his own more balanced and sensitive view. The other hill was higher, steeper, and even tougher to climb. And once the company had dragged itself to the top, everyone was finished. Ever the nice guy, Nick told Mike and Cleo DeLong to get some sleep while he stood radio watch. Nick was comatose when Mike woke around 0300 hours. Without disturbing the boss, the young sergeant quietly took back control and patiently continued to monitor both radios until first light. Mike Pearson and Phil Chassian struck camp beside a stream teeming with fish of all sizes. Phil, a keen angler, was marveling at the abundant crystal-clear water when Staff Sergeant Roger Dahl came back from patrol severely dehydrated and on the verge of collapse. Dahl was one of Paladin's most experienced team members, and seeing him like this was truly alarming. Pete Dozier, from Joe Alexander's platoon, cramped up so bad that, unable to walk, he had to be airlifted out. After a damp night on the hills, everyone saddled up, scraped off the ants, and commenced with their individual missions. Nervous of ambush and booby traps, Alpha humped north across the hilltops towards Phuc Hai. Not surprisingly, movement turned out to be much slower than water consumption. Again, B Company was first to make contact and went into action on the slopes northwest of Gaffney. 3rd Platoon from B Company had come under fire from a small complex of camouflaged bunkers. Bill Landgraf called in artillery and air support, but when his men checked afterward, they found nothing. 30 minutes later, in a nearby shallow draw, Bravo's point squad turned the flank of what they believed was an intended ambush. During the shootout, one enemy soldier was killed and Private Winston "Speedy" Hamilton and 2 other troopers wounded. By mid-afternoon, John Harrison was upstream from Lieutenant Donald Love, screening another part of the valley, where twice he had been fired on. Owing to thick brush, visibility was down to less than 25 meters, making it almost impossible to determine from which direction the shots had come. Walking slack for Corporal Andy Daniel, Chris Adams was finding the going difficult, owing to copious dense undergrowth. Ideally, after first contact, the job of any slack man was to provide covering fire while Point reloaded. The squad would then move up, under cover from the point, while their platoon leader decided whether to fight through or send his 2 remaining squads in on the flanks. Suddenly, Harrison's security spotted 5 VC and frantically broke trail. During the company's sweep, Tom Gentry, who had only just returned to duty with Jim Schlacks, tripped over thick undergrowth and broke his arm. Before the medevac arrived to hoist Gentry out, Bravo moved downhill into the marshes toward Dong Hai. The moment everyone was clear, Gaffney brought down artillery before pushing forward to set up his perimeter for the evening. That night, Alpha set out an L-shaped ambush along tracks where they had earlier encountered the VC. With claymores and trip flares set, the men waited all night in pouring rain. But nobody came. Watch my tracer. Gaffney and Landgraf were now getting closer to the main foothill base below Ho Ba Bay. As the CSF was already engaged, Malombre decided to call in 2 long-range patrol teams from Brigade. However, due to a heavy offshore swell, their planned arrival by boat had to be postponed until sea and wind conditions were more favorable. Since arriving in Vietnam, Ed Basista had opted to walk point for Lenny Liebler, where he was best able to keep his lieutenant on course. Lenny's appalling navigational skills were beginning to concern everyone in the platoon, who, out of loyalty, said nothing to Tom Gaffney. Luckily for Len, Malombre had recently asked Gaffney to back off and allow his platoon leaders more space to make their own decisions. Liebler was never popular with Gaffney, who ironically, due to the colonel's intervention, didn't find out about Len's map-reading issues until many years later. After being given Tom Vaughn's old radio, Jay Eckhart was now begrudgingly working in 3rd Squad as Sergeant Gary Gregory's radio operator. Most of the communicating was done on tactical or logistical matters. If another radio operator called, it was usually for a conference at the platoon or company CP. Under those circumstances, Jay would relay the information. Otherwise, he was not authorized to participate beyond, "This is 3-3, wait." Jokingly, Jay always said that his basic G2 for being a good radio operator was a strong back and the ability to walk. Pausing on a bend, one of Liebler's guys, Reg Jackson, spotted a group of individuals emerging from behind a large rock formation wearing NVA uniforms. The NVA table of organization was much like the American equivalent, with squads, platoons, and companies. Nobody was expecting to see the North Vietnamese army this far south, and word of the sighting quickly rippled around. Immediately raising his rifle, Jackson got off a short burst before the soldiers vanished into the brush. Several similar contacts were made throughout the afternoon, and Gaffney was concerned enough to call Malombre in for an emergency meeting. Rather worryingly afterward, as David Jane pulled back on the controls, the CNC was hit several times by enemy small arms fire. Meanwhile, over to the west of Dong Hai, after several small skirmishes, B Company came across 2 recently occupied huts, furnished with a sleeping area large enough to accommodate up to 20 people. Monday Mayhem. The weather seemed relentless, and even with ponchos it was impossible to keep dry. By now, to alleviate inevitable sweat rash, everyone had gone commando and discarded their underwear. Despite recent high winds and rain, Andy Lovey decided to fly out on the first resupply from Phan Rang to the CP and spend some time on the hills with his medics. He also brought in a new batch of Monday pills, plus a bulging mail bag containing extras from home such as Kool-Aid and various hot sauces. Usually, after dropping in a water purification tablet, it was customary to follow up with a pre-sweetened additive, such as fruit-flavored Kool-Aid or Lipton lemon tea. That made anything taste palatable. While Andy was returning to Phan Rang with Captain Dallas, Dee happened to glance down from the helicopter and noticed 3 armed men running through the undergrowth. Alerting the door gunner, Dee gave direction with tracer fire from his Thompson. At that moment, their pilot put in a steep right-hand bank to get a better view. Squatting by the open door, Dee pitched forward off the flight deck. Left hand gripping his seat, Doc Lovey instantly reached out with the other hand and, grabbing Dee by the belt, yanked him back on board. Dallas sat down in a cold sweat, looked at Andy, grinned sheepishly, and said, "Wow, Doc, these webbing belts sure are strong, aren't they?" No other words were said during the flight back to base, as both pondered on Dee's potential free fall into the afterlife. The rifle companies were now operating in squad-sized patrols, with Gaffney and Nahas moving eastward, while Landgraf and Pearson covered north and southwest. Searching for mines, Team Custer discovered another enemy sleeping area alongside Highway 1. Recently vacated, the VC had been stopping trucks and buses to levy tax charges and identify ARVN personnel. Despite violent squalls of localized rain, people were still falling like flies to heat exhaustion and malaria. Bucky Cox quickly got used to judging pace and inserting rest breaks by monitoring his radio operator, R.A. Williams, Thumper, and M60 guys. Over in Alpha, when a medevac flew in to evacuate one of their heat victims, Wally Couch from John Harrison's platoon shot himself in the foot. Ironically, Wally was previously a garrison trooper from Germany, where most of his time had been taken up by the pistol team. It was a chicken shit thing to do. And when Captain Gaffney and Jim Bunn found out it was self-inflicted, they went ballistic. Following Couch's unexpected departure, Ronnie Ford agreed to take over as fire team leader. While Chris Adams was waiting for Couch and the heat casualties to be evacuated, he noticed a couple of weird-looking worms hanging from an adjacent bush. As Bunn walked by, he told Chris that these were, in fact, Indo-Pacific land leeches, and if he ever found one on his body, then he should smother it with insect repellent until the insidious creature fell off. Days quickly blurred into one another. Stand to, chow, patrol, dig, chow, sleep, ambush, stand to, chow, etc. Everything not sealed became drenched and impossible to dry. Eventually, people stopped bitching as they became more accustomed to the environment. Typically, if the metal parts of an M16 were not completely covered in lubricant, they would be red with rust by morning. LSA, known to the guys as monkey cum, was great for inhibiting carbon, but it had to be used liberally because the excessive conditions altered its overall viscosity. Blackened faces followed every gun battle, owing to a mix of cordite and LSA. Combined with cigarettes and sea rat sweat, the GI smell was a dead giveaway to the VC, who in turn stank of Nook Mom fish oil used for cooking. During their first major contact, 1st Platoon put up an impressive burst of fully automatic. Just as Jim Schlax was about to order ceasefire, he was horrified to see his guys reaching for their cleaning rods to unjam their rifles. Switching to semi-automatic seemed to resolve Jim's immediate problem, but it was clear that current issue 5.56 ammunition was still not entirely fit for purpose. As a direct consequence, many began to order in bottles of Hoppy's cleaning solvent from home to replace the LSA. Hoppy's, as a less viscous lubricant, allowed the M16 to function more efficiently on both full and semi-automatic settings. Although the unique smell, similar to cologne, actually made everyone even more recognizable to the insurgency, it was a risk many were willing to accept. Eventually, the weather improved enough for Brigade LRRPs to come ashore, whereupon Team 5 was immediately deployed into a valley below the Eastern Massif. During late afternoon, while moving to a better vantage point, 5 encountered a small group of NVA on the ridge above them. One NVA who died during the gun battle turned out to be a nurse. While searching bodies, the team became aware of a large force approaching and decided to withdraw. Pursued downhill with rockets and automatic weapons, they were soon in deep trouble and called for extraction. With the only helicopter available being Malhombres, the boss was able to direct David Jane, while Jim Prats flew his bird dog, aptly nicknamed Mini Phantom, in low to mark an emergency pickup zone, or PZ. Team 5 was extracted in the nick of time and mercifully survived to fight another day. Front toward the enemy. Straddling the last week, Phase 2 was launched on November 18th. A new directive saw Bravo continue with its S&D mission, and Charlie airlifted into the eastern scrubs to establish a blocking force alongside Gaffney above Sun High. Among the first to be given opportunity to shower and shave, Alpha also enjoyed a hot meal and invitation for those who wished to join Protestant clergyman Captain Otis Smith for a mobile Sunday service. Chappie Smith concluded with the battalion's prayer, which midway paid tribute to the last combat casualties suffered by 3506 in World War II. Over the next few days, Joe Alexander and his reconstituted platoon did great work recovering several caches of medical supplies, rice, clothing, important documentation, and equipment, plus what appeared to be a makeshift field kitchen. At one point, Joe took the plunge and called in his first successful airstrike. Impressed by the confidence-boosting professionalism shown by the pilot and FAC, Joe radioed a message of thanks and let slip that they had just popped his cherry. Alexander was taken aback when the pilot from U.S. Air National Guard announced He had only been in Vietnam for 2 weeks, and this was also his first mission. Ordered to link up with 1st Brigade's MP Company, Mac V and the 345 Arvin, Nick Nahas helped facilitate the evacuation of Sun Hai's 250 inhabitants to Phan Rang. Afterward, as C Company searched through the supposedly empty village, several people were seen on the beach trying to escape via boat. When warnings were ignored, the Americans opened fire, killing 4 Vietnamese men and wounding a 12-year-old boy. The survivors pleaded innocence, but provided no plausible explanation for why and what they had been doing. Tragically, one of those who died turned out to be the young boy's father. It was not a good day for Nick and the boys. After being interviewed in Phan Rang, some villagers revealed that the local VC force were already gone and heading north. A Company remained in position, acting as immediate attack force, while more caves and bunkers emerged. The dog tracker team working with Alpha picked up a trail that eventually led Gaffney to a semi-occupied base camp, where they killed 1 insurgent and recovered a selection of weapons. Close quarters. Route 407 had only just been declared clear of mines when on the 24th, shortly before 0800 hours, another tragedy struck. Doc Lovey was traveling in a Medcap convoy from San Hai toward Highway 1 and Thon Vu Ban. Elements of Team Custer and Arvin were providing security when their lead vehicle exploded. 3 of the occupants were thrown clear, except for a Vietnamese interpreter, who became impaled between the windshield and steering wheel. Expecting to be ambushed, everyone dismounted and took cover, but nothing happened. Several minutes passed before Andy and his driver went forward to help. While waiting for the Air Force to strafe in preparation for dust-off, Lovey tried his best to keep the Arvin soldier stable. Andy was surprised by the amount of blast damage inflicted to the casualty's skin by a protective layer of sandbags that covered the Jeep's footwell and floor. Eventually, a dust-off arrived from the 254th Hack, followed by a Chinook, or hook, to airlift the wrecked vehicle. Meanwhile, slightly further south on the Eastern Massif, Joe Alexander exhumed the 3-week-old bullet-riddled remains of a very young-looking woman. The local VC commander was reputed to be a woman and apparently identifiable by a single breast. Captain Bob Robinson from Intelligence requested that the body be stripped and a breast check carried out. Known as Magoo, and terrified of snakes, Roosevelt Howell was carefully examining the corpse when a large serpent slithered out and scared the life out of him. After the commotion had subsided, Joe was able to ascertain that 2 breasts were present and the individual had been a nurse. Sadly, exhumations like this would soon become part of everyday life for Joe and his colleagues in Vietnam. On the saddle below Spot Height 614, Captain Landgraf's troops stumbled across a large abandoned base that had been previously missed by Gaffney. Cloverleaf patrolling continued while Team Custer looked after the engineers. While Bravo and Charlie screened the northeastern flatlands, Alpha relocated west by helicopter to the highway. The following day, B and C companies combined for helicopter assaults onto salt flats east of the harbor. Captain Nahas was tasked to sweep around Lac Niep, while a convoy of trucks took Bill Landgraf along the coast for a night surveillance mission near Vinh Ho. By the end of November, Operation Rose had moved into its final phase, with everyone being withdrawn across the provincial border into Binh Thuan, near Highway 1. It had been a tedious but demanding introduction to war. But overall, Rose served to deny and force the insurgents to withdraw north toward Lam Dong and 1st Brigade. Digging in on the steep, scree-covered slopes overlooking Ka Na Bay was not easy. But paradise comes in many forms, and the beach sunset was truly breathtaking. Everyone's feet had taken a battering, and regular powdering had now become an essential routine. Glad not to be humping, Chris Adams rummaged through his rucksack for a baby bottle containing Canadian Club whiskey. Chris's mother regularly sent over surreptitious bundles of the spirit-filled plastic feeders hidden inside coffee canisters. Lighting up a cigarette, Adams passed the prohibited teat-topped bottle to a friend, who gleefully sucked away like a desperate infant. The next day, after mail call, hot chow was brought in for a late Thanksgiving supper. It was also payday, and the extra $65 hazardous duty allowance no longer seemed anywhere near as generous as the guys had originally thought. Chapter 6. Battle Troopers. Operation Klamath Falls, December 1967. Marking its return to the two-corps area of operations, 1st Brigade had launched Operation Klamath Falls out of Bao Loc on December 1st. 3rd Battalion's role was to remain on the coast and screen Highway 1. On Day 2, 3 506 were in convoy heading southwest along the seafront toward Hai Ninh and the old French airfield at Song Mao. Situated below foothills leading to Vietnam's majestic central highlands and Bao Loc, the tarmac strip at Song Mao was crucial to the new mission. Once again, Geraci and Mares would be working alongside 117th AHC and Team Custer, who knew the area well. Also remaining were the Red Legs Artillery and sappers from A Company, 326th Airborne Engineer Battalion. Each rifle company still had its own tracker dog section, although over the last few weeks the canine pups had proved slightly more of a hindrance than an asset. Phase 1 saw the men airlifted out across marshland and hills onto 4 separate LZs: Corinne, Nancy, Rose, and Peggy, named after the spouses of all 4 company commanders. The idea was to create a circular containment area with a firebase at its core. Corinne was obviously designated to Alpha, whose mission was to block all possible exit routes along the Long Song River Valley. Gaffney and his men were landed 20 kilometers due east into an open patch of wooded lowland close to the villages of Tin Cham and Tin Viet. As part of a much larger pan-provincial organization collectively known as Military Region 6, the 840th Viet Cong Main Force were also operating in the area. Bravo were inserted on a high plateau above Alpha, specifically to block egress, while Nick Nahas offloaded west onto undulating jungle-covered hills. Each insertion was intended to deny potential attack routes toward the coast and Highway 1. Meanwhile, Paladin, Chass, and the Shock Force deployed alongside artillery and heavy mortars to establish a tactical command post within the central firebase at Peggy. Our blood is forever. Immediately after landing, Captain Landgraf headed southeast looking for trouble, and soon found it. Lieutenant Love had sent out a cloverleaf patrol from his platoon. A standard cloverleaf usually consisted of 3 or 4 squads deployed in a semicircular pattern, hence the term. On this occasion, a force of around 15 insurgents, all wearing American helmets and ponchos, quietly shadowed one of Love's returning squads. Momentarily confused by the American clothing, Speedy Hamilton hesitated, and in that split second was mortally wounded by a grenade. Back at Song Mao, because Major Fisher had not actually got around to allocating the aid station with a phone or radio, Andy Lovey was completely unaware of any incoming casualties. After the dust-off arrived, Andy flew out with Speedy and Corporals Erskine Weidman and Calvin Harrison to the 326th Medical Clearing Station at Fan Thiet. Weidman was bleeding profusely from the deep shrapnel wound in his groin. Reluctant to apply a tourniquet, Andy enlarged the hole in Erskine's upper thigh, inserted 2 fingers, and discovered that the femoral artery had been cut. Squeezing both ends, the doc was able to temporarily arrest bleeding and then pack out with sterile gauze and a compression bandage. The 2 surgeons who greeted Lovey at Fan Thiet would not believe that Weidman's artery was severed, nor agree to him needing urgent evacuation to Vung Tau. That was until they removed the dressings, with inevitable consequences. While Weidman was undergoing an emergency blood transfusion, a call came in from the helipad. A member of Lovey's dust-off crew had stepped from the helicopter to speak with a friend. At that exact moment, downdraft from a low-flying transport plane caused the Huey's rotating blades to flex downward, with catastrophic results. Within seconds, Andy was giving CPR on the tarmac. A tracheotomy soon followed, skillfully executed by one of the clearing station doctors. Ultimately, the 18-year-old's life was restored by Vung Tao's brilliant team of neurological specialists. But Speedy Hamilton was not as lucky, and died in surgery later that afternoon. Balance of power. Over the last few years, many Vietnamese country doctors had been murdered by the Viet Cong as they strove to destabilize and terrorize the civilian population. Consequently, Captain Doug Alitz was striving to deliver quality medcap into the villages and towns along Highway 1. Everything seemed to be going well until Doc Lovey found out his pills were being appropriated by the local VC. A large number of children were suffering from an eye disease known as trachoma that, if left unchecked, often leads to blindness. With no medication available from Brigade, Lovey's practice partner in Milwaukee came to the rescue. But despite this successful outcome, it was clear to Andy that he was not going to win the battle for hearts and minds anytime soon. Meanwhile, contacts began occurring over to the east, beginning with Sergeant Andy Rivera, who was Phil Vernon's dependable fire team leader in Alpha. Vernon was scaling a ridge when he noticed smoke coming from somewhere below. Summoning Rivera, Phil notified Jim Schlax, who ordered the 2 NCOs to take a closer look. Leading the way, Rivera silently descended through a corridor of rocks and noticed the distinctive smell of fish oil. One by one, Rivera's squad moved along a small gully and up onto a ledge from where they could see a campfire. As Rivera moved for a better look, 3 other fires came into view, along with a dozen or so VC sitting around eating lunch. One insurgent stood and walked a couple of steps before comically tripping over. Suddenly, the laughter stopped as the man raised his hand and pointed up toward Rivera. Andy squeezed off a short burst and dropped in several grenades. Instantly, the enemy bolted, abandoning everything, including 2 dead colleagues. Another brief exchange forced Rivera to take cover as the VC returned for their comrades. Moving beyond the clearing, Rivera engaged and killed another insurgent emerging from a cave. Inside, Andy found medical supplies and journals, while his squad collected 7 carbines and 2 rifles from the campsite. Nearby, John Harrison found another cave directly below a feature known as Bong Cam. The place was furnished and even had sleeping accommodation for up to 40 people. John also recovered 400 pounds of rice that had originally been sent as aid by the U.S. government. Alpha was reinserted by helicopter into a remote rice paddy valley alongside the Songtan River. Over the next 2 days, Gaffney and his men searched fruitlessly around the waterway. Typically, much of this lowland terrain was even more arduous due to the proliferation of foul-smelling, humid swamps. When Alpha returned to base on December 9th, it was announced that a MAC-V compound 35 kilometers north of Song Mao had been attacked and overrun by members of the 186th Main Force Battalion. Tahine, a tiny Montagnard settlement, was situated in a logging valley alongside the Da Quian River. Montagnard was an old French term meaning people of the mountain. Most common were the artisan Menong, aristocratic Roti, and warrior Jure, who collectively refused to be intimidated by the VC. Easily recognizable by their darker skin, the features of a Montagnard were similar to those of an aboriginal tribesman. After France's defeat at Dien Bien Phu, the Communists had terrorized many indigenous villages, turning them into a perfect anti-guerrilla force. The Yards had created a resistance movement that was now crucial to America, crushing insurgent strategy within the highlands. Although discipline was poor, these mountain peoples showed incredible strength, loyalty, and energy. Although over 61,000 Yards served with the U.S. Army, the war destroyed most of their villages and led to over 200,000 being killed. Built on a small knoll at the northern end of Tahine, the SF compound was made up of 6 buildings and occupied by local Montagnard militia. A party was in full swing when the attack came. As a MAC-V-led ARVN relief force flew in to assist, the helicopters came under heavy fire. After one Huey crashed, the government troops aborted and callously left 4 American advisors to their fate. The Iron Triangle. On December 9th, 3506 and all its supporting elements began to extract by Chinook back to Song Mao in preparation for the second phase. After drawing 4 days' rations, A and C companies created a joint perimeter and patiently waited. The next morning, at 1100 hours, Bravo, followed by the CSF, flew out for a special last-minute mission to Tahine. Shortly after landing, Captain Landgraf soon discovered the murdered MAC-V men whose battered bodies lay barefoot by the fort entrance, hands restrained behind their backs. Wild pigs gorged on entrails protruding from a bloated torso, surrounded by dozens of mutilated indigenous corpses. Joe Jervis and Private Marshall Hill attached ropes to the ankles of each American body before pulling them clear of any potential booby traps. It appeared to be an inside job, because the 186 VC had gained entry via a tunnel leading up from the village. Screening actions from Landgraf and Pearson enabled MAC-V to safely conduct a follow-up investigation and provide medical assistance to any injured locals. Later that evening, after being relieved by South Vietnamese troops, the CSF returned by chopper to Song Mao. D. Dallas carefully nudged his heavily loaded 2.5-ton truck up onto the ramps of a C-130 Hercules. On arrival at Bow Lock, as Dallas and Bowes were getting ready to drive across to the new base area, Brigadier General Matheson pulled up and inquired what they had in the back. "Sir, our soldiers will be having steak tonight, and a decent hot breakfast tomorrow before they insert." Mightily impressed by Dee's reply, Matt responded, "Well, Captain, please inform the Colonel that I'll be over for dinner tonight, so it'd better be good." Gaffney and Nahas followed on in staggered lifts, looking forward to cooler mountain temperatures. Tom flew out first, with Schlacks and Harrison, followed by Liebler and Alexander. The aid station and much of HHC had already relocated, along with Malhombre's Tactical Operations Center. However, being close to the helicopter flight line brought in dust and dirt from constant rotor wash. New battalion executive officer Major Houston Hauser began his tenure positively by arranging for all future air traffic to use a different flight path. Beyond Bow Lock, a succession of substantial rolling hills dominated the horizon from north to south. Situated alongside Highway 20, the town was famous for its tea and silk production. The main road dissected Lam Dong Province from east to west, connecting Saigon to Phan Rang and Nha Trang. 20 miles further east were the De Lin Highlands that boasted the region's highest peak at 1,874 meters, plus an ultra-modern hydroelectric dam. Feeling marginalized by Major Hauser, Lovey and Washington decided to pay a visit to the clearing station at Phan Thiet. Here, the brigade surgeon, Major Ritchie, was able to explain where their medical supplies would be coming from and to which surgical hospitals their casualties would now be going. While there, Andy became unwell and had to be hospitalized by Major Ritchie for tests. The following morning, Andy discharged himself and flew back to Bow with Kurt, whereupon Major Hauser accused them of leaving the battalion without his permission. The conversation became heated and quickly overflowed into argument, when Hauser implied that Andy had acted unprofessionally. After the incident with Erskine Weidman, Lovey was not about to allow his ethics to be called into question again. Afterward, relations between Dr. Lovey and the management team spiraled rapidly downhill. In 1967, the province covered an area approximately 60 miles wide by 35 miles deep. The Da Dang River defined the region's northern outreach close to covert northern Vietnamese supply routes. The previous rainy season had hampered enemy movement along the border with neutral Laos and Cambodia. These beautiful mountains had been home to the first French hill stations where early colonizers came to seek relief from stifling heat. Now, however, although the nights were growing colder, warmer daytime temperatures turned out to be a double-edged sword for the Americans. After Tahin, it was clear that the 186th Maine Force and elements from Headquarters MR6 had a heavy presence in western Lam Dong. The 186th had already set up several base camps along Highway 20. Here, local hamlet guerrilla teams from 490th Local Force Company could operate tax points and obtain rice, medical, and other vital supplies from the defenseless villagers. The NVA had been quietly bringing troops, weapons, and equipment across Lam Dong's northern border with Quang Duc via Cambodia and the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In daylight, the web of jungle roads and trails looked empty. But by night, thousands of vehicles were using darkness to reinforce and supply the insurgency. The only successful solution to date had been from high-flying American B-52 bombers and ground-attack aircraft from the Royal Lao Air Force, but it was a monumental task. Originally begun in 1959, the road system now totaled a network of some 8,500 miles. Although officially neutral and with a coalition government, Laos remained militarily divided between the Royal Lao Forces and Pathet Lao. The Pathet Lao guerrillas were supported by North Vietnam and held much of the countryside, including the important border supply routes. Back in '66, General Westmoreland wanted to invade far enough into Laos to cut the trail, but risks of escalation and potential American casualties seemed far too great for him to gamble. Because U.S. forces controlled the airspace, evasion was now easier than escape. The skill of deception and camouflage was something to behold. The only way to combat this was for each rifle company to saturate its designated area of operations. The new AO, codenamed Layla, was located 30 kilometers southeast in mountains below Highway 20. The next 10 days would be spent dancing around the tactical headquarters, spending 2 or 3 days in one valley before being flown to another and beginning the search process all over again. One time, unable to see the onboard compass, Nick Nahas was confused as to where he had been placed and called down artillery onto coordinates he thought were nearby. After confirmation that the shells were on their way, Nick waited and waited before realizing that the company were not even on the same map. Back at Song Mao, Mike Pearson initiated the first helicopter assault by flying in with the CSF to secure and make way for the hooks, bringing in Malhombre's tactical headquarters. Situated on a high open plateau near the tiny settlement of Sri Bo, at 1,071 meters, the command post, Battalion's heavy mortars, and Red Leg's artillery firebase were collectively situated between Route 88 and Highway 20. 2 hours later, Bravo flew in direct from Tahin, followed by Alpha and Charlie from Bao Loc onto adjacent LZs, surrounding the firebase. Meanwhile, as the first part of Operation Eagle thrust, General Barsanti arrived in country on December 13th at Bien Hao Air Force Base near Saigon. The general wasted no time in deploying 2nd and 3rd Brigades to enhance the ongoing U.S. troop buildup around the southern capital. 2 days later, after moving a couple of miles southeast, A Company destroyed a large base camp that had been built directly below a ridge close to fresh water. There were no roads and few villages here, just a series of ancient Asian elephant trails undulating across hills and mountains. Another similar-sized camp was found further west by Len Liebler. Working across the valley from Liebler, Bravo found 2 more camps that totaled 15 huts, 6 kitchens, and a vast tunnel system. Malhombre knew he was getting closer by the military paraphernalia left behind in these various locations, including a strange man-made wooden contraption built to bore sight a heavy mortar. Carbine killers. Soon, each platoon, including Joe Alexander's, began to stage its own independent ambush operations. During this period, Joe hardly ever saw the other platoon leaders, but the experience he gained was invaluable. The only time he really heard from Gaffney was usually around 2200 hours, when he would radio across coded coordinates and instructions for the next set of ambushes. Contacts continued to increase over the next few days, until during the early hours of Tuesday, December 19th, Gaffney lost his first man, Private Edgar Campbell. By then, Alpha had moved further north toward the elevated settlement of Ap Klong Jum, overlooking the single-track Route 88 that led to De Lin. Elements from John Harrison's platoon were waiting in ambush, when a patrol from the 145th Main Force VC crept in shortly after 0430 hours. In charge of the first ambush site was old-school 27-year-old Texan Staff Sergeant Gerald Kiefer. Kiefer's squad were part of a larger tactic known as a pinwheel, alongside 9 other squads from Alpha. Remotely setting up one of these pinwheel ambushes required every ounce of map appreciation and creative ingenuity. On this occasion, Gaffney had found the perfect place where a shallow, partially forested valley could force any approaching troops to bounce around into his other sites. The company control group was placed centrally in readiness to assist. Each platoon had moved into its designated area, forming a hub around its respective lieutenant. The VC always moved at night, and any one of their patrols could easily represent the tip of a much larger force. Therefore, it was essential for Gaffney's command position to be located somewhere that was easy to defend and rendezvous on. That night, Gaffney and Harrison, along with John's remaining 2 squads, were providing security and a quick reaction force. As the enemy quietly approached Kiefer, Ed Campbell's unsilenced 25 suddenly registered a transmission. Alerted, the insurgents quickly withdrew under a hail of automatic fire. Ironically, Ed was only acting as a stand-in, and his inexperience with the 25 no doubt served to compromise Kiefer's security. Harrison immediately took 1 squad, plus medic John Melgard, and made for the nearby ridge. Kiefer had been shot in the right buttock, and for the most part seemed comfortable. However, Campbell had been wounded in the left arm and leg, but more importantly had taken a 3rd bullet to his neck. Melgard immediately went to work underneath a poncho with his flashlight, while Harrison called for medevac. The ambush site was on a steep slope with only a small gap in the canopy above for evacuation. Standing on a tree stump, holding a strobe marker, John did his best to guide the pilot in. As the minutes ticked by, Campbell's condition got worse, and it was clear he had to be evacuated immediately. The pilot's flying skills were utterly incredible. With barely enough room for the chopper, he slowly descended, under direction from his door gunners, and held off in a low hover, with rotors narrowly missing the slope. As Harrison loaded his 2 troopers, the pilot compensated for the extra weight and rose vertically back up through the canopy. It was an amazing piece of night flying, and as the bird disappeared into the blackness, a burst of gunfire erupted from 1st Platoon. The same enemy patrol that ran into Kiefer had just triggered Mac McDaniel's ambush. In the gunfight, one insurgent threw down his rocket launcher and ran off as Corporals Tommy Davis and Alfred Johnson opened up with their machine gun. Paperwork found afterward on the dead showed that they were part of a larger migration of forces. Along with the discarded launcher, 1st Platoon recovered 2 rockets, an AK-47, 6 rucksacks, and several grenades. When Mac's men were still searching the black uniformed bodies, a 3rd ambush was successfully unleashed. The following morning, Malhombre flew in to inform Gaffney that Ed Campbell had died on the way to the hospital. Campbell was Alpha's first KIA, and as with Speedy Hamilton and B Company, his death was hard to accept. Losing Staff Sergeant Kiefer at such an early stage was also a blow for Harrison, especially as he had him earmarked to replace John Friday as his next platoon sergeant. The Great Delusion. December 20th was Lieutenant Liebler's 21st birthday, and together with his intrepid, dysfunctional platoon, He was straddling a valley when he noticed movement in the forest up ahead. Looking through binoculars, Ed Basista could clearly see that it was a colony of albino monkeys. But Len was already on Lynn Berner's radio dialing up a barrage of "fuck you," slang for 18 rounds of high explosive. Reaching across, Ed snatched the handset away and immediately canceled his call to Alpha 6, Gaffney's call sign. Afterward, Len bribed the platoon to keep quiet by pledging them $100 worth of beer on the next stand down. Later, when the time came to deliver his promise, Lenny did not have the money, so Basista sold his beloved Gerber to cover the costs. From his time with LRRPs, Basista had taken the use of Claymore mines to a whole new level. As squad leader, Ed always deployed 12 mines while in ambush, 6 in the kill zone, 2 on each flank, 2 in the rear, and 2 directly in front of the squad position. Basista instilled into his guys not to talk or fire unless being overrun. Afterward, if any wounded were identified, Ed would go out by himself, pick up an abandoned AK or M1 carbine, and finish them off. Although ruthless, it was exceptionally efficient, especially in the more remote areas where fanatical prisoners were a liability. Bizarrely, a few days earlier, Ed came across an old hut containing skeletal remains of a small child, surrounded by beautiful tribal offerings. The place looked spooky, and fearful of potential yard retribution, Basista forbade his guys from taking souvenirs. A small element of CSF accompanied Doug Elites, Doc Lovey, and Kurt Washington on a local MedCap mission just north of Bow Lock Airfield. The older people were first in line, and when they thought everything was safe, the younger women and children followed suit. In total, around 100 people were checked and treated. Later that evening, Andy and Kurt told Mike Pearson that a man, probably political cadre NVA, had been hanging around, asking questions in Vietnamese. This was alarming because the yards spoke a completely different dialect to any mainstream Vietnamese. Pearson had already agreed to a meeting at the same village on another matter. The next day, when Paladin arrived, there was nobody around. However, the same man who had spoken to Lovey stepped out from a hut. Mike quickly headed back to base and returned with Lovey and a small security team, but the man was gone. When their indigenous police officer found the chief's wife, she told him that her husband had gone fishing and flatly refused to reveal the mystery man's identity. Subsequently, protection was doubled for all future MedCap missions. But the incident highlighted important language issues and a need for permanently attached tribal translators. By contrast, in another yard village, Andy and the team were invited to a banquet prepared by several elders. The meal looked amazing, but contained certain items that Lovey was unable to eat due to his religion. Not wishing to offend anybody, Andy turned to Doug Elites and asked for advice. Overhearing their conversation, one of the Montagnards inquired in perfect English, "Captain, are you by any chance Jewish?" After everything they had experienced over recent days, Andy could never have imagined such an educated response. With a wave of his hand, the chief had everything replaced with fresh bread, pastries, fruit, and vegetables. It was definitely a lesson in tolerance and understanding that Andy would never forget. No horizon. Unusually, on December 21st, now under operational control of Pearson, C Company were flown 30 kilometers east for a new mission. Here, a few miles away from Tahin, They were to conduct a search operation along Highway 20, starting at a small roadside settlement southwest of Dai Ninh called Heap Tuan. Initially, Mal Hombre wanted Nick to hunt down those who had recently been robbing civilians, and the trail quickly led south. Nahas followed his instincts toward the provincial border with Binh Tuan, while Pearson followed suit, shadowing Nick's left flank along the nearby border with Tien Duc. Back in Layla, Bravo found another elaborate camp, complete with sleeping platforms, a 200-meter trench system, and discarded containers that once held 500,000 units of penicillin. The steep hills were brutal, and machetes left nothing behind to grab or hold. When the guy in front slipped, everyone below automatically braced for impact. But there were still moments of humor. It was so important in places like this for platoon leaders to be aware of their exact location. Like the other commanders, Captain Nahas stayed in regular contact with each platoon by periodic radio checks that often arrived at the worst and most frustrating times. When Ron Newton was asked to report his location, he tried to fob the boss off by saying he was having trouble finding identifiable landmarks. Nick asked if there were any streams nearby, to which Ron responded, "Yes, sir, we are near a stream." Nick then asked, "Well, what direction is that stream running, Lieutenant?" Without skipping a beat, Ron sarcastically radioed back, Charlie 6, this is Charlie 26. It is running downhill. Confirm downhill. Over. Nick nearly blew a gasket, raised his voice, and coughed, "Shoot an azimuth and determine compass direction of that damn stream." Right, Charlie 6. Stand by. Bucky Cox and R.A. Williams were listening nearby on the company net and fell about laughing. The conversation continued back and forth for another 5 minutes before Nick realized he was being played. Soaked in sweat, forearms shredded by razor-sharp grass, Bucky and 3rd Platoon were stoically following an ascending valley track when they came across a fast-flowing tributary of the Dangxiang River. Everyone froze as splashing sounds emanated from the other side of a dense hedge. Bucky gestured toward Sergeant Ted Schnur to take 1st Squad around for a better view. Through stifled laughter, Ted explained that it was only a herd of pigs, and could he please have permission to shoot a couple for dinner? Of course, Bucky's answer was absolutely not, but the decision did not sit well with his boys, who all fancied fresh-cooked bacon for supper. Captain Nahas instructed Cox to recon a decent clearing where all 4 platoons and the CSF could rendezvous for Christmas. Leaving his platoon in all-round defense, Bucky took Sergeants Mike Daly and Paul Klein along, with a reinforced squad to make sure the area was also safe for helicopter resupply. Working their way up valley, the path terminated at a small, isolated farm. From here, Bucky crossed another stream and continued along a pampas plateau for another few hundred meters. During a short map check, the NCOs set out their point, flank, and rear security. Suddenly, shots rang from behind, and the crack of incoming rifle rounds sent everybody scrambling for cover. Helmets, maps, and compasses all went flying as Bucky called for his guys to come online and attack. However, Paul Klein shouted louder, and the team remained in position to defend. When the gunfire subsided, point security came running over, white as a ghost, and amusingly reported, "Sir, I was eating a can of fruit cocktail when—" Bucky roared in amusement, and the point quickly cut to the chase. Out of the 3 insurgents engaged, 1 had been wounded, A quick sweep revealed a concussion grenade and a pair of abandoned sandals. Turning to the guys, Cox proffered, "Fellas, I think we'd have all been dead by now if Ted had shot those pigs." Everyone nodded in acceptance as they processed what had just happened. Later in the afternoon, Captain Nahas arrived with another platoon and asked Bucky to come up with a workable security plan that could be implemented by the following morning, which also happened to be Christmas Eve. That evening, while walking around the perimeter, Bucky happily accepted an invitation for a chicken and rice supper from Frank Vinalis and Paul Klein. Frank came from a poor Puerto Rican family in the Bronx and grew up among New York's dilapidated Andrew Jackson projects. Despite their vastly different backgrounds, he and Paul had formed an unbreakable friendship. Chicken and rice was Bucky's favorite, but this time Frank and Paul decided to leave out their fresh onion and Tabasco, as they were both suffering from chronic diarrhea. Brought on by a mixture of too much salt, iodine, and Monday pills, this was by no means uncommon out there on patrol. After dinner, Bucky convinced the boys to go ask senior medic Larry Briggs for a course of Darvon. As a hefty prescription painkiller, Darvon was always readily available, with constipation as one of its side effects. God Rest You Merry Gentlemen. Christmas, 1967. On Christmas Eve, Alpha and Bravo set up their respective perimeters and waited for resupply. At 1800 hours, 1st Brigade ceased all offensive operations in observance with a pre-agreed Christmas ceasefire. The plan was for everyone to stay put until Boxing Day. Now joined by the CSF, Charlie Company was also looking forward to a spot of rest and relaxation. Despite the no-move order, each company was asked to designate one platoon for base security and skeleton patrolling. As arranged, Bucky led his men out on Christmas Eve, and 30 minutes later, with Mike Daly on point, they were nervously back on the same trail. Cox pushed Daly's squad out about 30 yards, and soon passed through the site of his earlier contact. Shortly after 11:30 hours, Bucky reached a ridge marked on his map as spot height 1059. Here, the narrow saddle was partially covered by trees and waist-high pampas. As left flank security fanned uphill, they spotted movement ahead, and immediately opened up. Everyone dropped to the ground, including Daly's squad, who were now well behind Bucky. Kicking up dirt, enemy fire was coming dangerously close as Bucky pointed toward a nearby line of trees. Rising to his feet, Platoon Sergeant R.J. Johnson misinterpreted Cox's hand signal and, believing it was his order to attack, yelled, "Let's go, 3rd. This is what we're paid to do." For a split second, it felt more like a training exercise than reality. Bucky sent off a quick contact report to Nahas, and then told Daly to stay where he was and prepare to defend. Nick offered up artillery support, but as Cox followed RJ into the assault, he had no time to determine or pass on any useful coordinates. Stupidly, the enemy had not factored in a decent escape route. The most direct path off the ridge was behind Bucky and downhill toward dead ground. But that meant crossing in front of Daly, whom they had not yet seen. Suddenly, shots came from Mike's direction as he began calling, "Maverick, Maverick, where are you? We need your help now." Leaving the platoon with RJ, Bucky headed back toward Daly, who had 2 dead enemy soldiers lying inside his perimeter. As predicted, Bucky and RJ's assault had indeed forced the Vietnamese toward Daly. One, an NVA officer from the 186th Main Force VC, was clothed in U.S. fatigue pants and jungle boots. Incredibly, these boots belonged to a MACV colonel who had been among those killed at Tahin on December 7th. Drawn to a holstered, Chinese-manufactured Tokarev-style 9mm pistol, Bucky was astounded that traces of its original packing grease were still on the receiver. Once made safe, Bucky presented the pristine semi-automatic to Mike as a memento of his, and more importantly, C Company's first confirmed kill. While the platoon was regrouping, R.A. Williams raised his rifle and fired as another figure approached on the slope above. But the lone insurgent, who was about 200 yards away, disappeared into long grass. Dropping his radio handset, Cox popped off a few shots before giving chase, but the man was nowhere to be found. The boys saddled up, and as they were about to continue with their patrol, a message arrived from Brigade. 3rd Platoon had just been ordered further north, where they were to be picked up by helicopter for another mission. At 17:25 hours, 3rd Platoon emplaned and flew 12 miles northeast across the mountains to provide security for C Battery 16th Field Artillery, whose 105s were located near a road intersection on Highway 20. Although they looked like tramps, nobody had any idea that the next few days would turn out to be among the best they would ever have in Vietnam. Dust was still swirling high into the air as Bucky wandered into the battery perimeter. A captain dressed in clean combats and highly polished boots approached and asked R.A., "Where's your platoon leader?" Looking like shit personified, Bucky, who was standing next to his RTO, stepped forward and with a big toothy grin introduced himself. Comically, the battery commander's jaw dropped as he began to process the filthy, blood-spattered, unwashed forms now surrounding him. The next 4 days were spent frolicking in the crystal-clear Da Nim River, while local women carried on obliviously with their laundry. Nearby, the Montagnard settlement at Dai Ninh was known for its traditional ethnic weavers, but the village also boasted a brothel full of Eurasian prostitutes. Several of the guys fell in love with these women, who had been callously abandoned by their French colonial fathers back in the mid-1950s. These infatuations were short-lived, especially after several troopers contracted STDs. Despite the clap, Dai Ninh was a little corner of paradise, with plenty of Coca-Cola and lukewarm beer known as tiger piss. Quite innocently, Bucky talked to the battery commander about a potential night out in Da Lat, and was shocked when told that it was only open to officers from the ARVN and NVA. The dream mission came to an end on December 28th, when 3rd Platoon returned to the hunt for 186th Main Force VC. Just before Christmas, Jim Schlacks and his guys were silently waiting in ambush when he heard a vehicle approaching. The 3 GIs in an M274 mule were surprised when Jim stepped out looking like a demented scarecrow and demanding to know what they were doing. Jim was even more surprised by their answer. "Sir, we've been assigned to find and bring back a Christmas tree." "Are you fucking kidding me?" "No, the biggest we can find." Jim packed up his ambush there and then and radioed for new instructions. An hour or so later, he was flown to another location where they were supposed to rendezvous with Alpha. At 1800 hours on December 24th, all battalions from 1st Brigade ceased offensive operations in observance of the Christmas ceasefire agreement. More than 2 tons of food was distributed locally during this festive period by teams from civil affairs. One highlight at Bao Loc was a visit from the Agricultural College, whose students symbolically presented traditional cards in Vietnamese and English during a special Christmas Eve pageant. On Christmas Day, 52 children from a nearby orphanage visited HHC, who hosted them for dinner and gifts. Because of unusually cold weather up at the Tactical Command Post, D. Dallas took it upon himself to deliver 2 Arctic sleeping bags to Mal Hombre and Fat Cat. A forward air controller at bow agreed to fly over at low level so D could personally drop in the goods. Albeit against Mal Hombre's field ban on hard liquor, D cheekily hid a bottle of Jack Daniels inside one of the bags as a gift for Bob Mares. Joe Alexander and his platoon were constantly on duty as LZ or PZ security for most of Alpha's more recent air movements. On Christmas morning, the entire company gathered together and anxiously awaited Bill Norris with his first underslung load of supplies. Geraci was in another chopper with Colonel John Collins from 1st Brigade. Now aged 47, Collins, known as Rip, had served in World War II and Korea, and had been working since July 1967 as Matheson's deputy. 2 chaplains were also on board, along with representatives from the American Red Cross. Each trooper was given a small, seasonal cold pack of desserts, 2 beers, and 2 Cokes. However, the eagerly anticipated hot turkey dinner looked and tasted like garbage. On the plus side, dressed as Santa, Sergeant First Class Luther Stultz from the battalion's personnel department brought in a ton of Christmas mail. Along with a lady from the USO, acting as Mrs. Claus, Stultz made it his mission to deliver packages and donuts to every rifle company, no matter how remote. Anonymous gift packages were sent in by the Appreciative American campaign. Even though the anti-war movement was gaining momentum, many back home still sent cards, letters, and packages addressed to no-name soldiers. Luckier than most, Skip Ratty was over the moon with his presents from home. Although Skip's parents, Carol and Rita, did not have a lot of money, they still managed to send their son a generous goodie bag. Ratty was tucking into his homemade cake when Joe Alexander stopped by for a visit. Even with his mouth full, Carl still managed to greet Alexander in his usual, friendly, unintelligible New England way. When offered a slice of cake, Joe politely refused and said, "Wow, your family really keep you squared away, don't they?" As they chatted, little extras were being seamlessly shared among the platoon. Joe was glad to see that Carl was giving away some of his soup and Kool-Aid to those who had not received anything from home. Carl explained to Joe what was what and who had sent it. Until that moment, the lieutenant had not really known much about Carl's family, or if he even had a girlfriend. Skip was very close with his parents, but even tighter-knit with his 3 sisters, Carol, Marilyn, and Pamela, who was only 14. However, Skip's girlfriend had dumped him shortly before the battalion left for Vietnam. Quickly trying to backpedal, thinking he was on a much safer subject, Joe inquired about the sergeant's current taste in music. Skip liked most things, except for the Box Tops, whose song "The Letter" had become a niggling reminder of the Dear John he'd received before shipping out. With that, Joe figured it was time to go. But as he turned to leave, Skip proffered, "Are you sure about that cake, sir? It's deliciously moist, and made with real rum and brandy." Joe figured, what the heck, and readily gobbled down a slice, quickly followed by another. Several miles from Alpha, across the plateau and hills, Mike Stewart was receiving his pile of gifts from Supply Sergeant Bill Cook. One box provided enough Christmas razzle-dazzle for Mike to line his sandbagged parapet with 2 fake plastic trees strung with baubles and tinsel. On December 26th, Joe Alexander's men were designated security and reluctantly returned to humping. During one patrol, the platoon stumbled across an adult tiger devouring a deer. Up until that point, nobody really believed the scuttlebutt about wild tigers. But this was not a Sunday visit to the zoo, and it put the fear of Christ into everybody. The beautiful big cat leapt up and took off as the point man turned and ran like a lunatic possessed. Flank security opened fire as the panic-stricken beast ran a gauntlet of 5.56 before disappearing into dense undergrowth. After the ceasefire, patrols from C Company discovered blood-soaked bandages and penicillin wrappers close to where the 2 insurgents had been killed on Christmas Eve. Cody Brandon from 1st Platoon came upon a hole close to a massive abandoned base camp. Tunnel rat Bill Young was called forward as Staff Sergeant Udo Tering dropped in a grenade. Armed with a pistol and flashlight, Bill lowered himself into the darkness, crawled about 20 feet, and then found 2 unexploded American 250-pound bombs. For situations such as this, rifle companies patrolled with personnel from A326 Airborne Engineers. Primary tasks for these sappers were cutting clearings, demolishing bunkers, along with disposing booby traps and hidden ordnance caches. All information now pointed toward another massive base a few miles further south, closer to the border with Binh Thuan. Consequently, Bravo, along with the Red Legs and Heavy Mortar Platoon, flew some 35 kilometers east in support. The new tactical headquarters and firebase was established on Mount Kokora that at 900 meters would provide more effective cover for Captains Nahas and Pearson as they continued on with their search. Alpha was also migrating eastward towards C Company, screening a long-distance provincial track below the village of Phu Heap. Gaffney was happily now in receipt of a new indigenous interpreter and 3 yard warriors, who were all keen to boost his firepower. Ron Ford had been the recipient of an anonymous gift package which contained a small Santa. Hanging from his rucksack, the red-suited decoration had become a potential target. As he was just about to throw it away, a 5-year-old Montagnard child came over and expressed interest. The look on the boy's face was priceless, as Ron knelt under his heavy burden, gently handed over his gift, and mouthed, "Happy Christmas, kid." Chapter 7. Badge of Courage. The Battle of the Knoll, January 2nd, 1968. Keeping a discreet distance, Pearson's CSF continued to shadow the far eastern flank of C Company as it followed a number of blood trails. After another small skirmish, Ted Schnur was on point when something caught his eye. At the time, Ted was having trouble with his M16 and decided to swap rifles with Private David Wing before he went forward. Sergeant returned with nothing to report and handed David back his weapon. As Wing went to readjust his waist strap, he accidentally caught the trigger. David was distraught as Ted collapsed screaming in front of him. However, Wing was not entirely to blame for the negligent discharge that almost cost the life of his sergeant. Strangely, by the end of December, 3506 was redesignated from airborne to air mobile, and a number of non-parachute-trained draftees were sent in to replace those who had been wounded or were coming to the end of their current periods of active duty. After the New Year's ceasefire, C Company resumed its activities along the border with Binh Thuan, as Ron Newton and Jim Kessinger were ordered to patrol further south. Newton's regular radio operator, Howard Turtle Wilson, had been asked to remain at the CP, coordinating mission traffic, while buddy Gil Bennett stood in. Before leaving, Ron instructed squad leaders Furman Johnson, Max Cadena, and Louis Wambaugh to each leave one man behind to bolster perimeter defense. Known as Sergeant Rock, Johnson was Ron's recently arrived shake and bake from North Carolina. 2nd Platoon had not yet had enough time to get to know Furman, a quietly reserved individual with a 2-year-old son, who clearly was his world. Traveling in light scale to allow for extra ammunition, the men cached their rucks, ponchos, and liners with Captain Nahas. Accompanying Newton were 2 airborne engineers, Corporal Alan Blair and Private Hans Klettinger from A326. C Company now also had Lieutenant Steve Williams from the 9th Combat Tracker Team on hand, albeit this time without his dog, which had recently been returned to Fan Rang due to a mix-up with its food. Primarily for inter-platoon communications, Newton, Platoon Sergeant Hardcore Chivone, and their squad leaders were using the unpopular helmet-mounted FM shortwave radios. After checking equipment, weapons, and noise discipline, they moved out around 0800 hours. The idea was to patrol a couple of miles southeast along the sandy tracks up valley toward the Dakra River. With Highway 20 still only a few miles north, the elevated hill country was made up of largely uninhabited dense pine and thick bamboo forest. 2nd Platoon had not been out long when Ron's point man, Corporal Bob Barrett, caught a fleeting glimpse of their first bad guy. Newton's boys swept the area before arriving at an intersection between 3 distinct trails. The enemy understood American tactics well enough now not to hang around and fight unless cornered. Each squad selected a path and patrolled forward, whereupon Max Cadena came across fresh footprints. Johnson and Wambaugh were called back as Ron, Hardcore, and Steve Williams made their way over to the entrance of an enormous bamboo thicket. A few moments later, Nick Nahas granted permission for Ron to bring the rest of his men up. While moving through the bamboo, Newton took another call from Nick advising that Jim Kessinger and 1st Platoon were now on their way to assist. The trail seemed to go on forever, and 1 hour later, as they emerged into the sunshine, the point came under fire. Although the encounter was brief, it appeared to be from 1 or 2 insurgents using a vintage American Browning automatic rifle. Slackman Cadena managed to get off a few rounds before the enemy fled into lower ground. Within seconds, Max and his squad were descending a shallow valley while Newton and Wambaugh buttoned down the rear and flank. But just like before, the individuals disappeared like apparitions into thin air. Now unsure of his exact position, Ron stopped for a map check. Although able to confirm their last known location, Newton was struggling to orientate himself amidst the rolling green canopy. 10 frustrating minutes elapsed before Ron gave in and called Captain Nahas for smoke. This time, Nick knew Ron was not playing around. Obligingly, the Red Legs, based on Mount Kokora, placed marking rounds onto 2 prominent nearby hills. With that, Ron was able to triangulate and by resection determine his approximate position. After registering the grid with Nick, Newton and Hardcore joined forces with Kessinger and pressed on. Within a few minutes, 1st Platoon spotted and opened fire on 2 more insurgents. Asking Jim to wait on high ground over to his west and leaving Max Cadena to block, Ron made his way up onto a hill opposite. Kessinger identified one particular thicket as the place where he had seen the 2 men that also happened to be the same area Max had screened earlier. For the next minute, both platoons poured fire into the target area. Afterward, 6 of Ron's guys went down to assess, but found nothing. And as a result, Captain Nahas decided to order everyone back to base. Hardcore and Newton were concerned as to where the VC had gone. It seemed highly likely that they were dealing with people who knew the landscape. Reluctantly, Nahas gave permission for 2nd Platoon to continue. Ron soon came across dozens of fresh human tracks, including one particular section of pampas that had been trampled by at least 5 elephants. This was not only a game-changer, but also the first time Newton had actually seen any real evidence of the mammals being used. Up until that moment, he had only ever encountered random piles of dung in the deepest draws and valleys. The guys were, of course, aware of the tribe who had lived here alongside the Asian elephant for 1,000 years, but these tracks did not seem to support whether these were VC or Mnang. Tracker Steve Williams knew all too well that the enemy used these magnificent rare beasts as natural prime movers to aid with major construction programs, which was deeply worrying. As a precautionary measure, Ron asked Nick if he could arrange a couple of gunships to fly in and provide top cover. Newton was then instructed to head for the nearest high point and to do nothing more than set up an observation post. Straddling the border between Lam Dong and Bin Tuan, at an elevation of 1,000 meters, the feature directly in front seemed best served to provide him with a commanding view across the valley. Bonded by blood. Before moving out, Jim Odoms, Mike Munson, and Mike Hill from 1st Squad were covering right flank security when an insurgent appeared out of nowhere and threw at least one concussion grenade. The squad had unwittingly triggered the rear end of a linear ambush intended for the main group. Team leader Mike Stewart was nearby, walking slack and closest to the detonation. Flat on the ground, Munson and Hill were shielded from injury by their helmets. There was a brief exchange of fire, and the enemy withdrew down into the jungle and away toward the OP target that Lieutenant Newton was now calling the Knoll. The blast had knocked Sergeant Stewart to the ground, rendering him momentarily unconscious. A fragment from the grenade, specifically designed for close-quarter fighting, had smashed Mike's helmet down onto his forehead, tearing open an old scar. Blood streaming from his face, Mike rejoined Wambaugh's squad as the platoon gave chase, until Munson reported seeing more movement in the distance. While he had the chance, Stewart broke out a first aid kit and quickly bandaged his head. Through binoculars, Newton identified at least 8 VC and called in 24 rounds of "fuck you." Ron was not sure if the insurgents were trying to draw him away from the hill or into something more serious. As the barrage was getting underway, medic Floyd Skaggs set about examining Mike's forehead. Just as Skaggs closed the gaping wound with butterfly strips, an order came down the line to move. With all 3 squads assembled, Newton quickly traversed west back to the 3-track intersection. With their location now marked and recorded, Newton struck out for the Knoll. Heavily forested, the bi-province feature was part of a saddle that connected into a slightly smaller mount over to the east. Approaching the lower slopes, they reached a fork in the trail, where both tracks showed heavy usage. Captain Nahas called to advise that gunships were now hovering near the CP and waiting, if necessary, to be tasked. Ron decided to place Wambaugh's squad at the slope's base with Mike Stewart and radio operator Phil Witherspoon. Hardcore and Sergeant Johnson agreed to take First Squad, Steve Williams, the two engineers plus Doc Skaggs, and skirt around to the far side. Radio man Graham Morris should have gone with them, but his 25 was no longer working properly due to a broken antenna. Reluctantly, Newton sent Morris to Wamba and prayed that Hardcore and Johnson's helmet radios would suffice. Newton began to ascend the Western Trail, with Bob Barrett and Max Cadena on point. Behind Newton and Bennett were M60 gunner Ed Baker and his assistant Jerry Hill. Leading the rear section, Everett Parham was carrying the Thumper, with Ski Vinskotsky, Bob Williams, Bill Bangert, and Sergeant Ron Barnes in trail. Keeping a casual 5-meter spacing, 20 minutes later, Newton's team had almost reached the summit when they suddenly came under small arms fire. Bob and Max engaged and saw two figures fall from nearby trees. Moments later, a hand grenade landed behind Cadena. Ron's first thought was, "Shit, that thing looks old." Then boom. Shrapnel ripped upward into Max's right leg and backside. Untouched by the blast, Newton found himself laughing absurdly as the ridgeline lit up. "Contact, right!" Lieutenant Newton had just triggered the 186th Maine Force Battalion's first line of defense. The intensity and determined level of response was something Ron had not seen before, and the next few minutes felt weirdly surreal. Sergeant Barnes was able to spot for his guys, who took out another 2 or 3 enemy before Louis Wamba was wounded attempting to reach him. As Louis was hit in the hip and thigh, Mike Stewart looked up and saw a couple of Caucasian men nonchalantly directing the Vietnamese response. Mike never found out who these people were, but believed they could have been either Russian advisors or American deserters, or perhaps even French defectors from the mid-1950s. Bucky Cox and 3rd Platoon were digging CP defenses when Ron's voice crackled over the radio. Bucky could see the knoll from Nahas's perimeter and hear escalating waves of enemy mortar and rocket fire. Anxious to get into the fight, leaving their heavy rucksacks behind, 3rd and 4th platoons rushed into action. Back on the knoll's lower slopes, 3rd Squad were now heavily pinned down. As Wamba reported his wounds, Newton was busy dodging a wave of grenades before losing communications with Johnson and Hardcore. Bob Vinskotsky and Jerry Hill managed to identify and silence the offending bunker, but not before a grenade exploded directly on top of Williams. Under covering fire from 3rd Squad, Newton managed to extricate himself and move downhill into dead ground. As the lieutenant gave orders to pull back and reorganize, Vinskotsky took a bullet in the back, and another above his left hip. Jerry Hill grabbed Ski and dragged him down into cover of the long pampas grass. Finally, Newton made contact with 1st Squad, who were also taking casualties. For a split second, the lieutenant thought about artillery support for Hardcore, but the risk seemed way too high. Ron called the gunship commander, codenamed Lancer II, and placed him on immediate standby. Then again, Ron lost communications with the other side of the hill. As Newton pulled back, 3rd Squad were still battling below him against increasing rocket and mortar fire. Listening to the radio chatter, Bucky Cox was doing his level best to reach Newton. Meanwhile, Ron had to do something to ease pressure on the other 2 squads, and ordered Baker and Hill to bring their M60 and follow him back up the slope with Gil Bennett and Thumperman Parham. Still desperately trying to contact Hardcore and Johnson, the only intelligible response Newton could make out was Johnson's call sign, Suddenly, Sergeant Rock's voice weakened and went off air. There was no further communication. Fearing the worst, Ron decided to get a verbal message to Hardcore, telling him to break contact, move back, and allow the gunships to move in. But first, Ron had to deal with the problem in front of him. It took 10 minutes of crawling for Newton to get anywhere near the southernmost enemy position on the ridge. Finally, Ron and Gil Bennett hunkered down behind a log and prepared to rush. Baker and Hill provided covering fire with Parham, as Newton and Bennett dashed forward in small bounds. The others followed, but as they closed, a BAR opened up, forcing both men onto the ground. Ron was hit in the heel, and Bennett in the buttocks. But as Gil went down, the .25 broke free from its cradle and catapulted forward into the undergrowth. Realizing that Bennett was going into shock, Ron twisted around and ordered him and the others to get back into cover while he tried to find the radio. Scrambling around, crab-like on all fours, Newton was struck in the left buttock by another bullet. Adrenaline masked the pain, and as Newton turned, he was hit in the other cheek. This time, Ron felt the round rip through muscle and up into his lower back. Suddenly, Newton's VHF helmet radio sparked up, and Mike Stewart came on air. Mike thanked Ron for the distraction and announced that Wambaugh's men had all now successfully extracted and were safely back with the remainder of Second Squad. Ron's mini counterattack had failed, and it was now time for him to get the hell out of Dodge. Ed Baker and the assault team had gone when Ron returned battered and bleeding to the log. The lieutenant caught up with them a little further downhill as they stopped to take a break from carrying Bennett. Realizing that more help was needed, and despite his pain, Ron crawled and limped on through about 400 meters of tall pampas to Mike Stewart, who was then in the process of establishing a defendable perimeter. Stewart immediately sent Sergeant Barnes and Mike Hill to assist with carrying Ski. Sergeant Stewart had managed to get Graham Morris's radio working, albeit with a greatly reduced range. By now, Lieutenant Newton was in a whole world of hurt, but he knew that if the gunships were not deployed within the next few minutes, he would be overrun. Ron ordered Stewart to bring in the attack helicopters, but due to his radio constraints, Mike suggested Max Cadena might be a better option. Thinking Max had been killed, Ron was overjoyed to learn that he was now also back inside the perimeter. While Ron had been attacking the bunker, despite his own injuries, Max had taken charge of Witherspoon's .25 to establish contact with Captain Nahaz, who in turn had called for medevac. Ron told Max that he was heading over to him with the wounded, but neglected to mention that he was also a casualty. Things eased momentarily as the enemy began to redirect its resources against Hardcore. Cadena had already managed to account for most of Newton's injured, all except for Bob Williams with Vinskotsky, Bennett, and Bangert, who were all awaiting urgent evacuation. When he reached Cadena, Ron immediately contacted Nick with a situation report. The .25 was full of traffic, as Nahas and Geraci, who had just arrived at the CP, anxiously inquired about First Squad's status. Geraci desperately wanted to know how far Hardcore had traveled, but the only positive information that Ron could provide was an approximation from Furman Johnson's penultimate transmission. Newton was reminded by Nahas and Geraci to utilize his air and artillery assets while he still had daylight. With that, Ron brought in the artillery direct onto the ridgeline, immediately followed by Lancer II. Ron threw out smoke to indicate his tenuous position, but when the helicopters arrived, it had all but dissipated. As Newton popped his last canister, he yelled for more, but the plea was swallowed by rotor noise. After a dummy pass, the first gunship came back around and blasted the slope with rockets, firing in salvos of 2s and 4s. Before any adjustments could be dialed in, the first run clipped the edge of Newton's perimeter with 7.62 tracer, adding 2 more troopers to his list of wounded. Checkpoint Charlie. Around 1745 hours during their last attack, both choppers were hit by heavy-caliber enemy fire. The lead helicopter began trailing smoke after its co-pilot was wounded in the leg. Now in serious trouble, the only clear area for the pilot to land was at the Charlie CP. The bird came down hot, spewing fuel, and as the pilot frantically shut down his engines, both gunners leapt out to unstrap their wounded colleague. When the crew reported into Captain Nahas, he noticed that the microphone mounted on one gunner's helmet had been completely shot away. After the artillery and air attacks, enemy fire on Newton's side of the hill went quiet. The second lull gave Mike Stewart and Max Cadena the opportunity to fully assess and give additional first aid to their wounded. Outwardly, apart from his face, hands, and arms being covered in blood, Mike appeared fine. While Ron was on the radio to Nahas and Geraci, Stewart gingerly began to remove his boss's boot. Growing impatient with Mike's overly cautious fiddling, Cadena shouted at him, "Forget the fucking laces and just cut the damn thing off." Seemingly oblivious to the squabble, Ron turned onto his stomach, while Mike prepared a compression bandage for his bullet-riddled bare backside. At exactly 1846 hours, the dust-off flew in and evacuated Ron's 3 most critical cases, along with Sergeant Wamba. As 3rd and 4th platoons were approaching, they saw the helicopter under a hail of green enemy tracer fire. One of Lieutenant Cox's gunners, Corporal Max Rallia, shouldered his M60 and asked for permission to open up on the perpetrators. Believing that the inevitable enemy response would totally crucify him, Cox said no, and immediately regretted his decision. As the medevac took off, it was hit multiple times from the ridge. The ship shuddered, but thankfully its pilot managed to retain control and banked sharply away down the valley. Once Cox and Moore had found a defensible area near the base of the hill, they began thinking about how best to deploy. Captain Nahas ordered 3rd Platoon to find Ron, so Bucky started toward where he had seen the medevac land. It was now time for the next pair of gunships to begin their attack runs. Every smoke canister 2nd Platoon possessed had now been collected and brought to Newton. Ron gave the order, "Danger close," as he, Max, and Mike Stewart started pulling pins. The tracer rounds seemed to float in mid-air, while rockets ricocheted along the ground in front of them. Armed with 48 rockets and 4 miniguns, each helicopter packed an incredible punch. The high-pitched scream of their cannons was terrifying as the choppers whipped in low overhead. By now, it was just getting dark when Jim Moore came on the net. Madman, this is Ridge Runner, over." Newton responded, "Hey, babe, sorry I can't be there to greet you. Can you see the enemy from your location?" "Negative on that, Madman. How are you and your heroes doing? And where do you want me, pal?" After a few wisecracks, Ron directed 4th Platoon toward his smoke, prompting Moore to quip, "What's all that red stuff you people are swimming in? Kool-Aid?" When Jim reached the trail junction below the knoll, Ron told him to continue south, toward Hardcore. However, Newton thought it best for Bucky to wait until nightfall before attempting to move across to him. But it was too late. The enemy mortar and machine gun fire had already forced 3rd Platoon up onto higher ground and away to the east. This was not necessarily part of the plan, but at least from here, Bucky could act as temporary backup for more. Ron had a hard job convincing his guys, who all wanted to go looking for Bob Williams, that they would be in a far better position by relocating across to Bucky. Finally, everyone agreed, and with his arm firmly wrapped around Private John Beatty, using a battered M16 for support, Newton slowly shuffled off into the night with his men. The move took much longer than expected, and Bucky sent some of his troopers down to help carry Ron and the stretcher cases back up to his perimeter. Max Cadena was angry and frustrated. This was his second tour, and also the second time he had been seriously injured. Back at the company CP, burdened with over 80 rucksacks and a downed helicopter, Nick Nahas made the difficult decision to stay put with 1st Platoon and relocate at first light. Obedience and duty. By 21:15 hours, Jim Moore returned with Hardcore and what remained of 1st Squad. With one leg hanging precariously by a thin strip of muscle, Steve Williams was in a terrible state. Covered in blood, a large piece of Hardcore's scalp had been peeled back. The guys tried their best to calm him down, but Schiavone was in no mood for small talk and muttered at Cox, "Tell the CO that he got his fucking contact." Head swathed in bandages, he began to explain what had happened. The moment they came under attack, Slackman Furman Johnson was hit. Hardcore threw out smoke, but his grenade failed to ignite. As Furman desperately tried to make contact with Lieutenant Newton, another bullet pierced his helmet and killed him. Overwhelmed by fire, Hardcore led his men downhill into a gully. When his own radio ceased working, Hardcore ordered Johnny Jackson to go back and recover rocks. On reaching Furman, Johnny was hit in the right forearm and shoulder. Turning to Sergeant Ron Marquez, Hardcore gave him the good news. Marquez had only taken a few steps before he fell dead under a hail of bullets. The VC quickly began to move downhill toward a clump of trees on 1st Squad's left flank. Mike Munson and his crew immediately brought their M60 into action, but the enemy responded with machine guns, grenades, and rockets. Luckily, Munson was able to neutralize the Vietnamese machine gun, but could not stem the flow of high-explosive projectiles. Among those now in the gully with Hardcore were Ron Kaiser, Sergeant John Headley, Grenadier Len Taylor, the 2 engineers, and Lieutenant Steve Williams. Seriously wounded by shrapnel, Taylor passed his 79 across to Williams. The tracker had a great view and was able to effectively harass the enemy as they advanced. Moments later, he was hit by a blast from another rocket. As Williams screamed for help, Private Braxton Baston crawled across and applied a tourniquet to his leg. Assisted by Kaiser and Allen, Braxton began dragging the wounded toward a thicket, where medic Floyd Skaggs had just established his aid station. While moving, they came under a heavy barrage of mortars that killed Hans Klettinger and badly wounded his colleague, Alan Blair. No longer able to walk, Blair was told to wait while the guys went back for more casualties. Meanwhile, in the gully, another blast had broken Sergeant Headley's leg and torn flesh from Hardcore's scalp and left ear. Even while Schiavone's wounds were being treated by Skaggs, he directed his other M60 team to cover the hill and trail to their right. When Skaggs was told that Sergeant Rock and Johnny Jackson had been hit, he ran forward to help, and never came back. After Jim Moore deposited his medic with the wounded, he went to find Schiavone. As it was getting dark, Jim noticed movement in a nearby half-circle of trees and issued a password. His challenge was met by a blistering response, and when the shooting stopped, Moore heard Hardcore calling to him from below. As 4th Platoon apprehensively moved toward the platoon sergeant's position, they came under rocket attack. Moore put up a security perimeter to counter and continued on into the gully. Although several men were still missing, Jim had no choice but to extract back to Bucky with what he had. As Newton and Cox listened intently to Hardcore's debrief, they received word that A Company was to be flown in the next morning. Moore got on the radio to Nahas and ordered up a cocktail of artillery, along with a Douglas AC-47 gunship known as a Spooky or Puff the Magic Dragon. Before Armageddon was due to commence, Bucky made one last desperate call to Nick for another medevac. Much to his surprise, the captain confirmed that a chopper was inbound. An earlier twist of fate had brought the bird into Nick's CP to collect 3 badly wounded troopers, Privates Ortiz, Jackson, and Perry, who had all been accidentally injured in a Claymore explosion. After a brief radio conversation, it quickly became clear to Cox that the pilot was not happy about the extra pickup. By now, it was pitch black, and the medevac jockey was refusing to land. Taking out his flashlight, Cox walked out onto the LZ with R.A. Williams to force the pilot's hand. Bucky's bold move paid off, and less than a minute later, the wounded were en route to Long Bin, near Saigon. Mainly due to lack of space, Ron, Max, and Bob Barrett remained behind after electing for a flight the following morning. Later that night, during one pass, red rain from Spooky ripped through nearby trees. Narrowly averting disaster, Ron screamed into the radio handset for its crew to adjust fire. Temperatures plummeted to just above freezing as artillery began to pound the knoll. With nothing to keep them warm, Ron shivered as he cuddled up with Max and Bob for an uncomfortable night under the stars. The next morning, when their medevacs arrived from Swan Lock, Ron said his goodbyes and handed over control to ranking NCO Mike Stewart. On board, Newton felt like he was resting on a bolt, but it was actually a bullet lodged 1 inch below the base of his spine. Chapter 8. The Aftermath. January 3rd to 8th, 1968. Leaving one squad behind, Captain Nahas removed all usable ammunition from the downed gunship and headed south. Immediately upon arrival, Nick ordered Bucky to take out a couple of patrols and look for those still missing. The captain had a lot of reorganizing to think about, including getting a helicopter airlifted out by hook and rucksacks brought up to his new location. Built to resemble an independent fortress, the assortment of discarded clothing and blood trails leading away from the knoll suggested more. By early afternoon, Bob Williams' shattered corpse was found where he had died the previous day. The bodies of Furman Johnson, Ron Marquez, and Floyd Skaggs were discovered lying close together. Like Johnson, Skaggs had suffered a fatal bullet wound to the head. Bucky had also accounted for Hans Klettinger, but the whereabouts of Alan Blair was still unknown. Heading toward the collection point, Jim Moore stumbled across Johnny Jackson and Morris Allen sheltering in the long grass. The fact that they were both still alive was nothing short of a miracle. Peppered from head to toe by shrapnel, they told Jim about the possible whereabouts of Blair. Bucky immediately took a squad and picked up a trail of blood that led him into an isolated thicket. Covered in a shimmering mass of ants, Blair's body was found sitting upright against a clump of bamboo. Fire Team Leader Tommy Williams III, known to all as TW3, dropped to one knee and gently began to brush away the insects before applying repellent to Allen's face and hands. Etched into memory, the spontaneous reaction deeply moved everyone who stood watching in silent witness. Before the dead could be flown back to Phan Rang, it was Mike Stewart's task as acting platoon sergeant and now platoon leader to record and pack any personal items belonging to the deceased. Despite previous orders to travel light, Mike was surprised to find a small diary in one of Floyd Skaggs' pockets. As Mike flicked through, he learned that the young medic constantly described a feeling of inadequacy. It was clear by his prose that the doc, like many other volunteer medics, was a hippie at heart. Floyd need not have doubted himself, because a few weeks later, the self-confessed awkward kid from Ohio was awarded a posthumous Silver Star. After the bodies were lifted out, Nick Nahas gathered everyone together. In total, 6 men had been killed, and 15 wounded. Nick was a tremendous leader who really knew his boys, and now it was time for him to provide solid reassurance. Nick was the coach, and Charlie his team, and everyone had to collect their wits, overcome fears, and memorialize these terrible losses for later. However, the toll would soon rise to 7, when Ski Vinskotsky died in hospital from catastrophic internal bleeding. Tom Gaffney flew in with his men, as planned, and rendezvoused on the hill with Nahas. Set to act as a blocking force, Alpha had listened remotely to the battle unfold over the radio. Joe Alexander tried to ask Bucky about Ron Newton, but the best Cox could manage was a smile and a few shattered words of encouragement. 2 days later, Newton was moved to the 36th Evacuation Hospital at Vung Tau. For a time, it looked like he was going to be left with a permanent limp. But, like Max Cadena, he went on to make a full recovery. However, hardcore Schiavone's head injuries were deemed so serious that he had to be repatriated home to the United States. Bury 'em Deep, January 4th, 1968. At dawn, Gaffney and Nahas swept upward toward the knoll. Scattered across the features were dozens of individual fighting positions that all had to be cleared. Bucky was worried by the casual way some people were using their M79s. Moments later, one of John Harrison's men, Sergeant Angel Tirado, was floored by a thumper frag that penetrated deep into his left foot. On the knoll itself, there were around 23 bunkers, interlocked into a zigzag pattern, each topped by a 2-foot-thick reinforced roof. Most had been torn apart by firepower previously administered by Newton. Those partially destroyed revealed weapons and equipment secreted into walls and ceilings. Although over 30 Vietnamese troops had lost their lives on the ridge, only a handful of bodies had been left behind. However, Gaffney was confident that the numerous blood trails would ultimately lead him to whatever it was the bunkers were built to protect. Covered by a dense canopy of tall trees, running east, south, and west, 3 deep river valleys lay behind the defensive line. Leaving C Company to continue with its search on the knoll, Gaffney sent Jim Schlacks and Len Liebler toward the eastern valley. John Harrison was sent to survey the gully where Hardcore had fought so valiantly. Sap from a shattered pine tree slowly dripped onto Doc Skagg's discarded, battle-damaged steel helmet. Piled around bases of splintered trees were heaps of 7.62 brass and link. First field dressings covered with congealed blood lay scattered among spent 5.56, empty magazines, and jumbles of expended thumper shells. Around midday, as Schlacks's platoon were following a valley trail down into Bin Tuan, they came under fire from the high ground on their right. Sergeant Phil Mallett was hit in the left ankle. Because Jim did not relish the idea of battling his way uphill, he called in fast air to drop napalm. Apart from the bird dogs, most aircraft were not fitted with FM radios, meaning Malhombre's platoon leaders were denied opportunity to practice calling up and safely bringing in their own strikes. Consequently, Schlacks misjudged the distance and narrowly escaped frying some of his own guys. Moving southeast through a clearing directly above the valley, Schlacks soon fell in behind Liebler, who was now taking shots from a prominent feature a few hundred meters ahead. Malhombre was in the C&C chopper and told both platoons to sit tight while he arranged fire support. The first marking round landed short and scared the heck out of everyone. After the adjusted barrage, Liebler was told to pop smoke for Jim Pratt's as he brought in a pair of Phantoms to finish the job. After the final F4 gun run, both platoons edged forward to secure. At 1600 hours, Schlacks and Liebler were ordered to create a perimeter and begin searching the densely wooded slopes. Their patrols soon revealed multiple signs of recent use, including shelters and caves. Empty French medicine bottles and used bandages were piled high near 3 marked graves that revealed 4 NVA bodies. 20 minutes later, deep in the woods, an arms cache of Chinese weapons, including a Chi-Com PPSH World War II-style submachine gun, came to light on a raised platform. Large balls of elephant dung were also found in a series of pens across the plateau. Things were starting to make a little more sense, and Gaffney knew it would only be a matter of time before the valley gave up its secrets. Around this time, Bob Mears received a report that Jim Pratt's had killed 3 pink elephants. Killing an elephant was completely against regulations, unless harness scars indicated previous heavy load bearing were visible across the animal's shoulders and back. Mears flew out to check and found that it was true. But they were only pink after rolling in red-colored mud. Sadly, the beautifully rare creatures had been used and abused by the VC, and therefore Jim was well within protocol to have targeted them. Earlier, John Harrison swept a short distance to the source of a spring, whereupon he walked into a hidden camp, complete with classroom, mess hall, and small bunker system. Over the next 4 hours, 2nd Platoon collected in a variety of rockets, grenades, and ammunition, plus food, clothing, and field gear that included an NVA uniform and ID card. His men also found a storeroom complete with wine cellar and food products. Ironically, many of these items had been donated by American charitable organizations. Earlier, Ron Ford and Chris Adams were resting when they spotted a thick-set white man reading what looked to be a topographical map. On the count of 3, they opened up, and the guy took off into the thick jungle. With their water fast running out, Staff Sergeant Pulley sent Adams and some of the others to the nearby stream. Ronnie and Andy Daniel were ordered either side for security, and as Ford was heading upstream, he spotted a severed human foot in the babbling brook. While the squad were busy filling canteens, they heard Ron walking toward them singing the Wilson Pickett song, "Barefootin'." Having attached the foot to the end of a long stick, Ford was now skimming his third leg through the water. Their new gangster boy from Philly, Harold Rodney, stood up and joined in with Ronnie. Everybody burst into laughter and enthusiastically provided vocals for the chorus. At that moment, Andy Daniel came back, and after seeing Ron and Harold arm in arm, blurted, "Guys, don't expect me to be drinking any of that fucking death juice." With that, everyone to a man immediately upended their canteens and frantically emptied out the tainted contents. Meanwhile, Joe Alexander had been sent down the northern slope to a rock-walled passageway. Joe and his men cautiously entered the secluded feature and uncovered another encampment. There was barely enough space for the platoon to deploy when the track widened and disseminated into a cluster of smaller trails. Within a short distance, one path opened out into an assembly area big enough to parade a platoon. Here there was a 4-by-5-meter gable-roofed hut, complete with tables, chairs, and utensils. A fire pit connected to a trench chimney confirmed the windowless bamboo structure had been a kitchen. The covered channel coursed outside for some distance before venting through a leaf pile. Remnants of food and empty containers were scattered across the hard-packed floor, along with several large bags of unopened rice. A loaded BAR sat upright in a small opening. Resting on its bipod, it pointed northwest uphill toward the saddle. Ironically, most of these vintage American weapons had been sold to the French after World War II as surplus. It had always been traditional for Jim Schlax's radio operator, Guy Brooks, to brew water for chow while Jim organized their night defenses. As Len Liebler was handling tonight's security, Jim borrowed a small P-38 can opener that Brooksy kept on his dog tags. When Jim tried to return the chain, Guy laughed and said, "There's no immediate rush, sir. I don't plan to be needing those any time soon, if you know what I mean." For the Grace of Luck. January 5th, 1968. While Harrison's men set about securing an LZ, Lenny Liebler began screening the Central Valley. C Company were out patrolling the eastern upper draw when they came across a cache of B-40 rockets, explosives, a selection of grenades, and 100 feet of electrical cord. Directly below C Company, Joe Alexander returned to the camp he had found previously. This gave way to another settlement, closer to the stream source. Joe and John Gefeller ordered their men to drop rucks and begin a wider search. The first decent find was an outside classroom set into a bowl-shaped depression some 15 meters in diameter. A small hole cut into the canopy illuminated this natural amphitheater with sunlight. Carpeted with a layer of mountain grass, much of the space was taken up by neatly arranged rows of wooden benches, enough to seat upward of 40 people. At its base was a podium, surrounded by training aids, including Western-made flip-over sandwich boards and a few tables and chairs. Other similar but smaller clearings soon emerged. One such space overlooked the lower reaches and was deemed to be a mortar firing point. Items of NVA and U.S. uniform were collected throughout, along with equipment such as ammo pouches, belts, and helmets. Although it could not be pinpointed, a low humming noise was emanating from somewhere underground. But Joe's men did find a network of bamboo pipes that ingeniously channeled stream water around the site. 3rd Platoon had not been patrolling long when they struck pay dirt in the central southern valley. Dug into the upper slopes was a field hospital built around another stream. Again, a complicated system of bamboo-piped water was in operation, and the entire area encased by more of the same, rendering it completely obscure from above. Hidden in this forest, the hospital made entirely from bamboo encompassed an operating theater, 8 beds, 40 bunkers, 6 latrines, and 4 mess halls. The initial search turned up a couple more bodies, all victims of artillery, and a pit partially filled with amputated limbs. A huge haul of French-made penicillin, ammunition, 150 pounds of dried rice and fish, along with several hundred bags of salt, all seemed unbelievable. Recovering penicillin was important because it denied protection against amoebic dysentery, that along with malaria accounted for 10% of all NVA infiltration losses. Several blood-soaked stretchers, a large roll of white cloth, and a complete nominal roll belonging to C Company were also recovered. All documents found verified that the 186th Main Force VC had broken down into smaller groups as they sought to evade 3506 and 1st Brigade. Over at the command post, Captain Nahas asked Mike Stewart why his face and neck were still covered with caked-on blood. Mike said he had forgotten, when in reality it felt to him like a pact with those who had died. Begrudgingly, he agreed to go wash it off and disappeared toward the nearest stream. Mike had not been gone long when someone tripped over a ruck and dislodged a rusted fragmentation grenade. Nearest to the blast was 19-year-old Private John Carlock from 2nd Platoon and company medic Larry Briggs, who were both thrown backward like rag dolls. Bucky ran over and amidst the carnage found R.J. Johnson also down. Mike Krawcheck was in the process of dressing his assistant Curtis Stevens' right arm when he noticed something was wrong with Captain Nahas. Initially, Nick thought he had escaped unharmed, but a small piece of shrapnel had entered his stomach, cauterizing the skin as it passed through. Because there was no bleeding, it took some convincing by the other medics before Nick would get on the helicopter to Bow Lock. Shortly after arriving at the aid station, he began to vomit a weird, bright blue liquid. At the time, Doc Lovey was in Phan Rang, and somewhat baffled, the medics decided to book Nick onto the next flight out. At Nha Trang, the doctors found that a tiny sliver of metal had penetrated Nick's intestines. The blue fluid turned out to be grape-flavored Kool-Aid, ingested shortly before breakfast. As a good deed, after closing Nick's internal wounds, the surgeons also removed his appendix, stating it was surplus to requirements. Larry Briggs was tragically pronounced dead at the scene, while John Carlock died later at Long Bin. With Lieutenant Ray Summers temporarily running C Company, Salve Matheson arrived by helicopter with 1st Field Force Commander General William Rawson. Both leaders were set to join Malombre for a somewhat downbeat tour of the hospital complex. The following day, Lenny Liebler's men dug up a row of unmarked graves. 5 decomposing bodies were dressed in standard black pajama-style uniform. All had died from wounds relating to either grenade or gunshot. As the VC had no official rank structure and carried no ID, it made it almost impossible for their bodies to be identified. Conversely, a more elaborate marker was found nearby dedicated to a deceased NVA soldier from the province of Tay Binh in northern Vietnam. A couple of 100 meters further down from the hospital, Liebler's guys found a sizable cache of World War II American and Russian weapons and a U.S. ANPRC 10 VHF portable radio. During a sweep of the sprawling base camp in an adjacent valley, Jim Slacks and 1st Platoon came across a rucksack belonging to an NVA junior officer from 2nd Platoon, 3rd Company, 186th MF Battalion. At 0930 hours the following day, as Joe Alexander was patrolling, his point man spotted 2 complete PRC-10 radios sitting upright in the middle of a clearing. One of the transmitters broke squelch with a 5-5 loud and clear order in Vietnamese on frequencies 38.8 and 39.2. By late afternoon, Alexander and Gefeller were still pondering about the enemy radios when called back for extraction. Further north, B Company had already pulled out from its original mission and was now waiting for the battalion along Highway 20 near the village of Dang Som, 30 miles east of Bao Loc. Bravo had recently experienced its own tragedy when another accident left Private First Class Oscar Hardison with over 60% burns. The 19-year-old from North Carolina inadvertently set off a white phosphorus grenade. With no dust-off available, Hardison had to be flown to Bao Loc via a resupply chopper and died a few days later at a specialist burns unit in Japan. Just as with C Company, the only explanation to probable cause was a rusted safety pin. So clearly things would have to change. Shortly after 1000 hours on January 8th, the Hooks and Slicks arrived to shuttle A and C companies, plus Red Leg guns, back to Dang Som. The enemy was no longer an elusive super soldier, but an adversary who could be met with and overcome. In total, 57 base camps had been destroyed, 156 insurgents killed, and 77 weapons captured. Along with 100 tons of rice, 3 tons of salt, and 516 pounds of tea were recovered. Ultimately, for 3506, Klamath Falls had been a successful test of sustained operations in a very hostile and unforgiving natural environment, which had readily accepted its first down payments in blood. Chapter 9. Beer, Bang, and Boom Boom. Phan Rang, January 9th to 16th, 1968. Driving along Highway 20 toward Da Lat, the drivers were now all too familiar with the 100-mile convoluted route to Phan Rang. The rugged road climbed steeply past quaint houses and spectacular scenic waterfalls before reaching Phan Cam Lai Airfield and the elite National Military Academy. Originally created as a colonial subalpine playground known as Little Paris, Da Lat was the provincial capital of Thuyen Duc and comparable to Western resorts such as Aspen or Chamonix. Lavish French-style villas, plus the former emperor's palace and golf course, all seemed utterly unbelievable. Andy Lovey had originally asked to ride with the dust-off, where he felt more effective, but his request was ignored. A couple of hours into the 10-hour trip, a vehicle up ahead lost control and turned over. The convoy came to an abrupt halt, and without full radio communications, nobody knew why. The first hint that there had been an accident was when a helicopter landed in the distance. Trapped nose to tail, Doc Lovey was not going anywhere, and frustratingly had to sit it out under a poncho like everyone else. Slowly the convoy descended, twisting around each new hairpin until the cooler mountain air gave way to the rugged coastal cliffs and raised humidity of Phan Rang. Here at the Eagle's Roost, people could at least look forward to 3 hot meals a day and partially laundered uniforms. With no perimeter duty or other responsibilities, the stand down at base camp was a great opportunity to relax and scrub away the layers of orange-colored dirt. Permission was granted at morning roll call to visit the Strip, but everyone had to be back by nightfall. Concerned that his boys might not adhere to those instructions, Tom Gaffney asked Mal Ombre if he could arrange transport. Tom wanted his guys to let off steam and still be under a modicum of military control. Before hitting the officers' club, Gaffney gathered his platoon leaders to offer advice on the local black market and street gangs. Around each main base was a tinsel town built from packing cases and material pilfered from the Americans. Here, anything and everything was available for U.S. dollars, which ultimately would be used to pay off district chiefs, who in turn used it to buy American arms to sell at hefty margins to the insurgents. Subsequently, use of the dollar was actively discouraged, and there were few, if any, legal places to spend it. Although a soldier could request USD for R&R, there were basically 2 currency options available: military payment certificates, known as MPCs, or the Vietnamese dong. MPC was the only cash used on base, and even though against regulations, it was generally accepted in the local community. The Strip at Phan Rang was just a long line of dusty, ramshackle drinking spots and whorehouses, with the most popular being the infamous California Bar. Here you could sit out back and buy drinks for the girls, who invariably would order a cocktail known as Saigon tea. This was overpriced sugar water, designed to maximize profits. All the while, girls aged between 16 and 20 would flirt and ask if anyone wanted a room for Boom Boom. Strangely, those hookers who were only a couple of years older seemed unpopular with the younger troopers. Not so fussy, the senior NCOs and officers were always charged at a higher rate. Some even borrowed fatigues from their subordinates to get the cheaper prices, which again could be even less if you paid in contraband dollars. If the madam thought one of her clients was overstepping the agreed time, then she would pound on the door, demanding, "You take too long. GI pay more money." After returning to camp, Chris Adams, Ron Ford, and Mike Trant headed to the Air Force snack bar for a cold milkshake and ice cream. Over the last couple of days, Chris had become more familiar with Mike, who projected a big-town swagger with plenty of mouth. Things were not going well for Trant, especially now he was back in the supply room after a recent breach of safety with Joe Alexander. The guys decided to pop into the base cinema and found Andy Daniel showing off an expensive new Rolex he had just purchased from the PX. The boys could not believe that their friend had gone and crudely scratched his initials into the backplate. Known as AJ, Andy was a tall, raw-boned black soldier from Demopolis, Alabama. His father had died a couple of years earlier, leaving him to shoulder responsibility for his mother and younger siblings. Despite all of that, AJ was fun to be around and always ready with a cracking joke and beaming smile. Unsurprisingly, the last 2 months had left a number of wounded recovering in medical facilities across several provinces. Somewhat unexpectedly, Doc Lovey was denied permission to fly up to Nha Trang and visit Nick Nahas. At the time, Nick was desperate to return, and growing increasingly worried that he might get posted back to another unit. However, Malombre did allow Andy and Kurt Washington to take a jeep to Cam Ranh Bay for other duties. Before returning, Andy and Kurt dropped in on the main medical supply depot to collect 50 pocket-sized nylon litters they had recently requisitioned. Andy could see several thousand of these portable carriers stacked high against a wall. When Kurt approached the supply officer and pointed toward the pile, he was abruptly informed that they were being held back for units with a much higher priority. Kurt quietly explained their position, but still the answer came back as no. The two men seethed when they learned that the litters had been stored here for well over 6 months. Slapping another form on the desk, Washington filled out a second order and pushed it across the counter. For sake of transparency, it was made clear that a copy would be forwarded up the chain of command. Kurt then added that if the guy made any attempt to stop them removing the goods, he would simply kick the living shit out of him. With that, the officious accountant stepped aside as the two medics loaded up and drove off into the sunset. Against regulations, Shock Force Platoon Sergeant Phil Chassian took Mike Pearson to the NCO Club for a few buku beers with Staff Sergeant Harrison Cox from Battalion Supply. Halfway through the evening, Paladin convinced Chass and Cox to come with him to the Officers Club. By this time, the guys were well-oiled, but in an affable mood. Quickly rumbled, they politely agreed to move into the back office, whereupon they claimed squatters' rights and played poker until sunrise. Juicy barbecue steaks sizzled at the beach party the next morning as everyone enjoyed Malombre's free red stripe. A ripple of excitement began to circulate that General Westmoreland, true to his word, was about to announce the long-anticipated combat jump. As the only outfit in 1st Brigade currently on jump status, naturally the task fell to 3506. Bob Mayers told an elated but very hungover Mike Pearson that he planned for the shock force to act as pathfinders and go in 30 minutes ahead of the main drop. Pearson was also relieved to learn that Paul Klein and his squad from C Company had also been selected to jump alongside him as security. Upended into the earth by fixed bayonets, 12 M16s, known as Soldiers' Crosses, stood in tribute, each topped and tailed by a steel helmet and jungle boots. The memorial service on January 12th began with the presentation of a posthumous Purple Heart for Winston Hamilton. Speedy left a wife and a beautiful 9-month-old baby daughter. Following a prayer of remembrance for the 12 souls, Bravos Roger Shannon, Erskine Weidman, and medic Robert Davis were presented with bravery awards for their part in countering the ambush that took Speedy on December 3rd. Afterward, Brigadier Matheson hosted a reception at the club. Throughout the evening, Doc Lovey was overwhelmed by the number of platoon leaders who came over to thank him for the specialist training he had invested into their company medics. General Matt's new aide-de-camp, Lieutenant John McKnight, Jr., proceeded to get smashed. As previously mentioned, McKnight's father was a good friend of Matheson's and had been a member of the original 3rd Battalion during World War II. Former leader of the 2327 Hawk Recon Platoon, John Jr. had hosted Pearson back in November during orientation at Chu Lai. John seemed unhappy with Mike's behavior at the club the previous evening, and soon turned his vitriolic rivalry toward the shock force. Paladin listened politely to the lieutenant's rhetoric, but when he crossed the CSF line, Mike lost his cool and double-punched McKnight to the floor. Emotions were running high after the ceremony, but Matheson did not blame Pearson, whose men he especially adored and affectionately called his crazy shock force. The jump that never was. At 0600 hours on January 14th, razor wire was pulled across the entrance of battalion headquarters. Malombre gathered the men and confirmed that the jump was on and set to take place 130 miles northwest in the province of Phuc Long. Shortly afterward, senior officers and NCOs were called to a briefing hosted in the air-conditioned conference room by Bob Mares, Master Sergeant Billy Wright, and Intelligence Officer Bob Robinson. Flanked by a dry whiteboard and lectern, Major Mares introduced everybody to a small contingent from Brigade who had been assigned to lob in as liaison. Projected onto a large screen was a map covering the intended target, and although it appeared to be heavily forested, the DZ itself had been logged. 2 days from now, 1st Brigade were launching Operation San Angelo from Bao Loc to act as a blocking force for 3rd Brigade, then scheduled to attack Song Bay City from the northeast. The operation was intended to neutralize the North Vietnamese Army now entering 3 Corps' tactical zone via the nearby neutral Cambodian border. The 9th NVA Divisional Headquarters was also believed to be located somewhere south of the Bay River, known as Song Bay, where the U.S. 1st Infantry had a firebase. Here the rolling wetlands combined with forest and wide streams. Rubber plantations and bamboo were in abundance to provide superb natural defensive obstacles and building materials. Most hamlets surrounding Song Bay had been fortified, and their VC-NVA occupiers well supplied via the trail. Over the last 2 years, bombs and chemicals had driven away wildlife, but not much else. At least 3 enemy regiments were believed to be active here. Most VC had already traded their old SKS rifles for the new AK-47. Further bolstered by Chinese mortars, rocket launchers, and heavy-caliber machine guns, they were almost ready for business. Planning and intelligence elements from 2327, along with brigade LRRPs, had been on the ground for nearly 2 weeks, scouting a new forward base camp. The remote region had been a source of concern since October 67, when VC offensive operations began against the numerous Special Forces camps threatening their lines of supply. Ahead of the brigade's main helicopter assault, 3506 was to capture the old base and airstrip at Bu Yamap. Situated close to the river, Bu Yamap had been overrun 2 years before, and was now being used by the North Vietnamese as a main supply depot and distribution hub. Heavily committed, the NVA callously killed anybody who dared to get in the way, such as the Yard Settlement at Blue Blim. Back at Phan Rang, Ray Mayfield was attending to paperwork in the A Company office when Gaffney arrived and half-jokingly asked Bull to go find him a blond-haired, blue-eyed trooper with no visible scars. Gergen laughed and immediately pointed to Ray. Sergeant Mayfield was not actually aware that Salve Matheson and Brigade Intelligence were in the building when told to put on a T-10 parachute, reserve, and assorted jump equipment. Walking into the operations room encumbered by gear, Mayfield stood statuesque while Matheson and his staff inspected the equipment. Afterward, General Matt stepped up onto the stage to explain his latest information regarding Bu Yimap and the possible presence of enemy anti-aircraft artillery. If that was not bad enough, one of the LRRP teams had reported seeing a stockpile of CS gas canisters during a contact in a nearby village. Looking across at Malombre, Matheson recommended that as a precautionary measure, everyone jumping should wear a respirator. Despite this negative intelligence, there was still a positive air of excitement as everyone took turns to gather around the sand table, aerial photographs, and briefing maps. Each platoon leader and sergeant talked to their respective crews about surrounding enemy and friendly forces, objectives, ammo, food, terrain, radio frequencies, weather, flight plans, aircraft loading, jump masters, and chalk numbers. January 17th was now D-Day, and the jump set for 10:30 hours. Meanwhile, Bob Mayers and Dee Dallas boarded a C-130 and flew to Bu Yimap to assess dispatch timings and inspect the drop zone. 1 hour later, as the aircraft made its first pass, Bob noticed hundreds of tree stumps covering the ground. While banking for a lower run, their Hercules came under fire from the surrounding forest. When a round came through a cockpit window, Bob's pilot decided they had seen enough and turned for home. Back at base, Dee was walking across to the planning area for a final briefing when 2 helicopters flew in. A senior staff member from 2 Corps stepped out and inquired where he might find Colonel Geraci. Captain Dallas escorted the logistics officer to the briefing room and introduced him. 30 seconds passed before conversation escalated to a different, slightly harsher tone. Wondering just what the heck was going on, Dallas looked on as the full-bird visitor picked up a phone, mumbled something into it, then handed it to Geraci. Malombre listened intently before ending the conversation with an affirmative, "Yes, sir." At that point, Geraci was ushered out to the G4 chopper, while Dallas and the remaining command staff were asked to board the other. When both helicopters touched down, a major led everyone to an emergency brigade meeting full of senior Army and Air Force staff. A briefcase containing all of the operational jump orders had just been reported missing. Dee bit his lip as Brigadier General Matheson went on to say that it had been left on the seat of a jeep in Phan Rang. Disappointment was palpable as Matt explained Westmoreland had decided to cancel and was now detaching 3506 from division and reassigning them to the capital of Binh Thuan Province, Phan Thiet. When the G4 asked if there was anything else that might be required, Dallas raised his hand and sarcastically piped, "2 boxes of M16 bore brushes, please. Looks like we're going to have plenty of time for cleaning." They owned the night. General Westmoreland decided now would be the right time to employ a bespoke Air Mobile Battalion Task Force under control of General Rawson and 1st Field Force. Military intelligence from the far northern provinces strongly indicated that over the last few weeks there had been a plethora of enemy movement around Hue. Troubled by anti-war sentiment, particularly in Congress, President Johnson had just launched what in retrospect seemed to be a fairly deliberate campaign to put the war in a more positive light. In his most recent State of the Union address, Johnson neglected to mention that the situation was probably about to get a lot worse. At the time, the U.S. government was claiming victory with every battle being won and casualty rates on the decline. According to White House spin, the NVA were being pushed back across the border into Laos and Cambodia. But in reality, by January, build-up and infiltration along the Ho Chi Minh Trail into central and southern Vietnam had increased from 6,000 to around 20,000 troops per month. In the south, 3rd Battalion was given complete autonomy for its deployment across Binh Thuan. 3506 would continue to support the ongoing rural development and pacification program, as well as security for engineering projects on Highway 1. The concept of pacification had originally evolved around Phan Thiet, where it had proven a successful model. Designed to improve morale in the countryside, this program allowed young ARVN troops to stay at home with their families, thus helping the local economy and still assisting with defense. That being said, the local population of Phan Thiet were not particularly interested in northern politics. During this last 12 months, the region's main insurgent players had been 482nd VC Battalion, who, across their 4 companies, usually fronted around 400 irregulars. Recruiting, training, and duty were supported by local hamlet and defense force leaders, who supplied additional foot soldiers when necessary. There were often instances when these part-time citizen soldiers were unavailable to fight due to their existing commitments within the ARVN. Like with most local force VC battalions, the 482nd had its own cadre of advisors from the People's Republic of China and NVA regulars assigned to command and control, intelligence gathering, recruiting, training, tactics, supply, and communications. Every main and local force unit in South Vietnam had a specific role. Some were being trained to attack cities, while others blocked lines of communication and tied down Allied units in the countryside. Up until now, military action had been subordinate to all political goals. But things were changing. On average, a VC battalion had a full-time cadre of local or regional residents intermixed with NVA non-commissioned officers. The foot soldiers were always part-timers, on call for night ambush, training, or as laborers to fast-track the building of base camps and bunker systems. Light mortars, machine guns, and rocket launchers were now a key order of battle. In late January '68, the existing local force rifle companies were restructured, reinforced, and consequently became vastly more powerful. The VC had always been flexible and good at assembling small team shoot and scoots. But as discovered at the Knoll, their new tactics were well planned, with predetermined secondary fighting positions stocked with ammunition. As the 482nd and other local units tried to tighten their grip around Phan Thiet, ambushes were stepped up, as were targeted assassinations and kidnappings. However, indifference from the urban population and local fishing community still made infiltration and traction difficult. Just as the battalion was waving goodbye to 1st Brigade, they learned that a young Vietnamese boy had just handed in the missing briefcase. Everything of value had been removed, except for the secret jump documents. Operation San Angelo still went ahead as planned, and 48 hours later, 1st Brigade discovered a massive base camp complete with stockpiles of food, deep bunkers, and high-speed truck trails linking to the border. Around 35,000 North Vietnamese troops and thousands of tons of equipment had now traveled down through Cambodia. Although most northern routes were losing overhead cover to American bombs and defoliants, it did not slow migration. The rank and file were also receiving heavy periods of political indoctrination. With one full rest day in every 7 at pre-designated base camps, NVA troops received briefings and updates on the route ahead. These ranged from weather conditions, road repairs, and building requirements. Situated along each section were self-sufficient barracks with excellent communications. 50,000 teenage boys and girls kept vehicles rolling, and also served on road repair gangs as construction and cable workers. Spaced every 3 miles, control points guarded cleverly camouflaged truck parks. Fuel, food, and ammunition depots were similarly spread to minimize potential loss. Supply trucks worked in relays along designated sections of road. Most routes also had a layover system, much like a regular truck stop. However, despite this incredible infrastructure, motorized losses from U.S. strategic bombing were running at around 50%. Troops in North and South Vietnam were now under overall command of the resourceful General Nguyen Giap. A fluent French speaker with no official military training, Giap had been a history teacher and journalist before becoming Interior Minister in President Ho's early government. It is interesting to note that Giap had also been instrumental in creating the Viet Minh Army that ended 83 years of French colonial rule at Dien Bien Phu. Chapter 10. Living in the Dirt. Landing Zone Betty and Phan Thiet. In early January 68, as a response to the emerging increase in NVA activity around the Ashwa Valley, 1st Cavalry Division decided to reassemble its widely scattered elements in the northern One Corps tactical zone near Hue. This consolidation pulled 2nd Battalion, 7th Cavalry, who were part of its 3rd Brigade, out from Phan Thiet, where they had been working for 18 months. The white stone arched main entrance to LZ Betty was connected to the city via a long and dusty road that cut through a cemetery. These burial grounds belonged to Phan Thiet and covered a vast area directly to the north and northeast of Betty. With Ta Ku Mountain to its west, the strategically placed airstrip was originally built by the Japanese using Allied prisoners during World War II. In the early 1950s, Betty became an important operating base for the French, who installed concrete bunkers and built many of the permanent offices and workshops now being used by the Americans. The old minefields, many still uncharted, were another legacy that proved to be a double-edged sword for everyone using the base. Situated about 100 miles east of the capital Saigon, Phan Thiet had a population of around 50,000. At its center was a large square dominated on all sides by colonial-era buildings and flats. Divided by the tidal Ka Tai River, meaning billion fish, the city of two halves was connected by the Nguyen Hong Bridge. Residential and business areas were situated in the southern sector, while Fan's administrative heart, rail and power stations, were found across the river in the shadows of a large ornate water tower, hospital, and cathedral. There were also 3 Arvin camps, along with local headquarters belonging to government and police, plus a large prison containing hundreds of political prisoners. Nestled along Highway 1, the thriving coastal fishing port was home to thousands of small sampan boats. Renowned as a production center for fish sauce, the pungent odors defined and permeated into every corner of the city. The rural outskirts opened onto large fields and rice paddies. Made from block or brick stucco, with metal, tile, or thatched roofs, the houses here were more spread out and often surrounded by trees. For the most part, the rural landscape was almost featureless, except for an odd pagoda or ancient ruin, with one unpronounceable hamlet looking very much like another. Several main roads, flanked by power lines, crossed south and west. These arterial routes were dotted with stores, but within a few steps of leaving any main road, pavement quickly gave way to sandy footpath or cart track. Unlike anything previously experienced, the land surrounding Highway 1 and railway to Saigon was a vast expanse of dry paddy interwoven with banana plantations, irrigation ditches, and small strips of woodland. Fields encased by solid, thick earth embankments, topped by tall hedges, were difficult to negotiate. Captain Gaffney said that crossing the Katai River was like a trip to Disneyland. You never knew what to expect. Disneyland also aptly described a small rebel-influenced village called Swan Fong. The term quickly embedded itself in battalion nomenclature, and from then on was used to describe all dusty, sun-baked badland northwest of the city.